Chapter 56. When Yang Fan returned to the Xiaowen workshop, he first went to Jiang Zuning's house. As soon as Jiang Zuning saw Yang Fan, he said excitedly, "Xiao Fan, this time it's all thanks to you. I wanted to thank you yesterday, but it was getting late and I didn't see you come back, so I went home first. I originally planned to go after I was done with work today." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Sister Ning, you're treating me like an outsider. I truly treat you as my own sister. If something happens to my sister, how can I just stand by and do nothing? You don't have to say a word of thanks anymore." Pastor was so happy that his eyes were brimming with tears. He kept wiping his eyes with his sleeves. After hearing Yang Fan's words, he nodded vigorously. Ma Qiao was like Miss Xiaodong's big black at home. He kept circling around Yang Fan, scratching his ears and saying, "Erlang, quickly tell me, what method did you use to make that surnamed Liu break off the engagement? I saw him run over like his but was on fire and couldn't wait to divorce Xiao Ning. Quickly tell me, if this riddle continues, I'm going to go crazy." Yang Fan laughed and said, I can't say. Sister Ning doesn't need to entrust her life to someone like him. Why do you need to get to the bottom of it?" Pastor's mother walked out of the kitchen and patted her apron. With a face full of smiles, she said, "Erlang, my daughter didn't jump into the fire pit thanks to you. I don't know how to thank you. It's almost noon. You sit here. Auntie will go get a pot of wine and come back with half a catty of pig head meat to thank you properly. Epsilon Majoris, you stay too. Have lunch at Auntie's place." Yang Fan quickly said, "Auntie, don't be so busy. I treat Sister Ning as my own sister. Don't treat me as an outsider. Back when I first arrived in Luoyang, Sister Ning helped me a lot. Now that I've only helped you a little, why do you keep thinking about it? Oh right, this matter, it's fine as long as we keep it in our hearts. Don't tell anyone else. If anyone asks, just say that the one surnamed Liu took the initiative to break off the engagement for some reason. Don't say that I did anything. Otherwise, if the one surnamed Liu regrets it in the future, it'll be hard to avoid trouble." Pastor's mother couldn't be careless when it came to her daughter's marriage. She nodded her head repeatedly and kept these instructions in mind. Just as she was about to persuade Yang Fan to stay for lunch, Su Fangjing strolled in from outside the courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he shouted, sister-in-law, are you in the room?" As soon as Pastor's mother heard the noise, she hurriedly went out to welcome them. Su Fangjing said, "Sister-in-law, didn't that man surnamed Liu from Yongkang Lane take the initiative to come and break off the engagement yesterday? At the time, I wondered if he had taken the wrong medicine or something. Why did he suddenly find his conscience? Guess what, he really did take the wrong medicine, haha." Su Fangjing was in high spirits as he said, "Today this kid was taken in by the government officials. Do you think his guts are big or not? Unexpectedly he pretended to be a wealthy merchant in the western region, moved into the residence of the current Minister of Martial Arts, and swindled. I think he must have lost his mind, otherwise, how could he break off the engagement? Would he dare to swindle Minister Wu?" In the room, Jiang Zuning and Ma Qiao heard everything clearly. Both of them looked at Yang Fan in surprise. They really couldn't guess what method he used to make Liu Junfan break off the engagement. Not only did he make Liu Junfan break off the engagement, but he also made him lose his mind and do such a thing. Yang Fan smiled at Jiang Zuning and said, "Sister Ning, I'll leave with Epsilon Majoris first. I'll see you tomorrow. Hey, don't go. Let's have lunch here." Before Jiang Zuning could finish his sentence, Yang Fan pulled Ma Qiao out of the room. After saying goodbye to Pastor's mother, they slipped away. Because Pastor's mother was busy greeting Su Fangjing, she didn't want to stop them too much. The two of them smoothly left the Jiang residence. On the way, Ma Qiao still kept asking questions. He wanted to know what method Yang Fan used to make Liu Junfan break off the engagement. Moreover, he even sent Liu Junfan to prison. Yang Fan naturally smiled and didn't say anything. Ma Qiao didn't let it go. The two of them were laughing and joking around when Miss Xiaodong suddenly came from the opposite side. When Yang Fan saw Xiaodong, he quickly took a step back and hid behind Ma Qiao. Almost everyone in the square knew that Xiaodong liked Yang Fan. When Ma Qiao saw that it was Miss Xiaodong, he suddenly had a mischievous heart. He raised his hand and called out, "Sister Xiaodong, let's go out." Miss Xiaodong was walking as if there was no one else around. When she heard the call, she narrowed her eyes and came over. "Oh, it's brother Epsilon Majoris." When Xiaodong saw his appearance, a smile appeared on her face. Ma Qiao said, "Yes, where did Miss Xiaodong come from?" Xiaodong smiled and said, "Oh, my mother just finished making a set of clothes. I sent it to my client's house and then came back." "Where did brother Six go?" Ma Qiao flashed and pulled out young Fan, who was hiding behind him, and said, "I'm patrolling the streets with Beta Percy." "Look at you, Beta Percy. Why didn't you say hello when you saw Miss Xiaodong?" Young Fan stared at him hatefully and braced himself to say to Xiaodong, "Hello, Miss Xiaodong." Xiaodong didn't even look at him. She came closer and only looked at Ma Qiao. She said slowly and softly, "Epsilon Majoris, look at your clothes. They're old and shabby. When you have time, come to my house and I'll take your measurements and make another set. If it's not convenient, it's okay. Just buy it on credit. With the friendship between our two families, mother won't say anything." Ma Qiao's face changed and he stammered, "No. No need, Sister Xiaodong, you're too polite. Friendship is friendship and business is business. These two things can't be confused. When I have the money to buy new clothes, I'll definitely take care of your family's business. Now, haha, we still have to patrol. See you later, Miss Xiaodong." As Ma Qiao spoke, he pulled young Fan up and ran away as if he was fleeing. Young Fan grinned and said, "Miss Xiaodong really has good taste. She must have taken a fancy to her brother Epsilon Majoris." Ma Qiao was shocked. "Don't talk nonsense. I'll have nightmares at night." Young Fan said, "That's strange. Is Miss Xiaodong not good enough for you?" Ma Qiao said, "Xiaodong is a good girl. Of course she's not picky. But her mother," Ma Qiao shivered and said with lingering fear, "that Auntie Hua is very sharp-tongued and arrogant. She's not easy to get along with." Back then, old Gao's new daughter-in-law complained that her clothes weren't good enough. She blocked the door and scolded her for 3 whole days. In the end, she scolded her so much that she almost hung herself. Her family only accepts son-in-law. If I became her son-in-law, I wouldn't be able to make a comeback for the rest of my life. Young Fan laughed and said, "Who told you to trick me? You've made a trap for yourself. But, as the old saying goes, don't laugh at others. Laughing at others is laughing at yourself." That evening, young Fan couldn't laugh anymore. It was the same alley, the same dragon claw pagoda tree, and the same Huang Yuanwei. Beta Percy. Huang Yuanwei. It was the same meeting and the same conversation. What was different was the look in Huang Yuanwei's eyes. Huang Yuanwei warmly looked at young Fan and gently said, "Erlang, how have you been?" Young Fan was baffled and replied, "Thank you for your concern. I'm doing well." Huang Yuanwei sighed and lightly patted his shoulder. He sighed and said, "A man doesn't cry easily. Ari, I know you're suffering, but we're men. Even if we lose, we can't lose. Take me for example. Last time, I lost Angela's Muji and my wife insisted that I gave it to my lover. She forced me to kneel on the washboard. My conscience is clear. Ahem, look at what I'm saying. Erlang, don't take it to heart and don't be too sad. What's yours is yours. What's not yours can't be forced. As the saying goes, don't bully the young for being poor. Don't think that you're just a worker in the show when workshop. In the future, you might be able to climb up and become a phoenix. At that time, make her regret it. Yes, Huang Yuanwei's priceless advice will be engraved in my heart. But, Huang Yuanwei, what are you talking about? You're still putting up a front. Forget it, I won't say any more. I can't pour salt on your wound. Remember my words, we're men. Our heads can be broken, our blood can flow, but we won't shed tears. We won't lower our heads. Let bygones be bygones. Look forward and think about the future." Ah. Huang Yuanwei affectionately patted young Fan's shoulder. He clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely went to Nanshan. Young Fan looked at Huang Yuanwei's swaying back and scratched the back of his head. He muttered to himself, "What's wrong with Huang Yuanwei today? lettuce, mushrooms, shepherd's purse. Hurry up and close the stall. Sell them as soon as you pay. Ah, Erlang is here. Second Uncle Song came over with a load of vegetables. He suddenly saw young Fan and his voice paused. It looked like he wanted to avoid young Fan and take a detour. In the end, young Fan caught sight of him. He hesitated for a moment and then walked over with an embarrassed smile. Young Fan said, "Oh, Second Uncle Song, you're back from your stall. Haha, business is good today. There are only a few dishes left." Yes. Today's business is good. Haha, Second Uncle Song's smile was very careful. He didn't look at young Fan. He carried the load on his shoulder and looked down. When he passed by young Fan, he deliberately brushed the load over. It was as if young Fan was made of paper and would break at the slightest touch. Young Fan noticed that when Second Uncle Song brushed past him, he secretly glanced at him out of the corner of his eyes. His eyes revealed a look of pity and sympathy. Pity? Sympathy? Young Fan suddenly had a plan. He thought suspiciously, what did that idiot Ma Qiao say about me behind my back? Chapter 57. The young lady who eloped with Beta Percy has eloped with someone else again. It was impossible to determine who the source of this explosive news was. Probably not long after noon, the news began to spread in the Showen workshop. By evening, everyone in the Showen workshop knew about it. Every broadcaster used their imagination to the fullest, further processing and embellishing the story, thus making it sound more pleasant, more touching, more gossipy, and more reasonable. In the end, it was so perfect that even if young Fan himself stood up and shouted, "My young lady didn't elope with someone else," no one would believe him. After being collectively recreated by the masses, the current mainstream version of the story went like this. The merchant girl who eloped with Beta Percy was 16 years old. She had snow-white skin and was incomparably beautiful. Unfortunately, she was fickle. When she eloped with Beta Percy, it was only because of a moment of confusion. Although Beta Percy was handsome, his family was very poor. That rich girl usually lived in luxury and had many servants. How could her delicate and timid body, accustomed to living like a princess, endure such a poor life? As a result, while Beta Percy was working in the workshop, the merchant girl was bewitched by a peddler who walked the streets. In the end, she packed up and eloped with the peddler. Why didn't Beta Percy's family have a meal these few days? It was because the merchant girl had run away with someone else. Why didn't Beta Percy return home these few days? During the day, there weren't many people in the workshop who could see him. That was because he had gone out to find a wife. After Xiao Qianyu lost his wife, he didn't dare to tell his neighbors about it. He was also very careful when looking for a wife, afraid that it would cause rumors and make a joke of himself. But now, he puffed out his chest and openly looked for the wife he had picked up. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone taller to hold it up. He, Xiao Lang, was a lost woman. Beta Percy was a woman who ran away with someone else. This was a fundamental difference. What was there for him to be ashamed of? Sure enough, when he publicized this matter, it did not cause any criticism. Everyone's attention was attracted by the elopement of young Fan's wife. Poor Beta Percy is infatuated, but he just had to encounter such a greedy and fickle woman. I don't know if he can overcome this obstacle of love. If he takes it too hard, who knows what he will do? How sinful. The kind-hearted aunts gathered together, and as they spoke, they could not help but pull up their sleeves to wipe the corners of their eyes, and shed tears of sympathy for him. Young Fan's good relations with others were fully displayed at this moment. Stop. Beta Percy is coming. Don't let him hear you. Ah, Auntie Liu, come with me to Nan City at noon tomorrow. I say, Qiao Sai's family, does Censor Liu's family still hire kitchen maids? The aunts quickly changed the topic. When young Fan walked over, they gathered together again and whispered. Young Fan felt very strange. Along the way, all the people he met had strange expressions on their faces. He felt that the people who gathered together to whisper must be talking about something related to him. But whenever he walked over and pricked up his ears, he would always hear things that had nothing to do with him. Ma Qiao, you idiot. Where the hell did you go? Yang Fan began to get angry. Ma Qiao, come over here. In the alley where Pastor's house was, Yang Fan finally saw Ma Qiao. Yang Fan immediately rolled up his sleeves and went to greet him. He grabbed his collar and said through gritted teeth, Ma Qiao, what did you say about me outside? Ma Qiao's expression changed. Xiao Fan, you have wronged me. How can I tell others about this? What kind of relationship do we have? Although we don't share the same mother, we are still good brothers who wear the same pants. How can I gossip about you outside? What kind of person do you think I, Ma Qiao, am? Do you think it's nice for you to embarrass me? Yang Fan loosened his grip in a daze and asked, slow down, slow down. Tell me first, what is it about me? Ma Qiao forced a smile and said, Lil Fan, we're brothers in this world. Why did you hide it from me? To be honest, when I first heard about it, I didn't believe it either. Every time I saw you, you were intimate. How could she be so heartless and leave just like that? But I just went to your house and she really wasn't there. Only then did I know that it was true. Xiao Fan, for a man to have this kind of thing happen, he really can't hold his head high. But you can't hide it. In my opinion, don't take it to heart. It's good for this kind of woman to leave. If she really stays, sooner or later she will do something wrong to you. I just went to discuss it with Xiao Ning. Yang Fan gradually understood. His expression became a little strange. Brother Qiao, are you talking about RNU? Yes. The people in the workshop think she ran away? Yes. Xiao Fan, don't be sad. I don't feel good seeing you like this. I just discussed it with Xiao Ning. She has a cousin who has just turned 12 this year. You see, you are only 17. If you want to get married, you have to wait another 3 years. At that time, she will be 15 and you will be 20. Auntie Liu said that she will bring the girl here another day and let you two meet first. If you think she is suitable, and the girl's family agrees, you will be married first. If not, it's okay. The aunties in the workshop said that as long as they see a suitable girl, they will definitely bring her to you for a blind date. Xiao Fan, don't think about her. If she left you and ran away, then she is unlucky. A man like you is hard to find. She has eyes but can't see. Yang Fan took a deep breath and asked word by word, who told you that RNU ran away with someone? Ma Fan looked surprised. She didn't run away. Is she still at home? What kind of nonsense is this? These people are really gossiping. This is great. I will go and talk to them for you right now. Tell them not to ruin your wife's reputation. Yang Fan suddenly lowered his head and his shoulders shook violently. Ma Qiao hurriedly asked, Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Yang Fan lowered his head and endured for a long time before he could resist the urge to burst out laughing. His eyes were filled with tears. He slowly raised his head and said with tears in his eyes, you are right. RNU really left. Ma Qiao looked at him, then suddenly opened his arms and hugged him tightly in his embrace. He said emotionally, brother, I know you are suffering. If you want to cry, then cry it out. If you cry it out, then your heart won't feel bad. We are men who value friendship. It is not shameful to cry. Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he really didn't know how to explain it. Tin Ano's sudden appearance had been taken as an elopement girl by the neighbors, and this reason was the most easily accepted and believed by the common people. Now, Tin Ano's departure could also be explained as an elopement, which would save a lot of trouble. So, Yang Fan admitted to this matter. In this way, Yang Fan became the #1 tragic man in the show when workshop. He had to cooperate with everyone, didn't he? Besides, if he acted as if nothing had happened, it would also arouse suspicion. So, this tragic man changed into black clothes every night and snuck into the Ministry of War to search for the list of Dragon Martial Army generals who had been responsible for escorting the dethroned Crown Prince Lixian to Bazhu. During the day, he would walk the streets and alleys, putting on a gloomy and bitter face and accepting people's kind words of comfort. Regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, everyone gave in and coaxed him. Even Su Fangjing and Marquis Wu's bad luck, who had always spoken in a rough and loud voice, would speak softly when ordering him to do things. They spread rumors out of curiosity, but this didn't prevent them from expressing their goodwill to Yang Fan. Young Fan was also happy to use this reason to explain Tin Ano's sudden appearance and departure. The only thing that troubled him was that he had been going on more blind dates recently. In order to avoid these senseless harassment, Young Fan could only use the excuse that RNU had just left him and was in a bad mood as an excuse to decline them one by one. He declined the good intentions of the aunties in the workshop. As a result, the tragic man was once again upgraded to the infatuated man. The coquettish eyes that had been thrown at him in the past were now full of tenderness, as if he only needed to crook his little finger, and the female bodhisattvas would give him their bodies and tenderness to soothe his wounded heart. This kind of look was even more frightening than the coquettish eyes. So much so that when Young Fan walked through the alleys with his whistle stick, cleaned the canals, patrolled the alleys, and maintained public order, he would lower his head and leave in a hurry whenever he saw someone, unwilling to converse with them. Naturally, this was interpreted by people as the wound of love is hard to heal, and he is sad. The infatuated man had transformed into the saint of love. The kind and gossipy people of the Showan workshop were wishfully and tirelessly molding the saint of love in their hearts step by step. However, as the saying goes, the flower planted intentionally does not grow, but the willow planted unintentionally grows. Young Fan had never thought that because of this blunder, he would find a clue to the whereabouts of his enemy that he had been searching for so long. Chapter 58. For 5 consecutive days, the craze of Young Fan's elopement with his wife had yet to die down. Young Fan had originally done it on purpose, intending to make use of everyone's misunderstanding to cover up the fact that Tin Ano had left. However, after being comforted by so many people, it was as if such a thing had really happened, causing him to feel uneasy in his heart. These few days, he had already heard too many comforting and consoling words. He was in so much pain that he had never known that being comforted by others could be so painful. When this pain fell into the eyes of those who were observant, it naturally had a completely different interpretation. Thus, those who were persuading him put in even more effort. At this moment, the person who was persuading him was Miss Xiaodong. People would always sympathize with those who were more unfortunate than them, and it was easier for them to forgive those who had offended them. When Miss Xiaodong heard the news that Young Fan's wife had eloped with someone else, her full of resentment melted like snow. When she saw Young Fan at the door, she immediately stopped and pulled Young Fan back. Like an older sister, she earnestly consoled him. "Erlang, I've said so much, have you listened to me? As a man, how can you be defeated by this kind of thing? If she doesn't want you, that's because she doesn't have good taste. Cheer up, don't be so listless, or else I'll look down on you." Yes, I understand. Miss Xiaodong, are you going to deliver clothes to someone? Hurry up and get busy, I will definitely pull myself together. Young Fan tried hard to straighten his chest and burst into a sunny smile. He only hoped that this overly compassionate young lady would quickly let him go. "Xiaodong, haven't you delivered the clothes to the guest yet? Who are you chatting with at the door?" Following the voice, Auntie Hua walked out of the courtyard in a very unhappy manner. She focused her eyes and saw that the person standing in front of her was actually Young Fan. Auntie Hua's unhappy expression was immediately swept away, and she immediately became amiable. "Xiaodong, hurry up and deliver the clothes to the guest. Don't let the guest wait too long. Mother wants to talk to Erlang." "Oh." Xiaodong agreed and finally ended her mental work. Xiaodong carried the clothes and left as if there was no one else around. Auntie Hua kindly said to Young Fan, "Erlang, Auntie has also heard about your family's matters. Please don't take it to heart. A real man will never have to worry about not having a wife. A handsome young man like you, are you afraid that you won't be able to find a wife?" Young Fan screamed in his heart, "It's over, it's starting again." He hurriedly straightened his back and pretended to be excited. "Auntie Hua, don't worry. These past few days, the neighbors have been trying to persuade me. I've thought it through. It's hard to find a 2-legged toad, but there are plenty of 2-legged girls. I won't take this matter to heart." "That's right." Auntie Hua clapped her hands and beamed with joy. "Auntie will tell you the truth. When I first heard that a merchant's daughter eloped to your house, Auntie disapproved from the bottom of her heart. These merchants are different from us workers. Merchants value profits more than benevolence and righteousness. Think about it. Do you think a child who grew up in such a family would have a good character? Erlang, this merchant's daughter really can't be a good wife. You don't even have a status. If she leaves, then so be it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Why do you have to be so dejected? If you really marry this merchant's daughter, who knows what kind of embarrassing things will happen in the future? Auntie Hua looked around and pulled young Fan towards the eaves of the door. She lowered her voice and said, "Have you heard of Yang Mingxing, the director of the Ministry of Justice?" Yang Fan didn't know why she suddenly mentioned Yang Langzhong. But Auntie Hua's fierce reputation made him afraid. He quickly nodded and said obediently, "Yes, I have heard of him." Auntie Hua said mysteriously, "Auntie will tell you that Yang Langzhong's wife, Lady Qi, is a merchant's daughter. When she was young, she had an ambiguous relationship with her cousin. Yang Langzhong's daughter is most likely not Yang Langzhong's biological daughter. That child's eyebrows and eyes, no matter how you look at it, are very similar to her uncle's." Yang Fan didn't have the patience to listen to this kind of gossip. But Auntie Hua was in high spirits and it wasn't good to leave immediately. He could only agree vaguely. Auntie Hua said excitedly, "Just say it." He found a merchant's daughter to be his wife. When he couldn't keep an eye on her, she had an affair with her husband and ruined his family's reputation. If he wasn't careful, he would even be raising a child for her. Speaking of which, Dr. Yang didn't have a choice back then. Although he was a scholar, his family was very poor. His studies and examinations were all supported by his wife's family. Later on, when he entered the official career, it was his wife's family who used money to smooth things over and help him get a good job in the Ministry of Justice. I remember at that time he... Oh. Yes, Zhanggu. At that time, he was a Zhanggu official in the Ministry of Justice. His mouth was tied because he ate from others, so his wife could do whatever she wanted. If you married a merchant's daughter and had a rich father-in-law, would you be able to raise your head in front of your wife? In the end, you would still have to obediently be manipulated by others. Take Yang Langzhong for example. When he was a Zhanggu official in the Ministry of Justice, he was already an official. But he served his wife at home more diligently than he did in the Yamen. His daughter's background was unclear, but he pretended to be deaf and mute and endured it. His wife, on the other hand, was very arrogant. I remember that when Lady Qi was about to give birth, Yang Zhanggu happened to leave Dongju for Shaoju on official business. He was thousands of miles away, and he was gone for 2 or 3 months. He didn't come back until the child was almost 1 month old. However, Lady Qi didn't let it go. She insisted that her husband heard some gossip and found an excuse to leave the capital. In a rage, she took the child and went back to her mother's home. She did something wrong to her husband, but she still dared to be so arrogant. What right did she have? Wasn't it the power of her mother's family? Poor young Zhanggu went to his father-in-law's house, knelt and kowtowed to his father-in-law, and begged for forgiveness. Only then did he invite his wife back. But in less than 2 years, Yang Zhanggu was promoted. Since then, his career has been smooth, and he has been promoted step by step. Now he is a minister of the Ministry of Justice. It's different from before. With Yang Langzhong's high position and power, Lady Qi and the eldest daughter of the Yang family have had a hard time these past few years. Originally, Yang Fan was very impatient to listen to her talk about other people's family affairs. But he had been in Luoyang for so long, and had always been investigating Shaoju. He was very sensitive to this name. Suddenly hearing the 2 words Shaoju from Auntie Hua's mouth, his heart suddenly thumped, and he hurriedly asked, "Auntie, is what you said true?" Auntie Hua said, "How is it not true?" At that time, Auntie was a needlemaker in the Yang family. Others may not know about the Yang family's affairs, but those who worked in the Yang family's inner courtyard, who didn't know? At that time, Lady Qi was so powerful and domineering, and how Yang Zhanggu swallowed his anger, Auntie saw it with her own eyes. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "No, no, no. Your nephew is asking about Yang Langzhong's official business in Shaoju. Is this true?" At that time, Yang Langzhong was just a small Zhanggu. If the imperial court had any official business that required them to send people thousands of miles to Shaoju, They couldn't possibly send a ninth-ranked official, could they? Auntie Hua said, "Hi. Auntie is a woman, how could she know about official business? Auntie doesn't know who should be sent and who should not be sent." But, Yang Zhanggu left Dongju for 2 to 3 months, this is absolutely true. At that time, I was a needlemaker in the Yang family, so I heard it clearly. When Lady Qi was venting her anger on Yang Zhanggu, the first aunt was right beside her. She heard Yang Zhanggu explaining to her that he was ordered by his superior to go to Shaoju for a very important mission, which was why he came back late. He swallowed his anger and explained it to her several times. How could Auntie have heard it wrong? "Oh, Auntie, what year was it?" "That year. Oh, I can't remember it clearly. The imperial court's era name is always changing. Auntie doesn't even know what year it is this year." "Hi. Anyway, it was 2 months before the birth of the Yang family's daughter. That's why I say, you really can't marry a merchant's daughter, especially since you're not an official and have no money. If others bully you, you won't be able to live happily with a beautiful wife." Yes, 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 yes. Auntie Hua's words have enlightened me. I'll keep it in my heart. Yang Fan nodded his head in agreement, secretly making a mental note of this matter. Finally, Auntie Hua, who was a chatterbox, stopped talking and went home with satisfaction. Yang Fan also left in a hurry. He had already learned some information about Yang Langzhong from Auntie Hua. If he abruptly asked Auntie Hua about Yang Langzhong's appearance, or the age of the Yang family's eldest daughter, if something happened to Yang Langzhong in the future, he couldn't guarantee that Auntie Hua wouldn't think of him. So he had to find another way. Yang Fan wandered around the square. He took the initiative to chat with those people who had nothing better to do at the alley entrance. Under his indirect questioning, he quickly found out the information he wanted to know. The Yang family's daughter was 7 years old this year. 7 years ago was the 2nd year of Yongchun. The end of that year was changed to the 1st year of Hongdao. The month of the girl's birth was the beginning of summer 7 years ago. According to Auntie Hua, Yang Langzhong went to Shaoju 2 months before the child was born. He came back 1 month after the child was born. These 3 months coincided with the time of the murder. Was this Yang Langzhong the person he was looking for? Chapter 59. It wasn't easy to become an official in the Tang dynasty, and the aristocratic families were still the main providers of court officials. At this time, most of the quotas for the so-called imperial examinations were in the hands of the major clans. How many famous poets and scholars couldn't even muddle their way to an official position at the age of 50? Even if they were to become an official, they couldn't even dream of becoming a 7th-rank official without the backing of a major clan. It was easier said than done for a commoner to stand out, but Yang Mingsheng had risen from a small director of the Ministry of Justice to the 3rd highest position in the Ministry of Justice in just a few years. Who was the disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice? One step up would be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Above him were only the 2 positions of Minister and Assistant Minister, but he could already be considered an important official in the court. Yang Mingsheng wasn't born into an aristocratic family, nor had he married into a noble family. How could it be so easy for him to sit in this position? Yang Fan's heart was full of doubts, but he couldn't be sure that Yang Langzhong was the person he was looking for. Yang Langzhong was a director of the Ministry of Justice and a civil official. Coincidentally, there was also a civil official at the scene of the murder. Apart from the soldiers of the Dragon Martial Army, there was only one civil official. He clearly remembered the civil official's appearance. He wanted to take a look at this Yang Langzhong's appearance before deciding what to do next. However, there weren't many people who had seen Yang Langzhong. Most people in the workshop knew Yang Langzhong's house, but very few had seen Yang Langzhong. Even the shopkeeper of Marquis Wu's shop and BSH had never seen Yang Langzhong in person. With their status, even if they were to visit, they were only qualified to chat with Yang Langzhong's steward. The disciplinary officer was of high status and power. How could commoners like them have the chance to see him? Even workers like Yang Fan and Ma Qiao, who were responsible for opening the workshop, could only see the carriage of 4 horses driving out of the Yang residence when they opened the door every day. The next day, Yang Fan woke up very early. He was not in charge of opening the workshop this month, so there was no need for him to wake up so early. Young Fan found a random excuse to strike up a conversation with the stall keeper and took the initiative to help him buy breakfast. He hurried to Jiang Zuning's stall and bought 2 bowls of noodle soup. When he walked back to the main gate of the Yang mansion, the red lacquered gate of the Yang mansion opened on time. When it was Young Fan's turn to open the gate, he had to welcome and send the officials' carriages and horses to the court every day. The Yang residence was located at the first bend of the entrance to the Fang Square. The residence's gate faced the cross street inside the Fang Square, so he was very clear about the time Yang Langzhong opened and left the Fang Square every day. On the other hand, Yang Langzhong always went out on time, never early, never late. The door opened. The hinges of the Yang residence's main gate must be regularly oiled and maintained, so that when the gate was opened, it would be soundless. When the red lacquered gate opened, the sunlight shone on the door, rippling with a bloody light. Young Fan could not help but squint his eyes slightly. A few servants walked out of the Yang family and lifted the tall threshold to the side. A carriage with 4 horses and 4 horses slowly came out of the courtyard. The carriage, surrounded by a few puffed-out slaves, drove towards the entrance. The servants at the back lowered the threshold again. Young Fan suddenly picked up a big wooden bowl and walked over. Ouch! Young Fan cried out, as if he had just seen the Yang family's carriage. He wanted to dodge, but in his haste, he tripped on the uneven ground and fell forward. The bowl of noodle soup splashed out, splashing onto the head and face of a slave. Damn it! You little beast, how preposterous! The slave flew into a rage and reached out to grab Young Fan. His claw stretched out, but for some reason, it was stuck in the greasy bowl. Huh! You're so unreasonable. I accidentally tripped and fell. I was just about to apologize, so how could you hit me? Can the rich and powerful be so unreasonable? Young Fan stretched his neck and cried out. The slave's claw missed, and his head and face were covered in grease. He was already very annoyed, and when he heard Young Fan complain, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. He stepped forward and grabbed Young Fan's collar, about to punch him. Young Fan immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Someone come quickly, fellow villagers, come and see. The people of Yang Langzhong's family are bullying us." A group of bored commoners surrounded them. Young Fan, who was very popular with women, immediately received the enthusiastic support of the aunties and wives. This is too unreasonable. How can they be like this? Even if they are powerful and influential, they can't bully people like this. Stop. The slave threw a punch. Young Fan covered his head with both hands and used his forearm to block the punch. The slave was about to throw a second punch when a dignified shout suddenly came from the carriage. The bamboo curtains were slowly rolled up, revealing a cold and solemn face. Young Mingsheng, about 40 years old, had a slender neck, a hooked nose, and a pair of sharp eyes. He slightly turned his head and looked out of the carriage. His disdainful eyes were like a vulture looking down at its prey from a high vantage point. It was very intimidating. In particular, the 2 deeply sunken wrinkles on both sides of his nose caused his face to reveal an extremely cold and stern expression. Yang Langzhong coldly asked, "What is it?" "Ah Lang, master, this rascal splashed soup all over my face for no reason." The servant quickly explained the situation to Young Mingsheng. Without waiting for Young Fan to speak, many people around helped Young Fan. He was just careless. Wasn't it because he wanted to avoid your carriage? He has already apologized. Killing someone is just a matter of nodding his head to the ground. What else do you want? Young Mingsheng's brows slightly wrinkled. He withdrew his hawk-like sharp gaze and lightly said, "Let him go. Go back and change your clothes. You don't need to accompany me to court today. Let's go." The bamboo curtain was slowly lowered, covering his upright and still body. The commoners, to him, were just ants under his feet. If an ant climbed onto his feet, he would just flick it away. Who would be angry with an ant? The carriage rumbled away, and the people who had gathered to watch the show also dispersed. The ant that was ignored by Young Langzhong was still staring in the direction of his departure, motionless. That pair of sunken eyes, that hawk-like nose, that sharp and cold gaze, that meticulous hair, and especially those 2 ravine-like wrinkles, were like magnets that deeply attracted his eyes. Young Fan's eyes gradually rippled with a bloody shadow. The scene in front of him was sometimes hazy and sometimes clear. He seemed to see a verdant valley, a burning village, mutilated corpses, and mournful and desperate cries. He seemed to see his elder sister running in the mountains like a doe, watching her head fly. All kinds of scenes changed in his mind. The background was always young Mingxing's infinitely magnified image, sunken eyes, hawk-like nose, and 2 deep wrinkles. Kill. Kill them all. Don't let a single one go. The fierce and gloomy voice kept echoing in young Fan's ears, getting louder and louder. The blood, the fire, and the corpses were all diluted by the louder and louder voice. Finally, only the face with the sunken eyes and hawk-like nose was infinitely magnified, covering the entire valley, rippling in the blood-red flames. Under the ravine-like wrinkles, the mouth opened and closed, roaring, "Kill! Kill them all! Don't let a single one go!" Young Mingxing, it was him. He was young Mingxing. Young Fan would never forget young Mingxing's appearance for the rest of his life. At that time, he was still young. He was lying in the grass with a clump of weeds covering his body. Only a pair of frightened eyes could be seen. He could only see this person. This person's appearance had been deeply engraved in his mind since then. He didn't know how many times he had woken up from nightmares. Many years had passed, and he rarely had nightmares, but he had never forgotten this image. He had never forgotten it. The heavens had pity on him. He had finally found the cruel official with the sunken eyes and hawk-like nose. Who said there was no heaven's will? Wasn't this the will of heaven? Elder sister, father, mother. Young Fan's eyes were lightly covered with a layer of tears. He raised his face and blinked away the tears in his eyes. Then, he lowered his head and walked back. A heart-palpitating smile quietly appeared on his lips. Chapter 60. When night fell, the doors closed one after another. Other than Marquis Wu patrolling the streets from time to time, there was no one else to be seen. In the Xiuwen workshop, there were a few houses that were still brightly lit. In the southeast corner of the workshop, Fang Yuanwei's house was currently hosting a banquet for distinguished guests that had come from afar. In the northwest corner, there was a brothel where music was being played. In the dim light of the night, decadent sounds drifted in spirals. In young Fan's small room, the lamp was as small as a bean, and it was extremely quiet. A mouse poked its head out from the corner of the wall. It seemed to be a little uneasy because of this unusual silence. It squeaked twice, and finally gave up and went back into the hole in the wall. The dim light shone on young Fan's body. Young Fan was kneeling on the ground, dressed in neat short clothes. He had already retrieved the bundle from the bird's nest. At this moment, it was untied and spread out on the table. Young Fan took out a sharp short knife, tested the sharp edge with his finger, and inserted it into his waist where it was easiest to pull out. Then, he took out a small sword and gently inserted it into his leggings. Finally, he took out a mask. This mask had a green face, red eyebrows, and 2 snow-white fangs. In the night, it looked extremely terrifying. This was the exorcism mask that could be bought anywhere on the street. Young Fan gently placed the mask on his knees, waved his hand to extinguish the candle, closed his eyes, and quietly waited. Bang! 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 The sound of night watchmen faintly came from afar. Young Fan's thoughts were surging in the blood. The people running for their lives in the mountains and valleys, the arrows and blades that hunted them down like hunters, the fallen bodies, men, women, old people, children. A green-robed civil official with sunken eyes and a hawk nose reined in his horse and stood on a high slope. He coldly ordered, "Kill! Kill them all! Don't let a single one go!" Young Fan's body suddenly trembled. His eyes suddenly opened. It was as if 2 electric lights suddenly flashed in the dark room. Then, the light gradually disappeared, and it became ordinary. Superior martial arts not only cultivated the body, but also the mind. His mind was already more stable and dignified than most of his peers. Strategy is the most important. Plan before you act. This was something his father had once explained to him when he was young. At that time, he had completely disregarded these words, but for some reason, he could often think of them now. After a long time, young Fan gently put the mask on his face, and he turned into a ferocious ghost with a green face and fangs. Young Fan slowly stood up and flashed out of the room like a ghost. In a simple and elegant study room. There were some antiques and historical books on the bookshelves on both sides. Under the wall, there was a table with curved legs and rolled ears. On the table, there was a veiled lamp, paper, ink, brush, inkstone, and a stack of files. Young Mingxing, the disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice, was sitting cross-legged behind the desk. Behind him was a huge screen with calligraphy on it. Lines of large, ink-stained characters were written on it. The Han clan has its own system. Originally, it was based on the tyrannical Tao. How could it allow pure virtue to be taught, and use Juzhen? Moreover, secular Confucianism is not suitable for the times. It is good that it is ancient and not modern. It causes people to be dazzled by its name and not know what to guard. How can it be appointed? Therefore, those who use the country, establish righteousness as a king, establish faith as a tyrant. The higher one can be a king, the lower one can be a tyrant, and use tyranny to support the way of the king. Young Mingxing took a sip of tea and flipped a page of the file. He continued to read seriously. The tea was not clear because salt, pepper, ginger, jujube, cheese, and other seasonings were added to the tea. The soup was stewed in a big pot. The taste was really not good for modern people, but that was how the tea ceremony was at this time. At this time, tea was not a popular beverage in the upper class of the Tang dynasty. Other than the people of Sichuan, only monks and Taoists liked to drink tea. The people of Sichuan were the first to drink tea. The people of Sichuan, who had developed a sense of taste, began to drink tea as early as the Western Han dynasty. However, this habit was limited to the local people. Young Mingxing was from Sichuan, so he had this habit that was not popular in Luoyang. Young Mingxing finished reading this page of the file. He picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. He gently pushed the teacup with blue glaze and white flowers to the side. He narrowed his hawk-like sharp eyes and looked at the closed file in front of him. He stroked his beard and fell into deep thought. At this time, a figure jumped into the courtyard of Yang Langzhong's house like a ghost. Yang Langzhong's house was magnificent and took up several acres of land. However, it was still quiet at night. There were only a few lanterns hanging at the corners of the corridors. The lanterns gently swayed in the night wind, emitting a dim light. At this time, many rich families did not have fixed rules for building houses. They would build houses according to different topography or according to the interests and hobbies of the owner. Therefore, the architecture of the houses was not the same, and it was not easy to judge where the owner lived based on experience. Moreover, Young Fan had been overseas since he was a child and did not know much about the layout of the big families in the Central Plains. However, he was patient. After sneaking into the Yang's house, Young Fan did not rush into action. He stood quietly for a while. Although it was only separated by a wall from the cross street, he had never been to the Yang's house before. He first familiarized himself with the scenery and layout of the courtyard, then crouched down and felt his way into the back of the house. Suddenly, he stopped behind a cluster of flowering trees. He keenly noticed that there was a lamp in the corner of the corridor. Under the lamp, there was a big black dog lying lazily. Young Fan's brows furrowed slightly. The Yang's raising a vicious dog was troublesome. A dog's sense of smell and hearing was far more sensitive than a human's. It could detect the intrusion of a stranger from far away. If it barked a few times, it would attract the attention of the guards of the house, and that would be very bad. Young Fan cautiously moved closer. When he was still a distance away, the black dog suddenly raised its head and looked left and right. It sniffed its nose alertly, as if it had sensed something strange. Young Fan immediately stopped and did not move forward. He had wanted to kill the night guard dog, but just as he was about to act, his heart suddenly moved and he suddenly thought of a problem. Young Mingxing is the disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice. He is in charge of prison litigation and has a high position and power. The security in his house cannot be too lax. Since there is a night guard dog here, is there a night watchman? Hua Xiaoqian stood under the osmanthus tree for a long time. The night wind was a little cold. He wrapped his cloak tightly around himself and took a deep breath. The osmanthus tree was full of sweet fragrance, and the smell was quite refreshing. Hua Xiaoqian was a qualified night watchman. The position he chose was very good. This position was in the corner of the courtyard, and he could see the whole courtyard. No movement could escape his eyes. And no matter which direction someone came from, it was not easy to find the night watchman standing under the tree, dressed in colorful clothes that were almost the same color as the bark of the tree. With his back against the tree, he did not have to worry about a sneak attack from behind. There was a faint sound of clappers coming from the street. Hua Xiaoqian listened carefully. It was almost midnight. In another hour, the shift would change. He had stood for a long time, and his feet were a little sore. He wanted to jump onto the sweet-scented osmanthus tree and sit on the overgrown branches to rest. After enduring for another hour, he could go back and have a good sleep. A gust of wind blew, and some osmanthus petals fell from the tree. Hua Xiaoqian loosened his grip on the hilt of the knife, bent his knees, and jumped up. Every other night, Hua Xiaoqian would be on watch for 4 hours. He would always choose this spot. Every night, when it was quiet, he would jump onto this osmanthus tree to rest. Thus, he knew this osmanthus tree like the back of his hand. He didn't even need to lift his head to know what the osmanthus tree looked like. He knew that there was a horizontal branch that could support his weight and that it was very comfortable to sit on. Hua Xiaoqian was good at martial arts. With one jump, he jumped about 10 feet high. Then he stretched out his hand. When his hand reached out, it should be able to touch a branch. As long as he reached out, he could pull himself up, and with a twist of his waist, he could sit on the branch with his back against the tree and smell the fragrance of the flowers. But this time there was something unexpected. Just as his body jumped up, he felt his shoulder sink and his mouth was tightly covered. The hand that was about to grab the branch was tightly gripped by a large hand that was like an iron pincer. It was twisted in a strange position to his back. If he used even the slightest bit of force, he would feel unbearable pain. When he landed back on the ground, there was an extra person behind him. The moonlight shone on his back and 2 figures appeared on the ground. Silence. If you don't want to die. This was a hoarse and old voice. Hua Xiaoqian only needed to move slightly to know that he had no way to resist. He quickly nodded to indicate that he was willing to cooperate. The hand covering Hua Xiaoqian's mouth loosened slightly and slid down to his throat. Hua Xiaoqian's throat was tightly gripped. The force from the fingers was very strong. He knew very well that if he screamed, the hand would immediately crush his throat. Who is this elder? Do you know that this is the mansion of young Langzhong of the Ministry of Justice? Hua Xiaoqian immediately revealed the identity of his master. He hoped that the other party was a thief or a great thief who had mistakenly barged in without knowing the identity of the owner of this mansion. Thieves did not fight with officials and did not dislike trouble. After all, there were only a few thieves who went against the government. Moreover, young Langzhong was an official in charge of the Ministry of Justice and Prison. Great thieves and thieves were even more unwilling to deal with him. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. The old and deep voice hoarsely said, "This old man has come for young Mingsheng." Chapter 61. Hua Xiaoqian rolled his eyes and asked hesitantly, "Sir, you are?" The old voice chuckled, "Do you think I will tell you?" Hua Xiaoqian said, "I am just looking after the house and making a living. Please have mercy on me." The old voice said, "I have no enmity with you. Why would I kill you? I want to accumulate some good fortune for my children and grandchildren. As long as you listen to me, I will not hurt you. Speak. Where is young Mingsheng now?" "Lang Zhong is asleep." "Where?" "In the main room of the second courtyard." "Good, take me there." Hua Xiaoqian was silent. The person behind him sneered, "If you want to be loyal, that's up to you. Maybe young Mingsheng will remember to compensate your family." Then, the iron fingers on Hua Xiaoqian's throat tightened. Hua Xiaoqian was shocked and quickly said, "I am telling the truth. Lang Zhong, he is still in the study." The old voice harumphed and said, "I knew you were lying. Bring me there and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I will take your dog life." "Very well, I will promise you." "Sir, please don't go back on your word." "I always keep my promises." Hua Xiaoqian wanted to move forward, but the fingers on his throat tightened and pulled him back. The cold voice said, "Wait, take care of that black dog first." Hua Xiaoqian said with a bitter face, "How should I take care of it?" The voice behind him sneered, "Don't tell me you are not familiar with it. The night watchman and the night watchdog are not familiar with each other. If you move, it will start barking. Wouldn't that be a joke?" Hua Xiaoqian's last hope was shattered. He had no choice but to call out, "Xiaobai! Xiaobai!" The black dog was called Xiaobai. Yang Fan, who was standing behind Hua Xiaoqian, was speechless. The big black dog had just poked its head out to look around, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. It had already crouched down again, but when it heard the call, its ears perked up. Hearing that it was Xiaoqian calling for it, it ran over while shaking its head and wagging its tail. After all, an animal was an animal, and its intelligence could not be compared to that of a human. Although its 6 senses were abnormally sensitive, and even a high-flying ranger could not avoid its eyes and ears, at this moment, the intruder was right in front of it, but because it was accompanied by a familiar person, it could not distinguish between friend and foe. Little White ran to Hua Xiaoqian's side and lowered its head to sniff the tip of his boots. It then raised its head and wagged its tail at him. Perhaps in the black dog's heart, it thought that Hua Xiaoqian was bored and called it over to play. The old voice behind him spoke again, "Looks like you're really familiar with it. Since you can control it, that's for the best. Take me to the study in the backyard. Since the dog doesn't bark, why kill it?" When Hua Xiaoqian heard the words of the person behind him, he quietly let out a sigh of relief. If the person behind him was not even willing to kill a dog, let alone a human, it seemed that as long as he was obedient, there was still a high chance of survival. Hua Xiaoqian even thought, maybe this Nightwalker did not intend to harm the doctor, but just wanted to complain. These people in the pugilistic world are very strange, so this reason is not impossible. This thought made Hua Xiaoqian feel a little better. He softened his voice and said to the black dog, "Little White, be a good boy and go back to sleep. Go, go, go." The black dog seemed to understand his words, and ran back to the house in a flash. It lay on the ground, still looking in their direction. Yang Fan held on to Hua Xiaoqian and slowly walked forward. They walked past the black dog, around the side of the house, and walked along the dimly lit corridor. The big black dog did not bark, and even wagged its tail at them in a friendly manner. The two of them walked to the backyard, passed through a moon gate, and followed a small path in the flower beds to the left. At the end of the path, there was a small building, and on top of it was a lit window. Hua Xiaoqian stopped and said, "This is the place. Other than Yang Mingsheng, who else is there in the building?" "This, I do not know, but usually when the doctor deals with official matters, he only brings a page boy with him to serve tea and grind ink." "Good. If you are not lying, I guarantee that you will see the sun tomorrow morning." As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Xiaoqian's ears shook, and his whole body fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Yang Mingsheng was reviewing the case of Seo Kyungjin, the younger brother of the British minister Xu Jingye. Xu Jingye was the grandson of Xu Shiji, one of the 24 meritorious officials of the pavilion of Lingyan. Xu Shiji defeated the Turks and Goguryeo. Together with Li Jing, he was known as the two famous generals of the Tang dynasty. He had served in the 3 reigns of Gaozu, Taizong, and Gaozong, and was regarded as a pillar of the imperial court. Later, Gaozong Li Ji wanted to make Wu Mainyang empress, but Zhongsun Wuji and a group of Guanlong faction officials strongly opposed it. Although Wu Mainyang's family also belonged to the Guanlong faction, Zhongsun Wuji and his group approved of the empress candidate, Empress Wang, the daughter of the Guanlong Wang family. At that time, Xu Shiji, who held military power, expressed his support at the critical moment, and Wu Mainyang was successfully conferred as empress. Therefore, at that time, Empress Wu and Xu Shiji's family were very close, like family. Unfortunately, the honeymoon would eventually pass. Later, Empress Wu's authority grew, and she wantonly executed members of Li Tang's imperial clan, demoted and killed ministers loyal to Li Tang's imperial clan. Xu Shiji's grandson, Xu Jingye, who had inherited the title of Duke of England, was also demoted to Liu Province's major. When Xu Jingye passed through Yangzhou, he happened to meet Tang Jiqi, Luo Binwang, and a group of people who were also demoted. After a discussion, they raised the banner of supporting Li Tang and began to oppose Wu. In the end, they failed not long after. Shu Shiji's direct descendants, except for a few who heard the news and escaped, hid their names and escaped, the rest were all executed. In her rage, Wu Zetian not only issued an imperial edict to demote Shu Jingye's grandfather and father, 2 generations of official titles, she also ordered people to dig up Shu Shiji's grave, the coffin was chopped to pieces with axes, and the corpse was whipped with leather. The depth of her anger could be seen from this. Of course Yang Mingsheng knew that although the Empress Dowager was a woman, she was not a narrow-minded, vile person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The Empress Dowager was a man of great talent and bold strategy. Whatever she did, she had her reasons. She would not stretch out her sharp claws for no reason, just to show off her power and prestige, or just to vent the anger in her heart. All of her actions had an extremely profound meaning. All of the above was to punish the chicken to warn the monkey. In the last few years, Empress Wu's movements were frequent. She already had the intention to overthrow Li Tang's order, to take over the world and replace him. But a woman sitting on the world's throne, this had never happened since the beginning of time, it was very difficult. If she did not use cruel and ruthless methods, how could she make the heroes of the world submit? Killing Li Tang's imperial family, even killing her own son and grandson, was for this purpose. Killing Li Tang's loyal officials was also to cut off the obstacles, using cruel methods to attack the opponents was also for this purpose. And now, Seo Kyungjin was arrested and brought back to the capital for trial. His confession was all there, the truth was already clear. Why did the Empress Dowager still ask the Ministry of Justice to reopen the case? The Empress Dowager's real motive, to be so cautious, it was likely that the drunkard had ulterior motives. It seemed that the Empress Dowager wanted to use the Seo Kyungjin case to cut off some branches and roots of the big tree that was Li Tang, this swaying tree that was on the verge of collapse. The Empress Dowager placed people like them in an important position. It was making the best use of their talents. If they could not understand the intentions of their superiors, and use the Seo Kyungjin case to do something that satisfied the Empress Dowager, how could they receive the Empress Dowager's favor? Since he understood the Empress Dowager's true intentions, Yang Mingsheng's thoughts became smoother. He narrowed his eyes and thought, the Empress Dowager gave the case of Seo Kyungjin to Assistant Minister Ju, and Assistant Minister Ju gave this case to me to handle. It seems that Assistant Minister Daran also wants to smuggle goods. This case needs to be used well. If it is done well, we can suppress Lai Suo. This chance cannot be missed. Right now, there were 4 ruthless officials among the Empress Dowager's subordinates. They were Qiu Shinji, Zhu Xing, Lai Junchen, and Suo Yuanli. On the surface, these 4 were in cahoots with each other and were the public enemies of the world, but there were factions among them. Qiu Shinji was the second son of Qiu Xingong, a meritorious official of the early Tang. He had always been in the army, and was now the great general of the left Golden Guards. The autumn official assistant minister, Zhu Xing, was originally from the capital's Chang'an, and was also the son of an aristocratic family. When he was young, he began to study law and later became an official. He was the minister of Shangshu province, the assistant minister of agriculture, and was placed in an important position by the Empress Dowager. He became the autumn official assistant minister, and was in charge of the Ministry of Justice. These 2 people were both from aristocratic families, so they had a good relationship and formed a faction. And Lai Suo was Lai Junchen and Suo Yuanli. These 2 were just scoundrels from the streets, and had relied on informants to become officials. They did not fit in with Qiu Ju. On the surface, they were polite, but in private, they fought fiercely for power and favor. Yang Mingsheng was on Zhu Xing's faction, and naturally would not let go of such a good chance to show off his faction's power. Before Seo Kyungjin had been escorted to Jing, he had already been considering how to use this matter to cause a calamity of imprisonment. In fact, Seo Kyungjin's confession was not important, and it was also not important whether he had a confession or not. What was important was to first understand the Empress Dowager's intentions, and then decide who to deal with. Yang Mingsheng was thinking hard. Downstairs, the little errand boy, Mu Ninga, was holding a large cattail leaf fan and fanning the charcoal fire to boil tea. He threw 2 pieces of charcoal into the fire, and the slightly dimmed flame lit up again, reflecting a red light on the small clay stove. Mu Ninga yawned and muttered sleepily, "Our Lang is staying up late again, making me unable to sleep." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm appeared on his shoulder. The palm was like a knife, and with a slanted slash, the little errand boy fell asleep. His body shook, and his whole body fell backwards. His body was gently supported by a pair of hands, and slowly placed on the ground. Then, a hand reached out, grabbed a rag from the short table, rolled it twice, and wrapped it around the handle of the pottery pot on top of the stove. Holding the pot of boiling tea in his hand, he slowly walked upstairs. Chapter 62. Yang Mingsheng sat behind the desk and analyzed the thoughts of Empress Wu and Assistant Minister Zhu Xing. He stroked his beard and smiled. As long as he could understand the intentions of the higher-ups, this case would be easy to handle. He quickly drew up a list. The Empress Dowager's revolutionary intentions were becoming more and more obvious. The people he planned to choose were either those who did not have clear support or those who had been promoted during Gaozong's reign. They were more loyal to Li Tang. In short, he could use this case to kill or demote them, remove the obstacles to the revolution, and gain the favor of the Empress Dowager. Then he had to consider Assistant Minister Zhu's intentions. Therefore, the Marquis of Nanyang and Minister of Autumn official Zhong Chujin, who had a more ambiguous attitude toward politics, were also included in the list. The Autumn official was the Ministry of Justice. The present Minister of the Autumn official was Zhong Chujin, and the Assistant Minister of the Autumn official was the leader of his faction, Zhu Xing. Once Zhong Chujin fell, Zhu Xing would naturally become the Minister of Justice, an official of a fu. This was probably what Assistant Minister Zhu would be happy to see. For Yang Mingsheng, drawing up this list was easy, but for other people, it was not so easy. Because the various factions in the imperial court were intricate and complicated, the various powerful ministers were not as strictly divided as the common people imagined. On the contrary, they were intertwined. Today they were enemies, tomorrow they would be friends, and they would change back and forth. Therefore, moving one hair would affect the entire situation. Which factions could not be touched, which factions to be roped in, which factions the Empress Dowager wanted to eliminate, which people to target without implicating other factions and causing a large backlash, this required great knowledge. If someone did not understand the factions in the officialdom and took out a list, it would be poking a hornet's nest. Zhong Chujin was a person who could be killed without attracting too much interference from other powers. After all, there was still a layer of separation between him and the Empress Dowager. Killing Zhong Chujin and pleasing Zhu Xing was the most pressing matter at hand. Thinking of this, Yang Mingsheng reached out to touch the teacup again. At this time, Yang Fan came upstairs with a steaming pot. Yang Langzhong, who had been feeling slightly tired, smelled the thick fragrance of tea and became alert. He planned to work through the night and confirm the names of all these candidates. He would also list their crimes and report it to Assistant Minister Zhu tomorrow morning for a decision. Yang Mingsheng looked at the resumes of the officials and the information about their relationships in all aspects. Without raising his head, he ordered, "Mu Dinga, pour a cup of hot tea first, and then light up the candle a little." Wooden Nail didn't answer. He just walked over and placed a pot of steaming hot tea in front of Yang Mingsheng. Kai. Another curtain was torn into long strips. This was a bolt of water wave silk from the Run province of Jiangnan. It was extremely expensive, but in Yang Fan's hands, it became a rope to tie people up. Dr. Yang, who was tightly bound, revealed a look of ridicule in his eyes. He was already tied up like a big rice dumpling, but this nightwalker wearing the exorcism ghost mask was still cutting the cloth. Was he afraid that he would break out of his cocoon? Yang Mingsheng didn't feel much fear. Since the matter was like this, there was no use in being afraid. To be able to work for so many years and reach his present status, he had seen many great scenes, experienced many bloody storms. He would not be so scared that his lips were white and his face was green. When Yang Fan tied him up, he was even less worried. Since the other had tied him up and not killed him, he clearly had a request. Since he had a request, he did not need to worry about the danger to his life, at least temporarily. Seeing the ridicule in his eyes, Yang Fan stopped what he was doing and explained seriously, I'm not afraid that you will run away. I'm afraid that you won't be able to endure the pain and will break free from the rope. You have been in charge of the penal prison for many years. You should know that when torture is carried out, the pain of the tortured is extremely great. And this unbearable pain can allow an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken to display astonishing power. His voice was still old. The only parts of his body that were exposed were his hands, which had been smeared with ginger juice. After the ginger juice dried, there was a wrinkled layer. Even an old official like Yang Mingsheng, who had been immersed in the penal prison for many years, couldn't immediately see through it. After listening to Yang Fan's explanation, Yang Mingsheng's heart skipped a beat and a chill immediately rose up. Finally, he began to reveal an expression of fear. He understood the cruelty of punishment all too well. A person who was not afraid of death might not be afraid of the torture of punishment. The cruelty of punishment was enough to destroy the will of a valiant general who had gone through hundreds of battles on the battlefield. Seeing the deep doubt and fear in his eyes, Yang Fan slowly said, "Don't worry, I will ask you in a moment. If you can answer all my questions, then you won't have to suffer any physical pain." As he spoke, Yang Fan was sitting on a short table. The files, brushes, and ink on the table had all been swept to the ground by him. He sat on the table in a grand manner with a steaming cauldron on the side. Yang Mingsheng was kneeling in front of him with his hands tied behind his back, like a prisoner waiting to be interrogated. Yang Fan twisted the cloth into something like a rope and stretched it with his hands. Satisfied with its sturdiness, he then got up and walked behind Yang Mingsheng. He tightened the rope around Yang Mingsheng's face and twisted it left and right. In a moment, he had made something like a horse's head. He pulled one end in his hand and the other end was placed on Yang Mingsheng's mouth. As long as he tightened it, Yang Mingsheng would not be able to make a sound. Yang Fan's saber had already been sheathed at his waist. He did not dare to hold it in his hand. As long as he had the sharp saber in his hand, looking at Yang Mingsheng's grim and stern face and the two deep wrinkles under his nose, Yang Fan had the urge to cut off his head. But he could not, at least not yet. He knew that the murderer was not just Yang Mingsheng. Who was the general who had cut off his elder sister's head with a saber? At that time, they were just little generals, little civil officials. Who was the real mastermind behind them? The answer to all these questions could only be found in the person in front of him. He wanted to know why someone would want to massacre their small mountain village. What was the reason? They had been living well in that valley, standing aloof from worldly affairs. Whether it was his parents or the other people in the small village, they were all so kind. He had never seen them harm anyone, so why did a group of people suddenly rush out and cruelly kill them? They were not a group of bandits, nor were they a group of robbers. They were a group of nobles from the eastern capital. That was why after they burned down the village, the Xiaoju government, who did not know their true identity but knew that they had a great background, kept it a secret. That was why they used the excuse of a plague outbreak to erase the injustice of hundreds of lives in this small village from the world. Yang Fan raised his foot and ruthlessly stepped on Yang Langzhong's shoulder. Yang Langzhong let out a muffled groan and fell forward. Before his forehead could heavily touch the floor, Yang Fan used all his strength to pull on the silk chewing in his hand. Yang Langzhong's body was suspended in the air. Yang Fan bent down and took out the cloth to gag his mouth. In a deep voice, he said, "You can speak now. If you want to be a muddle-headed ghost, then shout loudly. I will not hesitate to stab you." Yang Mingsheng was in a sorry state as he knelt on the ground with the chewing cloth in his mouth. The feeling of being ordered around like an animal made him feel exceptionally humiliated. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and gasped for breath as he asked, "Who are you? What enmity do we have between us? Enmity that cannot live under the same sky." Yang Mingsheng laughed hoarsely and said, "What a joke. This Yang enforces the law for the imperial court. Those who commit crimes, when they fall into this Yang's hands, will naturally be severely punished. If the families of all the criminals in the world come to seek revenge on this official, how could it be your turn?" "Oh," Yang Fan slowly said, "in Lingnan's Xiaoju, 20 miles to the northeast, there is a nameless valley. In the valley, there is a small village. According to the Xiaoju government, The name of the village is Dao Yuan Village. There are hundreds of families in the village. I want to know, what crime did they commit to be punished by slaughtering the entire village? Men, women, old and young, not a single one will be spared. Northeast of Shaoju, Nameless Valley, Dao Yuan Village, young Mingsheng's voice was full of doubts. It seemed that the massacre of hundreds of lives had been completely forgotten by this big shot. He slowly repeated it. Suddenly, his body shook and he cried out involuntarily, "Ah! Shaoju, Lingnan's Shaoju. Who are you?" Yang Fan tightened his grip and reined in the chewing cloth. He sternly said, "I'm the one asking you, speak." Yang Fan loosened the cloth. Young Mingsheng's head hit the floor with a bang, but he did not feel any pain. He gasped and asked, "Who are you? Who are you? Are you one of He Lan Min's clique?" Chapter 63. He Lan Minji. Yang Fan was startled. He did not know who was connected to the small village he was in. This was the first time he had heard of the name He Lan Minji. He secretly remembered this name in his heart and sternly said, "Who I am is not important. You only need to tell me, who sent you?" Young Mingsheng strangled the rope in his mouth. He vaguely laughed. "I thought that the village had been razed to the ground. Everyone had been killed. Unexpectedly, there was still a fish that escaped the net." Yang Fan said in an awe-inspiring voice, "The heavens spared my life for today's retribution." "Young Mingsheng, who sent you there? Quickly say it." Yang Fan's foot exerted force. Young Mingsheng was stepped on until he was kneeling on the ground. His face was slanted to the floor and he could not help drooling. He was in an exceptionally sorry state. He gasped for breath and said, "Why did someone need to send me? Could it not have been me who wanted to kill people?" "You," Yang Fan sneered, "you are not worthy. You were just a dog at that time, a dog that was ordered by someone." Yang Fan fiercely stepped on the soles of his shoes, causing young Mingsheng's hooked nose to twist and deform. He coldly said, "I have already investigated. That year, you, young Langzhong, were still a small Zhongjiyu. What qualifications did you have to lead troops out of the capital? How much courage did you have to dare to kill people and slaughter an entire village, not leaving a single one alive? How much ability did you have to make the Shaoju government turn a blind eye to it and spend so much effort to clean up the aftermath?" In the face of Yang Fan's series of questions, young Mingsheng only had a sinister expression on his face as he sneered. Yang Fan sneered, "It seems that you will not shed tears until you see the coffin." He tightened the rope in his hand, his foot still firmly stepping on the back of young Mingsheng's neck, causing his head to be raised high. Young Mingsheng immediately discovered that the devil-masked man had already raised the steaming pot in his hand. "Are you going to admit it?" The muscles on young Mingsheng's face kept twitching in fear, but he still gritted his teeth. When he found out where the other party came from, he knew that today's situation would not be easy to solve. If he refused to reveal the secret in his heart, he might still have a chance to live. But once he revealed the truth, he would definitely be doomed. Yang Fan sneered, tilting the pottery pot in his hand bit by bit. Young Mingsheng's eyes widened, and his pupils shrank to the size of needle tips in fear. The boiling soup in the cauldron turned into a line and dripped down from the air. The hot steam scattered towards young Mingsheng's forehead. Young Mingsheng suddenly closed his eyes. Before the boiling soup reached his body, he writhed and screamed in fear. Puff puff puff. When the boiling water touched his body, there was a puff puff sound. Young Mingsheng's painful roar was stuck in his throat and could not come out. He trembled violently because of the boiling soup, and his muscles were as tight as steel. The rope made of silk soap in Yang Fan's hand was very strong. It creaked when he twisted his body, but it did not break. Yang Fan raised his hand slightly, and the boiling water stopped. "Who ordered you to do it?" Young Mingsheng closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and shook his head. His forehead and cheeks were red, and a patch of blisters quickly floated up from his forehead, which looked extremely terrible. "You won't cry until you see the coffin," Yang Fan sneered, and his hand slightly tilted. The boiling soup rolled down again. Young Mingsheng was like a catfish that was stepped on by his shoes, constantly struggling and twisting, but he could not get rid of his control. The boiling water dripped down, and the skin on his forehead was turned upside down. Blood and tea were everywhere. Will you tell me or not? Puff puff puff. Will you tell me or not? Puff puff puff. The boiling water gradually moved to Yang Mingsheng's eyes. Yang Mingsheng struggled violently for a few times, and with a sudden strong struggle, he almost broke free from Yang Fan's control. Then his body straightened, and he passed out. Yang Fan's hand did not stop. He slightly tilted his hand, and the boiling water continued to pour down, pouring on Yang Mingsheng's eyes. His thin eyelids were scalded, and the boiling water was poured directly on his eyes. Yang Mingsheng's body instinctively trembled, but he did not wake up. After a while, even the body instinctively trembling reaction disappeared, because the body where the boiling water was poured had been completely cooked, and there was no longer any feeling. The pottery pot in Yang Fan's hand was completely turned over. The boiling water had been poured out, and the boiled tea splashed on Yang Mingsheng's face. Yang Fan put down the pottery pot, let go of his chewing, and slowly sat back on the table. The eyes behind the mask flickered slightly. Yang Mingsheng's stubbornness was beyond his expectations. It seemed that the preparation in advance was indeed useful. Calculating the time, it should be about time. After an unknown period of time, Yang Mingsheng groaned and slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that there was only darkness in front of him. He was immediately ecstatic. That thief left. But immediately, he heard a voice that sounded very calm but was as terrible as the devil's. You're awake. Are you willing to tell me now? Yang Mingsheng was shocked. That devil is still here. Just as he was about to scream, his cheeks tightened as the rope tightened around him. An unbearable pain assaulted his heart. If he could see his own appearance, he would definitely be scared to death. His eyelids could no longer be seen, and his face was full of bloody blisters. His eyeballs had been scalded by the boiling water, and they were protruding out of their sockets. The silk rope was very strong, and had already cut into the scalded flesh on his cheeks. His white gums were exposed, and he looked like a ghost. But Yang Fan, who was standing behind him, did not feel a trace of fear. He had killed people. Although Nanyang was small, there were also criminals and rebels. When he was very young, he followed his master to catch bandits and quell rebellions, but he had never tortured people. But in his dreams, he had used all the methods he could imagine to torture a person more than once. That person was the person in front of him, the person who had coldly shouted, "Kill! Don't leave a single one alive, kill them all." The person who gave the order, the spray of blood, the sister's flying head, burned his heart like boiling oil, making him suffer, and he no longer had any fear. Yang Mingsheng's face was covered in blood, pus, and all kinds of bodily fluids. The two grim lines on his face could no longer be seen. There were only bubbles of blood, pus, and tea leaves. At this moment, he was not a ferocious ghost, but he was even more ferocious than one. My eyes! Yang Mingsheng let out a desperate cry from his throat. He finally realized a ruthless reality. He could not see anything. His eyes were dark, not because the lights in the room were off, but because his eyes were blinded by the scalding water. Blind, he was blind, he could no longer be an official, his future was completely ruined. Yang Mingsheng's eyes were dark, and so was his heart. The double blow of his body and mind made him faint again. Yang Mingsheng slowly regained consciousness. He groped around and cried out in despair, "Just kill me, just kill me." The old and cold voice rang in his ears again. The blood feud is as deep as the sea, and hundreds of lives were lost. Wouldn't killing you be letting you off easy? Tell me or not. If you don't, I don't mind giving you all the torture I can think of. You are a disciplinary officer, so you should be very confident that no one can endure all the torture, right? Yang Mingsheng's body trembled, and he shouted hoarsely, "Devil! Devil! You are a devil!" The old voice said coldly, "That's right. I am a devil. Yang Langzhong, this is all thanks to you. Ha ha!" Before the laughter died away, there was a sudden explosion. The door flew up with a bang and crashed into the antique shelf on the opposite side, smashing into pieces. Two figures rushed in, shouting sternly, "Stop, thief!" Just as Yang Fan threw away the silk rope in his hand, the two guards pounced on him, the padao in their hands like a wheel, wrapping around Yang Fan's waist. They came from the western province, and were Yang Mingxing's troops, the troops of military generals. To be chosen by Yang Mingxing as imperial guards, their martial arts were naturally extraordinary, not to mention that they grew up in the western region and had a fierce nature. The two padaos in their hands swung wildly, creating a gust of wind. Yang Fan hurriedly pulled out the short knife from his waist, and there was a clang 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 sound as the two ferocious padaos chopped down. Yang Fan, who was holding the short knife, narrowly avoided the sure-kill knife strikes, and retreated all the way to the corner of the wall. When Yang Mingxing heard the clashing of weapons, he wriggled excitedly on the ground, enduring the great pain, and howled incoherently, "Kill him! Chop him into mincemeat for me! I want him alive! I want him alive! I want to kill him with my own hand!" There was a fierce and ferocious battle in the study, and there was a burst of crackling noises. The bookshelves, low tables, and thin curtains were all destroyed, and the whole room was filled with debris, as if a hurricane had just blown through. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the study, a dozen or so people holding weapons, knives, and swords rushed into the study. Some of them rushed to support Yang Mingxing, while others joined the battle and surrounded Yang Fan. Yang Fan laughed loudly, "Bastard! This life of yours is destined to be mine. Today, I will temporarily leave it, and I will come back to take it in the future." As he said this, the short knife in his hand suddenly shone brightly, dancing into a dazzling light wheel, forcing the approaching guards to retreat. He turned around and leaped out of the window. Chase! The two guards chased after him, leaping out of the window like fish. 3 figures, one in front and 2 behind, disappeared into the boundless night in a few leaps. Woof! Woof woof! Little White dutifully barked wildly. Chapter 64. When the early morning bells and drums once again converged into an extraordinarily lively piece of music, the Shiowen workshop welcomed the morning sun of a new day. Today, the commoners in the workshop were not in a hurry to go out on the streets, because the atmosphere in the workshop was a little strange. A few officials from the Luoyang prefectural yamen stood at the entrance of the workshop, and a few burly men in official robes and sabers constantly walked in and out. Today was an even day, so there was no need to attend court. However, those officials who had always lived in this workshop, and the commoners rarely saw their faces in 10 years, had all woken up early. One by one, they walked out with grim expressions, and all walked towards Yang Langzhong's house. Even the usually frivolous Marquis Wus were neatly dressed today, with sabers at their waists. They patrolled the streets with solemn expressions, neither whispering to each other, nor glancing left and right. Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong and Ministry of Justice Adjunct Qiao Junyu hurriedly walked through the main door of Yang Langzhong's house, their expressions extremely grave. BSH Su Mohan stood on the steps of his house, shouting at the workers he had summoned early in the morning, who were all listlessly yawning, "Don't speak. Be quiet and listen to me." Su Fangjing raised his voice and said, "Last night, a thief snuck into Yang Langzhong's house and beat Yang Langzhong until he was crippled. Lawless. Truly lawless. The imperial court is furious, and has ordered a strict investigation of the culprit. Yang Langzhong is a member of our Shiowen workshop, so we have to be even more spirited, and work hard. Who lazy, if you speak again, see if I don't slap you." Su Fangjing took out a ladle from the large vat, scooped up half a ladle of cold water, and gulped it down in one gulp. He threw the ladle away, and once again stood on the steps. With his hands on his hips, he said, "Listen up, I will now take you to Marquis Wu's shop. Under the lead of Marquis Wu's, you will be interrogated according to the areas you are usually in charge of, one by one." The so-called interrogation was simply a formality, and the effects of the investigation could be imagined. Actually, everyone knew that Marquis Wu and the workshop attendants could not be counted on. But since something had happened, all parties had to show that they cared, and it was just a matter of appearance. Bad Luck and Huaming Lei of the Shiowen workshop waited for Su Fangjing to arrive. They assigned some tasks to Marquis Wu and the workshop workers, telling them to go about their own business. Just as these people were sent out in a hubbub, an official came to the door and told them to immediately see Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong. At this moment, young Master Tang was at Yang Mingxing's residence. Huaming Lei and Su Mohan rushed to Yang Mingxing's residence and saw many officials going in and out of the residence. There were also many officials dressed in official uniforms or casual clothes. The two of them were led to a study by the third steward of Yang residence. Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong was there, and so was Qiao Junyu from the Ministry of Justice. The reason why Tang Zong had called them here was because of a matter. Before the criminal left, he had arrogantly declared that he would come to take Yang Langzhong's life. Since he had said so, the authorities could not ignore it. But when he would come, who could say? Although the imperial court attached great importance to Yang Langzhong's case, and the Assistant Minister of Justice, Zhu Xing, had even personally investigated the case, no one could transfer a large number of officials to Yang Langzhong's residence and make it their home for the long term. Luoyang Prefecture could not transfer that many officials, so they might have to use Marquis Wu and the workshop workers. Tang Zong explained the situation to Huaming Lei and Su Mohan, asking them to each send 10 Marquis Wu and 20 workshop workers to the Yang residence to help keep watch. Naturally, the two of them did not dare to refuse, and when they returned, they discussed who to send to the Yang residence. Guarding the residence was a tough job, and although there was money to be earned, those Marquis Wu were not willing to do it. Moreover, they heard that Yang Langzhong had been blinded, so who would be willing to risk their lives in the Yang residence when the criminal was so ruthless? So they tried all sorts of excuses, and for a while, this one had a headache, that one had an itchy butt, and all sorts of other problems came up. Huaming Lei was so angry that his teeth hurt, and he forcefully sent a few weak and obedient Marquis Wu. When he saw that the quota was still not enough, he took the list of the remaining people and carefully considered who had a distant relationship with him, who had a close relationship with him, and who had some family background. After weighing the pros and cons, he carefully chose. On Su Fangzheng's side, it was even more of a headache. He knew all the information on the 100 or so workshop workers, and in terms of background, these workshop workers did not have any powerful backgrounds, but there were always some who were related to him, and some who had always been filial to him. If he did not take care of them now, when would he do it? He squinted his eyes, and was calculating who he could send, when Ma Qiao and Yang Fan walked in with their shoulders swaying. Ma Qiao raised his voice and said, "BSH, the two of us have turned the 7th and 8th songs upside down, and there is nothing unusual." Su Fangzheng smiled, and his smile was like a blessing from the heavens. He said, since you've searched it, then there's no need to care about it anymore. Epsilon Majoris, Beta Persi, hey, the two of you, quickly go home and pack. In a while, go to the Yang Langzhong Fu to report. In the future, you will only be on night duty at the Yang Fu, and do not need to pay attention to the matters of the workshop. Yang Fan was stunned when he heard this. This was not what he had planned, but this accident seemed to be developing in a better direction. When the Empress Dowager heard that the vicious and stubborn person had entered the Fu to commit murder, she was very angry. Assistant Minister Zhu has already received verbal orders from the Empress Dowager, and has ordered the department to investigate this case. I believe that the heavens have a long reach, and the culprit will definitely be brought to justice. Brother Yang, do not worry. Brother Yang has just applied medicine, please rest well. We will bid farewell now, and we will visit another day. Everyone, take care. Yang Mingsheng raised his hands in a hoarse voice as he sent them off. His entire head was wrapped in white cloth, and there were only slits left for his nostrils and mouth to allow him to breathe, eat, and take medicine. He looked like a stiff mummy. His upper body had already been undressed. Because the boiling water had burned the skin of his upper body until it was festering in many places, in this era, if a wound became infected, it would inevitably be life-threatening. So after applying medicine, he was also securely tied up with white cloth. As a result, his movements became extremely stiff. His arms could not bend, and he needed other people's help to sit or lie down. Even though Yang Mingsheng did not have a close relationship with his colleagues, they were colleagues. Seeing him tortured to such a state by the criminal, the officials couldn't help but sigh. Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong and Councillor Qiao Junyu of the Ministry of Justice stood up to send the guests off on behalf of Yang Mingsheng, and accompanied the visiting officials out. There was a burst of chaotic footsteps in the room, and then it gradually quieted down. Yang Mingsheng listened attentively. Feeling that everyone had left, he touched the bed with his hands and called out, "Mu Dinga, Mu Dinga. Ah Lang, I'm here." The little attendant Mu Dinga, who was waiting at the door, hurried over and held his hand. Yang Mingsheng listened attentively and asked, "Have all the officials left?" "Yes, Ah Lang, they have all gone out. Tang Zong and Qiao Junjun have sent them off on behalf of Ah Lang." Yang Mingsheng sighed and asked worriedly, "In the room, are you the only one here now?" Mu Dinga was confused by Yang Mingsheng's strange behavior, and replied, "Yes, only I am here. If Ah Lang wants to see someone, I will go and call him." No, it's good that you are here, it's good that you are here." Yang Mingsheng's fingers were also bound by bandages, so he couldn't bend them and grab Mu Dinga's hand. In a moment of desperation, he used both hands to clamp Mu Dinga's arm. Because of the pain, he didn't dare to use too much force. Mu Dinga saw him like this, but he didn't dare to pull his hand out. Yang Mingsheng struggled to breathe for a while, then lowered his voice and said, "Mu Dinga, go out, go to the right Fengchen Guard, see Middle Minister General Cai Dongcheng, and tell him everything about me. Tell him that I want to see him, just say, Dao Yuan evil ghost, revenge. He will definitely come, remember, don't tell anyone else." The Fengchen Guard was the Thousand Ox Guard. The Thousand Ox Guard was named after the Thousand Ox Saber. The Thousand Ox Saber was sharp enough to cut 1,000 oxen. The Thousand Ox Guard wielded the Thousand Ox Saber and was the Emperor's bodyguard. In the 5th year of Tang Gaozong's reign, the left and right Thousand Ox Guards were renamed the Left and Right Thousand Ox Guards, and in the 2nd year of Longshuo, they were renamed the Left and Right Fengchen Guards. The Fengchen Guard consisted of 1 great general, 2 middle minister generals, 12,000 ox guards, 100 reserve soldiers, and 150 main soldiers. All of them were high-ranking imperial guards with outstanding skills. Yang Mingsheng was now blind and had become a complete cripple. His future as an official had been destroyed in a day, and he had suffered a mental blow. But once he calmed down, he immediately ordered his personal attendant to find this person. What did this person have to do with him? Mu Dinga nodded repeatedly and said, "Ah Lang, I understand. I will wait for a while." Go immediately." "Yes, I will go now." Mu Dinga hurriedly agreed and turned to leave the room. Yang Mingsheng sat on the couch and sat silently for a long time. From his black hole-like mouth, there was a strange hee-hee laughter. It sounded like he was laughing, but also like he was crying. He did it on purpose. I know, he did it on purpose. He purposely let me go, he purposely destroyed my future. He was not willing to kill me, he wanted to use me as bait, to catch a big fish for him. Ha 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 ha. Yang Mingsheng's mouth made a series of whimpering sounds, as if he was crying, but the place where his eyes should have been was covered with a white cloth, not a single tear flowed down. Chapter 65. Yang Fan, with his whistle stick in his hand, mingled with a group of unwilling, miserable, and unlucky fellows. He also had a bitter expression on his face as he swaggered into Yang Longzhong's house. From afar, they looked like a group of slow-witted penguins walking back and forth on the beach. Yang Fan pretended to be bitter, but in his heart, he was laughing so hard that his belly was about to burst. He had devised several follow-up plans for the pursuit of the criminal, but he had never imagined that he would actually be sent to Yang Longzhong's mansion to help the Yang family catch the thief at night. The officials of the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture carried their padaos, and with grim expressions, they hurriedly paced back and forth in Yang Longzhong's mansion. Both open and hidden sentries were being arranged everywhere. Yang Fan and his group were brought to the busy Luoyang Prefecture Commandant, Tang Zong. Looking at the whistle sticks in the hands of the workers, Tang Zong frowned and ordered, "Give them the padaos." When a few officials appeared with padaos in their hands, the workers holding whistles immediately became restless. These brave and ruthless youths usually only had a whistling stick as their weapon. Although they were unwilling to work in the Yang residence, when they saw the fine workmanship and sharp padaos, they couldn't help but feel a little excited at the sight of them. One by one, the padaos were handed to them. Yang Fan gripped the padaos in his hands tightly, and carefully examined the sharp edge of the blade. His finger lightly touched it, and along the curved blood groove, he lightly drew a line upwards. The cold gleam of the blade was like a mirror, reflecting his gaze, and it was as sharp as the blade. Yang Fan blinked, and restrained the sharpness in his eyes. Beside his ear, A rough voice loudly berated, "Take it. With a knife in your hand, do you think you're the young hero of Chang'an? Tilda. Bah. How can we rely on a group of trash like you to catch this kind of high-flying thief? What the Xiaofu wants is your pair of eyes and your mouth. When you see a thief, you shout, understand?" The scolding stopped, but saliva was still flying in the air. Yang Fan picked up his sleeve and wiped the saliva off his face. He looked at the burly man with a full beard and asked blankly, "What?" "Take this." A drumstick was stuffed into Yang Fan's hand, and then a copper gong with a hemp rope tied to it was hung on his thumb. Big Beard curled his lips and shook his head. He walked up to the second shopkeeper and said in a bad mood, "Stupid fool, all of you are like this. Here, take it. For you, this is the thing that can save your life." Yang Fan held a drumstick in one hand and a gong in the other. He looked at the worker on his left who was given a waist drum, while the worker on his right was holding a bamboo whistle in a daze. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. After the weapons and equipment were distributed, they were brought to a place to rest. Although they were on night duty, it was impossible for a group of people to stay up all night. If 2 shifts were to rotate, they would need a place to rest. The Yang mansion originally had guest rooms, but there were only a few of them, and they had already been occupied by the few officials who stayed in the Yang mansion. The rest of the officials could occupy any room they wanted. When this batch of Marquis Wu and the shopkeepers were assigned, they had to be arranged according to their status. Finally, when it was Yang Fan and Ma Qiao's turn, they were assigned to a woodshed. There was a broken straw mat on the ground, and they threw down their bedding. This would be their nest from now on. The 2 of them threw down their bedding, and before they could sit down to catch their breath, the officials shouted for them to gather again, saying that it was an errand. Tang Zong stood on the steps with his brows furrowed. He was actually extremely dissatisfied with these sloppy Marquis Wu and the shopkeepers, but the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture had limited manpower. Moreover, they didn't know when the murderer would come again, so it was impossible to mobilize a large number of officials from the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture to guard Yonglangzhong Mansion. Left with no choice, they could only mobilize the Marquis Wu and the shopkeepers. No matter how stupid these Marquis Wu and the shopkeepers were, they should be smarter than that big black dog, right? When the time came, there would be a sentry every 3 steps, and a sentry every 5 steps. Using the tactic of overwhelming numbers, no matter how capable one was, how would one be able to sneak into Yonglangzhong's sleeping quarters without a sound? Seeing that everyone had gathered at an extremely slow pace, Tang Zong collected his thoughts and gave them a lecture. He explained to them the rules that they should follow in the Yang mansion, and taught them how to react if they discovered the flying burglar, how to hide, and how to sound the alarm. After explaining everything, he began to assign them tasks. Their tasks were similar to what they usually did in the streets, patrolling and keeping watch, but instead of patrolling in the streets, they were patrolling in Yang Mingsheng mansion. The murderer was a flying burglar who could come and go as he pleased, and if they were to really meet him, they might end up as ghosts under his knife. Therefore, being an open sentry was obviously more dangerous than being a secret sentry. Everyone understood this, so when Tang Zong said to arrange a secret sentry, the crowd of Marquis Wu and the shopkeepers swarmed forward and volunteered. Their enthusiasm was breathtaking. An open sentry? An open sentry that roams everywhere? A trace of treachery flashed across Yang Fan's eyes, and then he also joined the ranks of the competitors. Unfortunately, Beta Percy was still a young man, and could not compare to the burly and strong men. When he finally squeezed in front of Tang Zong, he raised his head and saw Luoyang Lieutenant Tang Zong's finger, as thick as a carrot, pointing at his forehead. "Let's start arranging the roaming sentry." In Yang Langzhong's bedroom, the room was filled with the strong smell of medicine. Yang Mingsheng sat hugging a blanket and said passionately, "This official is loyal to the imperial court, and I am indebted to the Empress Dowager and His Majesty's trust. Ever since I took charge of the Department of Justice, this official has been fair and strict in enforcing the law, and I abhor evil. All these years, I don't know how many corrupt officials, bandits, and so-called wandering swordsmen have been punished." Qiao Junyu interrupted him and said, "In other words, Lang Zhong does not know who the person who entered the mansion to seek revenge is. Which case did he come for?" Yang Mingsheng was silent for a moment and then nodded slightly. He said, "Yes, that person seems to have a great hatred for this official." After restraining this official, he continuously abused and vented his anger. He gritted his teeth and said that this official caused the destruction of his family, but he never said who he was or why he hated this official. Xiao Junyu muttered to herself for a moment before replying, "From what the murderer said to your residence's imperial bodyguard, Xiao Qian, that old man's family has children and grandchildren. This is also consistent with his aged voice. If that's the case, then the person who had been punished by Lang Zhong should be one of this old man's children and grandchildren. The Ministry of Justice has already taken out all the case files that Lang Zhong has handled in these years, and the low-ranking officials are carefully combing through them from beginning to end. The families that have fathers or ancestors and their families were implicated, so they were sentenced to assassinate at the border, will be investigated. Lang Zhong, do not worry. Your case has even disturbed the Empress Dowager, and Assistant Minister Zhu was very angry when he heard the news. The court will definitely find the perpetrator." Yang Mingsheng chuckled and raised his stiff arms. He called out Xiao Junyu's courtesy name. "Ziping, this one was persecuted by a traitor, and my entire life was ruined by his hands. I will leave the matter of arresting the perpetrator and returning justice to me to you." His words were sincere, but the laughter seemed to be slightly disdainful and strange. Hearing this, Xiao Junyu couldn't help but frown. If this was a normal time, Xiao Junyu would not dare to frown. As an official, young Langzhong had always been rigid and upright, serious in speech and manner. The officials of the Ministry of Justice usually did not dare to change their expressions in front of him. But at this time, no matter if you frowned, rolled your eyes, or even made a face at him, he would not see it. Xiao Junyu frowned and stood up. She held on to young Langzhong's arms and said in a deep voice, "Langzhong, rest well. This one will do his best and not disappoint Langzhong." Stepping out of young Mingsheng's bedroom, Xiao Junyu thought to herself, young Langzhong's words are not entirely true. There seems to be something else going on. Young Mingsheng's official rank was too high. The prison officials that had arrived first did not have the qualification to ask him about the case until Xiao Junyu's group arrived. When Xiao Junyu arrived, the doctors were busy treating young Mingsheng and giving him medicine. When the doctors finished, officials who had heard the news came to the Fu to inquire, causing the matter to be delayed. In the end, he did not obtain anything useful from young Mingsheng. Based on his many years of experience in handling cases, and the fact that young Mingsheng had undergone a great change and could not be as calm and serious as usual, he could vaguely see some clues. "I fear that young Langzhong is hiding something." Xiao Junyu thought, "I'll just do as young Langzhong said and report the truth to Assistant Minister Zhu Xing. I definitely cannot speak of this suspicion. With Assistant Minister Zhu's intelligence, he will definitely detect it. If he wants to, he will come and ask young Langzhong. As an official, one should not tread in waters that one does not know the depth of. Curiosity can kill people." Chapter 66. Beta Percy, take this pot of tea to the West Wing. Beta Percy, take the 4 bedding sheets that have just been moved out from the storeroom to the side courtyard to dry and get rid of the mold. Beta Percy, take these 2 lunches to the rear residence. These are the lunch for a few officials from the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan busied himself around the Langzhong's residence, successfully changing from a patrolling sentry to a moving errand boy. The reason was simple: he was a good subordinate. The bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture would definitely not personally do this kind of work. If they really wanted to catch the robbers, they would have to rely on them. These bailiffs lived on the edge of a knife, so how could they do some lowly work? The Marquis Wu, who had been transferred to the Langzhong's residence, had a lower status than them, but they felt that they were nobler than the workers. Naturally, they were not willing to do anything. As for the workers, everyone was ranked according to seniority. The big fish ate the small fish ate the shrimps ate the worms, and the worms ate the mud. In the end, Yang Fan, the young and inexperienced mud, became the errand boy. Of course, this was not without Yang Fan's active cooperation. This identity made it easier for him to understand the situation in the Yang residence. "Xiao Fan, where are you going?" An old man in his 50s walked towards them. He wore a green robe with a round neck and a green handkerchief. Behind him was a strong man with a saber. Yang Fan raised his head and saw that it was the head steward of the Langzhong's residence, Liu Hen, and the saber-wielding warrior behind him was Ma Qiao. Yang Fan held the lunches and stood still. He first greeted Steward Liu politely, then smiled at Ma Qiao and said, "Marquis Wu told me to take some food to the officials from the Ministry of Justice." Ma Qiao said unhappily, "Those bastards are ordering you to do things again. Xiao Fan, don't be too honest. Kind people get bullied." "Why?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "Hey, it's not a big deal. I'm young, so it's not a big deal for me to walk a few more steps." Steward Liu nodded his head in satisfaction and praised, "Young man, you're not bad." Yang Fan smiled shyly at him, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. "Thank you for your compliment. I'll go now." "All right, go ahead. It will be lunch soon. Come to the 5 Apricot Pavilion and have lunch with me." Yang Fan quickly bowed and said, "Manager Xie, I'll be there in a moment." Yang Fan bowed to Steward Liu and nodded to Ma Qiao, indicating that he understood the situation. Then, he walked past them. Steward Liu narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yang Fan's back. He nodded his head approvingly and said, "This child is really not bad. He has a good temper, is handsome, and is diligent and capable. He's not like other youngsters with bad habits." Hearing Steward Liu praising his brother, Ma Qiao said proudly, "I won't hide it from Steward Liu. In our workshop, most of the workers are sneaky and ruffian scoundrels. However, this Beta Percy is an exception. He moved here from the countryside and lives here alone. Yet, he's not infected with bad habits. Usually, he's doted on by the elders in the workshop. Steward Liu, if there's a suitable daughter in your family, haha, Xiao Fan will definitely be a good husband." It turned out that because of Tin Ano's elopement, this Ma Qiao couldn't wait to promote Yang Fan to others as soon as he had the chance. Steward Liu smiled. "He's a good child. Unfortunately, he's a bad person and has no parents or brothers to help him. I do have a little granddaughter, but if she marries this kind of person, won't she be poor as well?" Steward Liu shook his head and sighed regretfully. He turned around and walked forward. Because there were many guards placed everywhere in the residence, Langzhong's residence had long broken the separation between the inner and outer residences. At this time, the wives of the family did not avoid guests. The barrier between men and women was not as serious as it was in later generations, so breaking the separation between the inner and outer residences was not a big deal. Compared to the front hall, the Yang family's rear residence had a much richer atmosphere of life. There was a small pavilion here, a clump of flowers and trees there, a winding corridor with a pond, and emerald rockery. It appeared exceptionally elegant. Beside the pond, there was a small pavilion with 5 corners. Several officials of the Ministry of Justice were resting in the pavilion. Some of them were sitting with their legs crossed and boasting about their heroic deeds in arresting criminals and robbers. Some of them were looking around, and as long as they saw a servant girl's robe flutter through the rockery and wisteria, they would raise their eyebrows and give a frivolous whistle. Yang Fan carried the lunchbox and hurried into the pavilion. Placing the box on the table, he smiled and said, "Officials, it's time for lunch." Those who had been talking and looking around all gathered around. When they opened the lunchbox, the food was piping hot and the aroma assailed their nostrils, stirring their appetites. Although it was impossible to cook a few dishes and get a pot of wine for them, the food prepared for the officials of the Ministry of Justice was clearly of a higher grade than the food prepared for Marquis Wu and the workers. A Minister of Justice with a long, thin face and a green mark on his cheek rolled up a steamed cake with meat filling in his hand. He glanced at Yang Fan and curiously asked, "Why are all the servants in your mansion equipped with knives?" Yang Fan was vigilantly scanning the surroundings of the rear garden. Hearing the inquiry, he hurriedly smiled at the official and said, "You misunderstand. I am a worker of the Xiu workshop. I was transferred to the Langzhong's residence to help guard the residence." Fut. The man couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of pie on the ground. He laughed and said, "I was wondering why the front yard was so noisy. So it turns out that people like you have been transferred here. What can people like you do?" His expression was full of disdain, But young Fan didn't seem to care. He still had a faint smile on his face and replied humbly, "If we are talking about catching thieves and arresting criminals, we, the workers, naturally can't compare to the officials. However, we can still do small things like night patrols and call for people." The official curled his lips in disdain and looked young Fan up and down. He said, "Fine, come over and spar with me, Wang Wulu. Let me see just how capable you are." Young Fan was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. "How can I do that? You are an official of the Ministry of Justice. How can a mere worker compare to you?" Wang Wulu snorted and said, "It would be strange if you could. Come. I only have one hand, so I'm just trying." As Wang Wulu said this, his right hand was still holding the pie. He took a big bite and the meat juices flowed down the corner of his mouth. He only raised his left hand and walked towards young Fan step by step. Young Fan retreated and said, "Officials, please stop. This is Lang Zhong's manner. How can we use force?" The other patrolmen of the Ministry of Justice saw this and started to jeer. "Why can't we spar? You little brat, you are a man. How can you be so spineless?" Someone laughed and said, "I see that he is so handsome and his eyes are gentle. He looks like a woman." Someone else said, "Haha, now that I mention it, I also think so. Most of the women in our Tang dynasty are fierce and bold. Look at him. Not only does he look like a woman, he looks like a docile and obedient Korean woman. Hey, I say, why don't you learn a dance from a Korean woman, or walk a few steps like a woman and shake her butt? Then there's no need to compete." Ha ha ha. The officials of the Ministry of Justice laughed impudently. If this was any other time, they would not dare to be so impudent in young Langzhong's manner. But now was different. Young Langzhong's face was so hot that it was scarier than a ghost's. Both of his eyes were said to have been scalded blind. His career as an official had come to an end. This kind of the tea cools when the person leaves reaction was the first to show. No subtlety. On the other hand, officials, even if they no longer needed you, would not be so quick to act like the tea cools when the person leaves. At the very least, their enthusiasm on the surface would not diminish. All right, then let's compete. Young Fan had the image of a young man who cared about his face. After being ridiculed, his face turned red. He gathered his courage and forced himself to emphasize, "You said before, only use your left hand." Wang Wulu nodded and laughed, "That's right. I only use my left hand and not my right. Haha, come. As he said this, he pretended to take a bite of the steamed pie with contempt. Why? Young Fan used the black tiger steals the heart to strike Wang Wulu's chest. From the looks of it, he had a bit of a kung fu stance. He must have trained with an amateur boxer for 3 to 5 days. His fist had just reached a foot in front of Wang Wulu when the motionless Wang Wulu's body suddenly exploded. He took a step forward and leaned to the side. His palm struck toward young Fan's chest. Young Fan's black tiger steals the heart was full of openings. He was hit by Wang Wulu's palm and was forced back 3 steps. Young Fan had not yet stabilized his footing when Wang Wulu shot forward like an arrow. His right foot stuck between young Fan's legs and his left hand grabbed the front of young Fan's clothes. He twisted his left elbow and raised it with all his strength. He shouted, "Go!" Young Fan's arms and legs flailed as he fell into the pond. With a bang, water splashed everywhere. The officials inside and outside the pavilion burst into laughter. What a good-for-nothing. This kind of trash can only be used as a decoration. Wang Wulu took a bite of the steamed biscuit and proudly walked back to the pavilion. Young Fan did not dare to climb ashore, so he swam to the other side of the pond. Unexpectedly, he used the posture of a dog paddle. The officials from the Ministry of Justice saw this and laughed even harder. Young Fan used both his hands and feet to swim to the other side of the pond. He grabbed a rock and was about to climb up when he suddenly heard a clear and melodious child's voice. "Why did they throw you into the water?" Young Fan raised his head and saw a pair of silk children's shoes on the rock, a pair of white cloth socks, and a child's skirt embroidered with beads. Because that person was squatting on the rock garden, one could vaguely see a pair of striped trousers underneath her skirt. Raising her head to look up, she saw a green silk embroidered shirt with small sleeves, with a clip-on collar against a pretty little face. Her hair was combed into 2 buns with the tips of her hair. It was a little girl with pink and jade-like makeup. This little girl was about 6 or 7 years old. She looked at him curiously with a pair of lacquered eyes. Because the place where the girl was standing was covered with jagged rocks, it blocked the view from the direction of the pavilion. Therefore, it was not easy to see her from the pavilion. "Oh, they were playing with me," young Fan answered randomly. He wiped the water off his face and rushed up the rock. The little girl squatted and moved back to make room for him. She wrinkled her nose and said, "You're lying. They were obviously bullying you." Young Fan laughed and squatted on the rock, wringing the water off his clothes. He turned his head and asked, "Little girl, who are you?" The little girl said quietly, "This is my home. Who do you think I am?" Chapter 67. Oh, young Langzhong's daughter? Young Fan took a few glances at her. She had a small face that was as clear as a duck's egg. Her eyebrows were delicate, and her eyes were like dots of paint. This was a very beautiful and adorable girl. Thinking of young Mingxing's concave eyes and aquiline nose, which seemed to carry some Hu blood, young Fan couldn't help but think, "I'm afraid those auntie's conjectures are not groundless. This little girl's appearance is really different from her father's." Young Fan wrung the water off his clothes and asked, "Then what are you doing here?" The little girl said, "Grandpa, father, was injured by bad people. I want to go see him, but Grandpa won't let me into his room. I'm very unhappy." Young Fan comforted her, "Maybe your father is afraid that his appearance will scare you." The little girl silently shook her head. She was so young, but her face was unexpectedly sad. "Grandpa has not treated me well. He has not treated me well since I was young. Mother went to see him, but Grandpa also won't let her in. Actually, I rarely saw Grandpa since I was young. He was always busy with his own things, holding a pile of thick books and reading them with great interest." The little girl pursed her lips and suddenly lowered her voice, saying mysteriously, "I heard people say that I'm not Grandpa's biological daughter." Young Fan was stunned. He didn't know how to answer her. The little girl looked at him and sighed softly. Bored to death, she propped up her chin. Her pink cheeks were propped up by her small hands, making her look charmingly naive. "Everyone is like this. They talk about you behind your back, but when you really want to ask them, they all laugh and don't want to say anything." Young Fan looked at this girl who didn't seem very mature. Compared to her age, she seemed to be too mature. He asked softly, "Your father has not treated you well, and other people say that you are not your father's biological daughter. Now that he is injured, are you worried about him? Will you hate the person who hurt him?" "Of course." The little girl's eyes flickered. She answered seriously, "Whether Grandpa is my biological father or not, I was raised by him. If I don't worry about him, who should I worry about? The bad guy harmed Grandpa, so of course I have to hate that big bad guy." Young Fan was silent for a moment, then he nodded heavily and said, "Yes, even if I didn't give birth to her, I still have the grace of raising her. As a person, kindness must be repaid. The grudge must be repaid. En." The little girl nodded her head vigorously and smiled sweetly at him. "Although your ability isn't that great, your words are very correct. I'm Yang Shuilian, and you?" Young Fan smiled and replied softly, "My surname is Yang, my name is Young Fan." When Young Fan returned to the 5-plum pavilion in the front residence, Ma Qiao was placing the dishes on the table. He was quite good at handling affairs. He coaxed Steward Liu to be happy and accompanied him to work. The work was easy and the food was better than the other workers. Seeing Young Fan's drenched appearance, Ma Qiao hurried over and asked in surprise, "How long has it been? How did you end up like this?" Young Fan sighed and said, "Alas, when I went to the back residence to deliver food, those officials from the Ministry of Justice saw that I was carrying a saber and insisted on competing with me in martial arts." As he said this, he took the padao from his waist and pulled it out of the scabbard. With a splash, a puddle of clear water appeared under his feet. Steward Liu was holding a pair of chopsticks and was about to pick some food when he heard this. He slammed his chopsticks on the table and said angrily, "Humph! These villains know that Maya Lang's power is gone, that's why they dare to be so presumptuous. They actually caused such trouble in my young residence. If it wasn't for our Lang needing to recuperate now, this old man would definitely. He paused and looked at young Fan, then sighed and said, "Child, you're too honest. It's good that you don't cause trouble, but you can't let others bully you." Young Fan smiled shyly and even scratched his head at the right time, looking like a charmingly naive country boy. Steward Liu glared at him resentfully and said, "Child, you really make people distressed and angry at the same time. It's already late autumn and you're dripping wet like this. Won't you catch a cold? Did you bring a change of clothes? Go change before you eat." Young Fan said, "This little one is young and strong, it won't be a problem." But Ma Qiao knew very well that he did not bring a change of clothes, so he said, "Let's go, I just happened to bring a change of clothes. Let's go back and change." Ma Qiao pulled young Fan back to the woodshed and took out his own change of clothes for him to change into. Although it was a little fat, it was still a good fit. When the two returned to Five Plum Pavilion, Steward Liu was almost full. Seeing them return, he said, "Sit down and eat, it's going to get cold." Young Fan and Ma Qiao thanked him and sat down on both sides of the table. Just as they picked up their chopsticks, a servant rushed in and reported, "Steward Liu, General Cai Dongcheng of the Right Imperial Guard has come to visit our Lang." "Oh." Steward Liu, who had just finished eating, hurriedly put down his chopsticks and stood up, saying, "I'll go welcome him, quickly inform our Lang." Steward Liu hurriedly wiped his hands, got up, and walked out, muttering to himself, "Strange. There aren't any generals among the officials our Lang usually has dealings with, but this general came as soon as he heard the news. It seems he is very familiar with our Lang." Young Fan's ears twitched slightly as he heard every single word that Steward Liu said. After a while, Steward Liu came back, smiling from ear to ear as he led a guest. Ma Qiao and young Fan were sitting in Five Plum Pavilion eating. This pavilion had no windows and was transparent on all sides, so they could clearly see the situation on the road. Both of them looked curiously at the general. Although they lived in Luoyang, it was the first time they saw such a high-ranking official. Steward Liu bowed slightly as he led the general under the shade of the trees. There were 2 rows of elm trees, stretching from the main hall to the front door. The 2 rows were perfectly straight, and in the middle, there was a neat pavement paved with stone slabs. The shade was dense, and sunlight shone through the trees onto the pavement. Because of the gentle breeze, the branches danced in the air, casting shadows all over the ground. Young Fan looked over, his gaze moving from bottom to top. The first thing that came into view was a thin-soled battle boot made of yellow ox hide. As the battle boot stepped on, a leaf that had not yet fallen to the ground was stepped on by him. When the boot was lifted again, the leaf had already been crushed into pieces. The battle boot was lifted and then put down again, creating a rhythmic sense of power. Young Fan's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. His gaze continued to move up, quickly sweeping past the thick and sturdy body, landing directly on his face. This was a burly man with a red face, wearing a military officer's robe of the Fengchen Guards. His helmet was tucked under his ribs, his hair tied up, facing upwards from his forehead. His black hair tightly clung to his face, giving him a dignified aura without being angry. Steward Liu bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation to the tall and sturdy man. The man turned slightly and stepped onto the road to the back of the residence. As he turned, under his thick, black eyebrows, 2 sharp eyes swept across the pavilion. His gaze swept past young Fan and Ma Qiao without pausing for a moment. In the eyes of this Lieutenant General of the Fengchen Guard, there was no difference between young Fan and Ma Qiao sitting in the Five Plum Pavilion and the stone tables, stone benches, pavilion pillars, and bonsai that he had swept past. When he turned to the back of the house, one could clearly see that the robe on his chest was stretched taut by his bulging muscles. When he swung his arm, the rivets on the leather wrist guards on his sleeves glowed with golden light under the sunlight. Such power! Ma Qiao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Such a strong killing intent. Young Fan silently added in his heart. All the guests that came to the Lieutenant General's residence were people he suspected, especially the generals. What Steward Liu had said to himself earlier had already revealed a lot of information. In these years, the officials that young Mingsheng had befriended were mostly civil officials. There were very few generals who interacted with him. This Lieutenant General Cai had never even paid a visit. But right after something had happened to young Mingsheng, he had come. Although he was the Lieutenant General of the Fengchen Guard and not the Longwu Army, who knew if the Lieutenant General of the Fengchen Guard today was the first officer of the Longwu Army in the past? Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Clang clang clang, the footsteps were sonorous. There were 4 other generals following behind Lieutenant General Cai. When Cai Dongcheng turned to the corridor in the back of the residence, they happened to be walking side by side. These were 4 soldiers with 1,000 oxen. The Fengchen Guard had a total of 12,000 oxen. They were also high-ranking military officials, and they were 4 of them. The 4 people walked side by side. The one on the left had a sharp chin and a leopard's face, a stocky back and a bear's waist. The second had the arms of an ape and a long body, like an agile leopard. The third had a sharp chin and a protruding forehead, with slightly sunken cheeks. He looked lean, but his sword-like eyebrows slanted to his temples gave him a heroic air. The 4th person was slightly fatter than the other 3, but he didn't give off the slightest feeling of being bloated or slow. What was even more surprising was that when these 4 people raised their hands and moved their feet, they seemed to be one person. Looking at it from any angle, it was as if there were 3 shadows of one person. It was to the extent that every time their eyes moved, they would accurately land on the same spot. Since they were in the ranks, perhaps they had put in a lot of hard work to practice formations, but what they were displaying now was not just orderly ranks. Moreover, in this place, they didn't need to deliberately be orderly. Each of them was walking their own path and didn't deliberately coordinate with others. But no matter how they walked, no matter how fast or slow their steps were, they were like one person. It was to the extent that when they followed the path to the back of the residence, the people in the inner circle slowed down their steps, narrowed the distance between them, while the people in the outer circle took bigger steps and increased their speed. It was all so natural, without a trace of deliberate. It was like a meat screen, or perhaps, an iron wall. If any one of them were taken out individually, they wouldn't be as awe-inspiring as Lieutenant General Cai Dongcheng. But when the 4 of them walked together, even Cai Dongcheng seemed to be inferior to them. This kind of seamless unity gave people a feeling that there was no way to attack. Yang Fan thought to himself, these 4 people must have known each other for many years and are skilled in joint attack. Chapter 68. Anyone who appeared in the Yang mansion was Yang Fan's imaginary enemy, not to mention these suspicious soldiers. As soon as he discovered that they could pose a threat to him, Yang Fan instinctively wanted to know their background, strengths, and weaknesses. Relying on his good relations with others, Yang Fan quickly found out the identity of these people from Steward Liu's mouth, the Minister General of the Imperial Guard, Cai Dongcheng. The 4 iron-walled soldiers were Cai Dongcheng's 4 great generals, Liu Kuei, Shen Jiahui, Wu Xiaodong, and Huang Qilin. They were his most important subordinates in the Right Imperial Guard. In Yang Mingsheng's bedroom, Cai Dongcheng was kneeling in front of the bed, his back straight, giving people the feeling that he was a javelin. Cai Dongcheng stared at Yang Mingsheng, whose facial features were difficult to distinguish, and said in a low voice, "You mean, this person is the fish that escaped the net from Xiaozhou's Peach Blossom Village in Lingnan?" "Yes." Cai Dongcheng's eyes slowly lowered, and he said thoughtfully, "In that small village, there were altogether 11 families with the surnames Helan, Xiaohou, Yang, Shun, Li, Zhao, Wang, Qiu, Fang, Feng, and Han. Most of them were scholars, and I have never heard of any martial arts experts among them. If they had such high level of ability, why didn't they make any moves back then?" Yang Mingsheng said gloomily, "At that time, no one went to exterminate their entire family, why would they make any moves?" Cai Dongcheng's brows furrowed slightly. Even though they had a common secret because of the major case they had worked together in the past, and also relied on this secret, their official careers had been smooth sailing. Now, Yang Mingsheng had become an influential figure in the Ministry of Justice's Judicial Division, and he had even been promoted to the Right Imperial Guard Commander, but he and Yang Mingsheng really didn't have much contact. Scholars and martial artists were like water and oil, there were really not many who could mix together. What he remembered was Yang Mingsheng's temperament in the past. He didn't know if Yang Mingsheng's temper had grown over the years, or if it was because of his disability that his temperament had changed so much. In short, listening to him speak made people feel uncomfortable. But looking at young Mingxing's inhuman and ghostly appearance, Cai Dongcheng didn't want to bicker with him anymore. Cai Dongcheng carefully thought for a moment, then said, "It's really impossible to find out the other party's identity just by relying on an aged voice. There's only a glimmer of hope if we can confirm the other party's identity." Young Mingxing said, "These 11 families were banished to Lingnan, along with their families, troops, and servants. They lived on the mountain for more than 10 years, growing old, getting sick and dying. We don't know how many of them survived. The only thing I can be sure of is that this person is no longer young. At that time, he was at least middle-aged." Cai Dongcheng said coldly, "This clue is as good as none. Perhaps, the key to finding out his identity is, why did he only come to us now?" Young Mingxing said, "Maybe he just found out about us." Cai Dongcheng sneered, "Find out? How? How can he find out about us?" Young Mingxing sat quietly, not saying a word. Cai Dongcheng looked at the face that was completely wrapped in white cloth. Suddenly he thought of something and his face changed color. After half a day, he laughed and said, "Young Langzhong, don't tell me you are suspecting that person? That's impossible. How could it be? If that person wanted to kill us, he only needs to move his mind and will be turned into ashes and smoke. Why would he need to go through all this trouble?" Cai Dongcheng's expression was very uneasy. His aura was like an invincible sharp sword, no one can touch its edge. But right now he was unusually frightened. So much so that when he asked young Mingxing, without waiting for his reply, he hastily rejected this possibility. His heart was extremely uneasy. Young Mingxing slowly said, "What are you thinking? Of course I won't suspect that person. If it was an assassin sent by that person, the assassin could have just killed me. Why would he need to torture me like this?" Cai Dongcheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that as long as it was not that person, he no longer had any fear. That invincible sharp aura once again shone. "Then what are you thinking?" Young Mingxing said, "I'm thinking, he should be watching me right now. He's hiding somewhere very close to me, watching everyone who approaches me." As young Mingxing said this, he turned his head to look left and right, even though he could not see anything. "Perhaps, to find out the key to him, we don't need any clues at all. We just need to sit here and quietly wait for him. He will definitely come again." Cai Dongcheng frowned at first, then he suddenly understood. He suddenly stood up, surprised and angry. "You mean, he deliberately let you go? He thought you were bait to lure me out. As for you, you did as he wished and brought me here. Don't be noisy." Young Mingxing slightly tilted his head, as if he was listening to something. After a moment of silence, he straightened his posture and said to Cai Dongcheng, "General Cai, I, Young, am not a person without responsibility. I did not reveal your identity to him. When I thought I would definitely die, he did not kill me. But if he wanted to kill me, it would be very easy. I thought for a long time before I understood. He wanted to use me as bait to find other enemies. My life is obviously not enough to offset his hatred. Haha, Yang is now a cripple. I don't want to think about anything else. My only wish is to kill him. So." He slowly raised his head, his pitch-black nostrils like eyes staring at Cai Dongcheng. He fervently roared, "Lure him to kill you, you kill him." At night, young Langzhong's residence was very peaceful. At least, on the surface, it seemed very peaceful. From this, one could see the vastness of the minister's residence. There were so many servants, guards, and Marquis Wu, as well as patrolmen. Although they had to take 3 shifts a day, so only a third of them were active at night, when they spread out, it still looked the same as usual. It was still quiet and spacious, as if it had to be such a spacious residence. It was foggy at night, and the autumn mist curled up in spirals, so the patrolling guards were even more cautious. They were afraid that the audacious assassin who dared to assassinate the disciplinary officer would suddenly appear out of the night fog and stab them with his blade. Therefore, their steps were very careful, their backs slightly bent, and they cautiously looked around, paying attention to any movement. Young Fan, like the other night patrolmen, walked cautiously, a saber at his waist and a gong in his hand. His steps were as light as a cat's, afraid that someone would hear him. Sh. Yang Fan followed the sound and saw Ma Qiao, wearing a straw hat woven from tree branches, poking his head out from behind a clump of flowers and grass and waving at him. Yang Fan walked over. Ma Qiao whispered, "Don't keep wandering around like that. Be careful if you really run into that fiend. Just deal with him casually. When there's no one around, slack off and find a place to dawdle." Yang Fan's heart warmed. He nodded and said, "I know. You should be careful too. I know, someone's coming." Ma Qiao answered and squatted down with a whoosh. Yang Fan turned to walk down the road. Two officials from the Ministry of Justice were walking side by side. They seemed to be walking casually, but their eyes were sweeping around, taking in everything in their surroundings. Their hands were tightly gripping the hilts of their sabers. Yang Fan stood by the side of the road, waiting for the two officials to pass before continuing on the road. The door to the first floor of the study in the rear courtyard was wide open. Light flowed out from the room and shone on the steps 3 feet away from the door. There was a stool placed at the place where Mu Ninga used to brew tea. A large, stocky man was sitting on the stool, wiping his saber under the light. The saber was a 1,000-bull saber, as bright as autumn water. The large man used a deerskin rag to wipe it over and over again. Sometimes he would raise it and squint his eyes, then he would continue wiping the non-existent dirt. He cherished this saber very much. The 1,000-bull saber could cut 1,000 bulls, so it was naturally a first-class saber. Cai Dongcheng's 4 iron wall experts were led by him. His name was Liu Kuei. Liu Kuei did not know why Minister Cai had brought them to the Yang residence. Moreover, he had asked the 4 brothers to stay the night in the residence and assist Minister Liu in capturing the assassins. They were soldiers, while Yang Langzhong was a civil official. Even if Minister Liu and Yang Langzhong had a close personal relationship, it was extremely inappropriate for him to transfer a military officer to do the work of a patrolling official. However, Liu Kuei had no complaints. Minister Cai was his superior and also his big brother. These brothers had been in the army for so many years. They had charged and broken through enemy lines together, killed enemies together, and had long since forged a deep friendship. They were like brothers. He was good at killing people, but he was not good at dealing with people. He was even less skilled at welcoming and socializing in the official circles. Now, he was able to stand out among the Fengchen guards and become a 1,000-bull soldier. Liu Kuei was very clear on this point. The 12,000 oxen of the Fengchen guards did not only rely on their ability to bathe in blood on the battlefield. Among them, some relied on family connections, some relied on flattery. If it was not for Cai Langjiang's discerning eyes, after 20 years of military life, he might still only be a platoon leader, at most a lieutenant. He knew that everything he had today was thanks to Cai Lang General, so he never questioned any of Cai Lang General's decisions. Since Cai Lang General had given them the task of guarding the courtyard, then he had to do this task well. The 4 brothers each guarded the 4 corners of Yang Lang's room, each occupying a direction in the east, south, west, and north direction. With them here, one man could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Liu Kuei's hand that was wiping his saber stopped and he raised his eyes to look at the steps. A youth in blue clothes and a small hat held a gong under his ribs and a wooden mallet hooked on his pinky finger as he unhurriedly walked up the steps. Liu Kuei had seen him before. He was one of the 10 sentries of the inner compound. He did not remember his name, but he had some impression of this person's appearance. The youth seemed not to have thought that there would be people here. With a shocked expression, he paced back and forth and wanted to retreat. Liu Kuei said in a low voice, "What is it?" The youth hesitated and said embarrassedly, "This lowly one wanted to find some water to drink. I didn't expect General to be stationed here." Although a 1,000-bull soldier was a high-ranking military official, he was not a general. The youth's honorific made Liu Kuei feel very comfortable. So while his face was still tense, his tone softened. "The water is over there. Pour it yourself." The youth let out a breath and hurriedly bowed. "Many thanks, General." "Many thanks, General." The youth quietly entered the room and walked to a low table on the side. Chapter 69. Liu Kuei held a knife in one hand and mechanically wiped the blood with a deerskin rag. At the same time, he coldly glanced at the youngster's movements. The youngster walked to the side of the table and gently put down the wooden mallet. Then, he placed the gong on the table to prevent it from making a sound. There was a pot of water and a plate of upside-down cups on the table. Next to it, there was an opened cup with half a cup of water inside. That was the cup that Liu Kuei had just used. The youngster gently turned over a cup and filled it with water. Then, he filled Liu Kuei's cup to the brim. The indifference in Liu Kuei's eyes decreased slightly. This is a young man who knows the rules. Liu Kuei prided himself on being a person who was slow in speech but quick in action. Therefore, he was especially concerned about other people's actions. This little servant was already much more pleasing to the eye. After the youngster finished drinking, he gently put down the cup and bowed to Liu Kuei. He smiled and said, "Thank you, General. I will go on patrol now." Liu Kuei grunted and wiped his eyelids. He lightly said, "The Yamen has arranged for you people to keep watch at night. This is simply sending you to your death. Be careful." Liu Kuei had always been clumsy with words. He did not care about his superiors or colleagues. But now, he specially gave a word of advice to a little servant whose status was worlds apart from his. This was the first time he had done this. The youngster's smile had a very special affinity. It was easy for people to have a good impression of him. The youngster's smile became even brighter. "Thank you, General, for your concern. Yang Langzhong was able to invite such a powerful person to guard the residence. Presumably, that thief will not dare to come again. What is there for me to be afraid of?" A trace of a smile appeared in Liu Kuei's eyes. "What do you know? Since that person dared to injure Yang Langzhong to that state, it is clear that there is an irreconcilable hatred between them. Why would you be afraid of someone catching him? You should be careful. If you really meet that person, humph, you better pray for your own good." The youngster thought for a moment and blushed. "That's right. General's might is certainly frightening. But that person has a blood feud with Yang Langzhong. Presumably, he will not give up. I should be more careful. Thank you, General, for your reminder." "Oh, wait." Liu Kuei stopped wiping his saber, raised his head, and asked, "Do you know what enmity that person has with Yang Langzhong?" Speaking of which, Liu Kuei still didn't know who had hurt Yang Langzhong and why. Everyone was curious. Hearing this sentence, he couldn't help but ask. The young man said with some surprise, "I heard from the steward of the mansion that when the thief snuck into the mansion, he told Yang Langzhong that he came because of the Xiaoju murder case in the second year of Yongchun, so he has an irreconcilable enmity with Yang Langzhong. General was invited here by Yang Langzhong, yet you don't know the identity of that bandit. Second year of Yongchun. Xiaoju bloody case." Liu Kuei lowered his head and thought for a moment. His expression suddenly changed. He suddenly raised his head and said, "That person is Xiaozhou's peach garden." As soon as Liu Kuei raised his head, his eyes suddenly opened wide because he saw the youth that was originally standing 3 m away suddenly appear before him, and the youth's fingers were like beaks that swiftly and violently stabbed towards his throat. "You dare!" Liu Kuei shouted angrily and raised the saber in his hand. The youth quickly retreated and suddenly stood 3 m away. He was still in the same place as before, as if he had never moved from that position. As quiet as a virgin, as fast as a rabbit. Liu Kuei waved the snow-white 1000 bull saber in his hand in the air, but the person under the saber was already gone. Liu Kuei swung the saber in the air and wanted to stand up in shock and anger, but he suddenly felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. His legs had no strength at all. He wanted to open his mouth and shout, but his mouth was wide open and not a single word came out. His throat gurgled a few times, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was still holding the saber in his hand, but his steel-like arms suddenly softened. The originally bright and clean steel saber fell to the ground with a clang and was stained with a bit of dirt. The youth's fingers were like a beak, and with lightning speed, he pointed at Liu Kuei's throat and quickly retreated before Liu Kuei could swing the saber again. Liu Kuei's eyes were wide open in anger, and his eyes seemed to be about to pop out of their sockets. He used all the strength in his body, but still couldn't spit out a single word, because his throat had been smashed by the youth's beak, and his vocal cords had been pierced into minced meat. He couldn't make any sound at all. Liu Kuei's face was as red as chicken blood. He barely managed to spit out a few indecipherable syllables, and his body began to shake. The youth seemed to know what he wanted to say. He walked over and gently walked in front of Liu Kuei, gently bent down, picked up the 1,000 bull saber, straightened his back, looked into Liu Kuei's eyes, and softly asked, "Since you know that there is a peach blossom village in Shaoju, don't you know why I made a move?" Liu Kuei's throat emitted a low whining sound. It was the sound of a wave of qi passing through his throat, but he still couldn't speak. The youth didn't hesitate. He suddenly raised the saber and waved it in the air, creating a halo. The white halo instantly turned red. The last words Liu Kuei heard were, 147 ghosts of the Peach Blossom Village are waiting for you. Please be on your way. A head with a leopard's jaw and an angry red face flew into the air. The saber was indeed a good saber. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, a patrolling shopkeeper found Liu Kuei's body. This shopkeeper had a whistle hanging around his neck, but he only needed to scream to complete the summoning mission. When many people rushed over in response, they saw Liu Kuei sitting upright on the stool, becoming the king who stood shoulder to shoulder. His neck was empty, and the head had rolled behind a pillar to the side. Blood splattered all over the ground. Judging from the sputtering blood, Liu Kuei wasn't placed back on his seat after his death. Instead, he was beheaded while he was sitting on his seat. Moreover, the person used Liu Kuei's own saber. What did that person do to achieve such an effect? Following Liu Kuei's death, the young mansion was in an uproar. Several maids who heard the commotion broke into the study, only to vomit after witnessing the bloody scene. The patrol officers all had gloomy expressions on their faces, as if someone owed them 300 coins. Fengchen Imperial Guard Lieutenant Cai Dongcheng led Shen Jiahui, Wu Xiaodong, and Huang Qilin into the study and never came out again. In order to prevent the villains from luring the tiger away from the mountain, Yang Mingsheng was also carried in by them. The sorrowful and indignant cries of Shen Jiahui and the other two could be heard faintly from the study, interrupting the whispers of the Marquis Wu's shopkeepers. The whole courtyard was silent, and only the indistinct cries of grief could be heard, startling the crows that were resting on the branches and circling in the night sky. The faces of the Marquis Wu's shopkeepers were not very good. The intruder was able to sneak into the study under such tight circumstances and take Liu Kuei's head without the slightest resistance. What kind of terrifying person was this? The martial marquis who were in charge of patrolling the streets secretly rejoiced and felt a lingering fear. Even the sentry posts that were hidden in the dark, when they thought that the assassin might have walked past them without them noticing at all, they couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Whether it was the shopkeepers or Marquis Wu's, none of them had the awareness to catch this kind of fugitive. The Marquis Wu's received a meager salary, and usually only managed matters such as petty theft, swindling, and fire prevention. The shopkeepers, as their supplement, at most dealt with small matters such as neighborhood disputes and street fights. They had never dealt with such a big case. This was a murder case, and the culprit had even killed the high officials of the Tang dynasty's Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guard, Chenyo Beis, without blinking an eye. This kind of fugitive had such extraordinary and terrifying martial arts. Who would be willing to send them to their deaths? They stood there silently, not because they were mourning Liu Qianwei's death, but because they thought that the assassin's target was Yang Langzhong. As long as Yang Langzhong didn't die, the assassin would definitely come again. If they were not careful, they would be killed like chickens. Of course, Yang Fan's face was also pale, and his face was full of fear. Even if you observed carefully, you wouldn't be able to find the slightest abnormality in his expression. Moreover, no one was paying attention to their expressions right now, because no one thought that the assassin was among them. Yang Fan discovered that the 4 Chenyo Beis were experts in joint attacks, so he decided that he had to get rid of one of them first. His great Shifu had once told him that when well-trained soldiers joined hands to attack together, they had a tacit understanding of when to advance and when to retreat. This way, they could multiply the strength of each person. When they joined hands to attack together, the power they could unleash would be several times, or even 10 times that of these individual soldiers combined. These 4 Chenyo Beis were obviously skilled in martial arts. Yang Fan didn't know how much power they could unleash when they joined hands to attack together, and he didn't want to waste his energy to find out. What he wanted to do, he had to be cautious at every step, and there was no need to take those risks. Since he could use his secret identity to kill one of them and achieve his goal, then it was fine. These 4 people's joint attacks might have been practiced for a few years, or even 10 or 20 years. The tacit understanding between them made them seem like one person. Killing one of them would destroy this tacit understanding. Because these 4 people were used to attacking and defending each other and cooperating with each other, once one of them was killed, the remaining 3 would suddenly change their familiar attacking method. They might not even be as good as the 3 people who were trying to cooperate for the first time. This was tantamount to completely destroying the possibility of them joining hands to attack together. After he entered the library, he exchanged a few words with Liu Kuei just to confirm whether Liu Kuei was also one of the participants in the Xiaoju bloody case. Of course, regardless of whether Liu Kuei was or not, since he had already stepped into this vortex, he must die. Liu Kuei had only said half a sentence. Although he had only said half a sentence, the change in his expression, the tone of his voice, and the fact that he had blurted out the name of the Peach Blossom village all proved that he was a participant in the Huanshan village massacre, or at least an insider. If Liu Kuei was like this, then what about the other 3 people of the Iron Wall? What about Cai Dongcheng, the commander of the Fengchen Guards? Chapter 70. Steward Old Liu walked out of the study with a heavy expression on his face. A few stewards immediately went up to him and asked him a few questions in a low voice. Steward Liu shook his head and said in a deep voice, "All right, don't ask any more. This place is already messy enough, don't add to the mess. Hurry up and settle everyone down." Everyone returned to their respective positions and perform their duties. Old Luo, early tomorrow morning, bring some men to buy some things and prepare for Liu Bei's funeral. That steward Luo stared at him and said, "What? Is this appropriate? A member of the Fengchen Guards has died and he wants to hold a funeral in our residence. How unlucky." Old Liu reprimanded, "Liu Bei's hometown is thousands of miles away and he died for our Lang. If he doesn't hold it here, where else can he hold it?" After he finished speaking, he turned back to look at the study. Seeing that no one seemed to have heard him, he hurriedly walked down the steps and pulled old Luo to the side. In a low voice, he said, "You don't think it's unlucky. That flying bandit is obviously coming for our master. We still have to rely on these soldiers to block the disaster for us. That middle commander Cai Dongcheng and the other 3,000 oxen guards have been friends with Liu Kuei for more than 20 years. Even if we don't give them face, we still have to give them face. This matter was approved by our Lang, so you have to handle it seriously and solemnly. Don't let anyone find fault with us." Old Luo said, "So that's how it is. I understand. Steward, don't worry. I, Old Luo, will definitely handle this matter well." Friends of more than 20 years, when he heard this, a trace of coldness flashed across Yang Fan's eyes. Early the next morning, the news of the flying bandit entering the Yang residence again and stealing Liu Bei's head spread like wildfire. By noon, the news had spread throughout the entire Luoyang. Through word of mouth and layer upon layer of embellishment, this assassin who had entered the Yang residence at night and killed Liu Kuei of the Imperial Guard Chen Niu had already become legendary. It was said that this assassin had cultivated a flying sword that could kill people from 1,000 miles away. It was said that he had the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. It was said that he could take the head of a general from 1,000,000 soldiers. Inside the Yang mansion, a funeral was being solemnly arranged for Liu Kuei. The small 2-story building in the study room had been turned into a mourning hall. In the main hall on the first floor, there was an incense burner, offering 3 animals, seasonal fruits, incense burners, wax tables, and so on. In front of the incense burner, there was a brazier, and gold and silver candles were burning, causing the originally elegant building to be filled with smoke. Liu Kuei's body was sewn up by Old Luo, and Old Luo paid a large sum of money to make it whole. Every needle and thread, The body was sewn in front of the coffin. And the coffin was Liu. In fact, young Langzhong did not need to do this to invite Cai Dongcheng. After he was disfigured and blinded, his mind was in a mess. He was no longer as shrewd and calm as he used to be. Liu Kuei had died here, and the murderer would obviously come again. Even if he rushed out, Cai Dongcheng, Shen Jiahui, and the others would not leave. They were like brothers to Liu Kuei. How could they not avenge him? Yang Fan was still doing night watch duty and doing odd jobs during the day. When the morning hall was set up, he was busy inside. Cai Dongcheng and the three Shen brothers stood in front of Liu Kuei's memorial tablet and swore that they would cut the murderer into 1,000 pieces to avenge their brother. But how could they have imagined that the murderer was right next to them? In the afternoon, a large number of officials from the Ministry of Justice rushed to the Yang mansion. The servants of Marquis Wu's workshop and the Yang mansion were all herded to the side courtyard. From the main entrance of the Yang mansion through the front hall to the study at the back of the mansion, there was a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. The study was also surrounded by the officials from the Ministry of Justice. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that an important person was coming. Unfortunately, even old Luo, who was the second steward, did not know who it was. Even he, who was in charge of the funeral, was chased out of the study. The scenery in the backyard of the Yang mansion was very beautiful. Although the gardens in the early Tang dynasty were not very exquisite, and there were not too many man-made decorations, and there were not too many cultural landscapes, it was still full of wild interest. The servants of Marquis Wu's workshop and the servants of the Yang mansion, who were herded to the side courtyard, knew that an important person was coming. No one dared to move around, and the courtyard was especially quiet. Ma Qiao took the opportunity to go home. Because there was an important person coming, and they were temporarily not needed, Ma Qiao asked Steward Liu for leave, and wanted to go back to see his mother. Ma Qiao's filial piety was famous in the Xiuwen workshop, and Steward Liu also knew the details. People at that time especially cared about the word filial piety. Anyway, the Yang mansion temporarily did not need to assign him any tasks, so Steward Liu readily agreed. In the autumn garden, there was a faint sense of desolation. Yang Fan walked alone in the forest, looking around, as if it was his first time in a rich family, and everything was new. In fact, he was familiarizing himself with the surroundings. It was obvious that after Liu Kuei was killed, the security in the mansion would be tighter, and the chances of a sneak attack would decrease. The more familiar he was with the environment in the mansion, the more advantageous it would be for him to act. Yang Fan was looking around, pretending to admire the scenery, and memorizing the paths, trees, rockery, and flowers in the courtyard. Suddenly, a young and tender voice called out, "Hey!" Yang Fan looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a street lamp in the grass by the side of the road. The Yang family's young miss, Shui Lian, was standing next to the lamp. The lamp was as tall as an adult's shoulder, and was shaped like a stone shrine. The roof was tiled, and there were holes on all 6 sides, and it was covered with a fine copper net. This road led to the study and the bedroom in the back courtyard. Because Yang Langzhong often worked late into the night in the study, he often walked on this road, so there were lamps on both sides of the road. Yang Fan walked over, bent down, and asked with a smile, "Little miss, what are you doing here?" Yang Shuilian said, "There is an important official coming to the house, so mother accompanied father to the study to wait. I was very bored by myself, so I came here to catch crickets." "Oh, did you catch them?" "I caught them." Yang Shuilian smiled happily, and turned around to point at the lamp, saying, "Look, I've already caught 5, and they're all locked up here." Yang Shuilian carefully opened the small net door of the lamp, and a cricket wanted to run out. She quickly closed the small door, and said with a smile, "Want to run? It won't be that easy." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Little miss is amazing, to be able to catch so many at once." "Ari, it's not that many. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer crickets, and in a few days, there won't be any left. Autumn is the most annoying, and the crickets in the courtyard will become less and less. In the end, you can only hear one cricket calling, and one day it will suddenly stop." Yang Shuilian lifted her skirt and walked out of the grass. She looked at Yang Fan with a pair of big black and white eyes, and said with some sadness, "Say, after the weather turns cold, where do you think the crickets will go? Did they die?" This. Young Fan didn't know how to answer, and thought for a moment, then said, "Maybe, because it's too cold, so they hid in the cave. If the crickets are all dead, how can there be crickets next year?" Young Shuilian tilted her head and thought for a moment. She became happy, and said with joy, "Yes, you're right, they must have run home to hide." Young Fan looked at her, and couldn't help but ask, "Do you often catch crickets in the courtyard alone?" Young Shuilian nodded and said, "Yes. Father doesn't like me, and mother always plays cards and gambles with others. She doesn't accompany me, so I played alone in the courtyard since I was a child. I like to catch crickets, sometimes." She looked back at the crickets that were calling in the lamp, and sighed like a little adult, and said, "Sometimes, I feel that I'm actually the same as them, we're all locked in the same cage. But at least they have a companion." Young Fan frowned, and asked, "Does your mother often play cards?" Young Shuilian said, "She doesn't always play cards, sometimes she flips money, plays doubles, throws dice." Young Fan was silent. Little Shuilian glanced at him and asked, "What are you strolling around here by yourself?" Young Fan said, "Oh, isn't it because a high-ranking official has come to your family? I have nothing to do right now, so I can only walk around." "Right, do you know who has come, and why is there such a large commotion?" Young Shuilian said, "I know. I heard from my mother that the person who has come is my father's immediate superior, Assistant Minister Jew of the Ministry of Justice. My mother said that Assistant Minister Jew is very powerful. Even though he is just an assistant minister right now, even the minister has to listen to him. So many major matters have happened in my family, and Assistant Minister Jew is very unhappy. Today, he came to take a look, and personally made arrangements to catch the thief. This Assistant Minister Jew is so powerful, he will definitely be able to catch that bad person." Young Fan was about to speak when Steward Liu's figure appeared on the little path. When he saw Young Shuilian, he called out, "Miss, what are you doing here? A noble person has come to the Fu today. Miss, do not run around. Furin is looking for you. Miss, quickly go to the reception hall and wait for that noble guest." Young Fan bowed and said, "Steward Liu." Steward Liu watched as Young Shuilian ran away and then turned to look at Young Fan. He warned, "It is best if you do not randomly strike up a conversation with Miss. Even though Miss is still a young girl, but it is best if you stay far away from her. Our young family has many rules, and the rules that Lang has set for the women in the family have always, Chapter 71. At this point, Steward Liu sighed softly and said sourly, "I'm afraid Lang won't be so strict with me in the future." He waved his hand disinterestedly and said, "You may go. Stay in the side courtyard and don't wander around." "Yes, Steward Liu, I'll go back first." Young Fan smiled respectfully and turned to leave. Juxing. Young Fan thought about this person as he walked. After a brief analysis, he shook his head and denied the possibility that Juxing had anything to do with him. In the second year of Yongchun, when the Xiaoju murder case happened, Juxing was still a county magistrate in the north. It was only in recent years when Empress Wu's authority grew and she was expected to remove Li Tang's order and change the system, that she began to use ruthless officials to remove the obstacles to her seizing power. Juxing won Empress Wu's favor because of his ruthless style of handling cases. That was how he rose to the top and became a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Justice. It was impossible for Juxing to have anything to do with what happened back then. Juxing was now the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, the de facto leader. Whether it was from the perspective of caring for his subordinates or from the perspective of such a major case in Luoyang, it was normal for him to personally inquire about his subordinates' affairs. He had already found out that although Cai Dongcheng was now the commander of the Left Imperial Guard and an illustrious general with great power, he was once a commander of the Dragon Guard. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he was the perpetrator of the Xiaoju murder case. Injuring young Mingsheng had lured Cai Dongcheng out, but Cai Dongcheng was also a lackey. The mastermind had yet to show himself. It seemed that if he wanted him to show himself, he would have to take down Cai Dongcheng and his four Vajras first. Only then would he be able to force the mastermind to show himself, Yang Fan pondered as he returned to the side courtyard. That day, Yang Mingxing blurted out a name, Helan Minji. Yang Fan had already found out that Helan Minji was Wu Zetian's nephew. His mother was Wu Zetian's elder sister, who was once favored by Gaozong Li Ji and was given the title of Lady of Han. His sister, Helan, was also favored by Li Ji and was given the title of Lady of Wei. As for Helan Minji himself, after Wu Zetian exiled his two older brothers, he changed his surname to Wu and became the heir of Wu Zetian's father, Wu Shiyang. He was given the title of Duke of Ju and could be said to be extremely wealthy. However, later on, Wu Zetian accused Helan Min of making peace with her maternal grandmother, Lady Yang, embezzling public funds for personal gain, committing adultery with the crown prince's wife, Lady Yang, and many other crimes. She had her changed back to her original surname and was exiled to Lingnan. Helan Minji's legendary life. Yang Fan couldn't think of any connection between Helan Minji and the small village in Shaoju. It was said that Helan Minji was a wanton and unrestrained person, dissolute and lustful. However, he was handsome, and talented. Not only that, he was also very knowledgeable. In addition to his illustrious family background and status, he had many friends in the royal court. Later on, these people were all implicated by him and were all demoted. Yang Fan suspected that the peach blossom village that was suddenly built was probably used to settle the officials who were implicated by Helan Minji and were demoted. The 11 families in the village were the officials who were implicated in the past. However, the small village was built 1 year after Helan Minji's suicide, but the massacre happened 11 years later. This was a bit strange. If the villagers who suddenly appeared in this small mountain village were the officials and their families who were implicated by Helan Minji, and if the court wanted to eradicate these people, there was no need to wait for so many years, and there was no need to use the plague as an excuse to cover it up. Moreover, during the Shaoju bloody case, Helan Minji had already turned into a pile of dirt. The court and the common people had long forgotten such a person. How could it be possible that more than 10 years later, Helan Minji would suddenly kill those who were implicated by him? Judging from their secretive actions and the people they used to cover up their identities and whereabouts, it couldn't be the work of the court. Yang Mingxing was the perpetrator of the Shaoju massacre. From what Yang Mingxing blurted out, it could be proved that the massacre of the village must have a great relationship with Helan Minji. This was certain. The question was, what was in the mountain village? What secret did these villagers have that someone would use such an inhumane act of slaughtering an entire village to solve the problem? Perhaps, only by clarifying this problem, could he find the real culprit behind the scenes. Yang Fan thought for a long time, but he really couldn't think of any other way. It seemed that he could only use killing as bait to alarm the culprit behind the scenes. One of Cai Dongqing's 4 great Vajras was already gone. Even if the remaining 3 joined forces, it would be difficult for them to display their combined strength. Yang Fan planned to eradicate the 4 great Vajras one by one, and then finally kill Cai Dongqing. At that time, the frightened Yang Mingxing would definitely ask for help from the real culprit behind the scenes. The mourning hall had been set up for 3 days. Cai Dongqing's 3 valiant generals had been guarding the mourning hall for 3 days, and the entire Yang residence had been on high alert for 3 days. Everyone had been tired and exhausted, but the mysterious assassin had never appeared again. In this world, one could be a thief for 1,000 days, but there was no way to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Such intense defensive measures couldn't be maintained for long. Not to mention Marquis Wu and the workshop attendants, even the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the patrolmen of Luoyang Prefecture were full of complaints after 3 days. If this went on, before the assassin came to kill them, everyone would collapse. Cai Dongqing and Yang Mingxing also knew that this couldn't go on. The two of them discussed for a while and had no choice but to restore the system of patrolling the night. Everyone took turns to keep watch at night, so that they could all rest. That night, it was still Yang Fan's first patrol. According to the rule of 3 shifts, they had to take turns every 8 hours. In other words, Yang Fan had to keep watch from nightfall until dawn, a total of 8 hours. Then he had to rest for 16 hours. Sure. When Yang Fan walked past a thicket, Ma Qiao came out again. He had a straw hat on his head and was waving at him. Yang Fan walked over and said with a smile, "Brother Qiao, you really hid well." Ma Qiao pulled him under a tree and scolded, "You're silly. Why are you working so hard? Walking back and forth. If the assassin comes in and sees you, he'll kill you with one blow. At most, the Langzhong residents will give you a coffin." Yang Fan naturally understood Ma Qiao's good intentions, but he couldn't just walk back and forth. Others could slack off, but he couldn't. He was looking for an opportunity to strike, but the security in the residence was obviously much tighter than before. It was easy for him to kill someone, but it was difficult to do so without leaving any traces. Seeing that Yang Fan only smiled shyly, Ma Qiao glared at him in exasperation and said helplessly, You're so honest." As he said this, Ma Qiao reached into his bosom and took out something, handing it to Yang Fan. The object was heavy in his hand. It was a curved piece of iron. Yang Fan asked curiously, "What is this?" As Ma Qiao untied his belt, he said, "This is the base of a pot. My family has a pot that leaked, and I originally planned to use it as a supplement. But when my mother heard about what happened in the Yang residence, she was worried and broke the pot in half." As Ma Qiao said this, he pulled out another piece of metal from his waist and handed it to Yang Fan, saying, "Here, keep this in your bosom. There's one on your chest and one on your back. If it's really, it might be of some use." Yang Fan hurriedly declined, "No, if I use it, what about you? This is what Auntie prepared for you, take it back quickly." Ma Qiao said, "Hey, I'm lying here, what are you worried about? Besides, I have many brothers at home, if something really happens, it's fine. In a while, I'll find a more secluded place to lie down and sleep. It doesn't matter if the assassin comes or not, I won't get up no matter what, and I won't be stupid enough to shout and scream. What can happen?" Ma Qiao fastened his belt and burrowed into the bushes. He worriedly poked his head out and said, "Don't be too stubborn, if you can slack off, then slack off. Even if the steward catches you, at most he'll scold you. What else can he do? It's not worth risking your life. Hey, I got it." Although Yang Fan didn't need this armor, he still felt warm in his heart. In front of Ma Qiao, he stuffed the two pieces of metal into his clothes and left. In fact, carrying these two things would greatly affect his skills, so after leaving Ma Qiao's line of sight, he wandered to the place where he met Miss Shuilian last time. Looking around and making sure there was no one around, he took out the metal pieces and stuffed them into the place where Miss Yang Shuilian hid Big Brother. What are you doing here?" Yang Fan kicked the metal pieces into the bushes. Just as he was about to fasten his belt, a cold voice came from not far away. Yang Fan was secretly shocked. This person could actually hide from his ears, and his footsteps were very light. Slowly turning around, Yang Fan saw a man with 8 arms and a long body, wearing a round collar-long gown. He had a scarf on his head and a 1,000-bull saber hanging from his ribs. His hand gripped the saber hilt tightly, and his posture was as steady as a mountain. This person was standing on the small path, looking at him. Beside him was a pear tree, and the glistening yellow pears bent the branches, as if they were about to touch his shoulders. 1,000 bulls ready Shen Jiahui. Yang Fan recognized him at a glance. Chapter 72. Yang Fan immediately recognized his identity. "Oh, I saw that there was no one here, so it's convenient." Yang Fan put on an embarrassed expression. There was a toilet, but he did not go. Seeing that there was no one around, he peed in someone else's garden. Of course he would be embarrassed if someone saw him. Yang Fan's attitude was impeccable. Jing did not know the rules of the market and was used to peeing everywhere. His actions were also not considered outrageous. Shen Jiahui frowned in disgust and coldly glanced at him. In a deep voice, he said, "Be more vigilant. The assassin has not come for 3 days. I'm afraid he will appear tonight. If you can find him, you must warn us. Once he is caught, there will be a great reward." Shen Jiahui's eyes were a little red. He hadn't had a good night's sleep for the past few days. He had been waiting for the assassin to kill, but in the end, he didn't even see the shadow of the assassin. Right now, he was really a little exhausted. If it wasn't for the desire to avenge his brother supporting him, he would have long fallen asleep. Yes, Yes, yes. Don't worry, Master General. Did you not see me walking around? I dare not slack off. Shen Jiahui grunted and turned to leave. Yang Fan suddenly exclaimed, Huh? What is that? What? Shen Jiahui suddenly turned his head. His saber was unsheathed. Before the sound of the saber stopped, he had already jumped to Yang Fan's side. His movements were extremely agile. Yang Fan pointed at the grass. With a face full of surprise, he said, Master General, look over there. What is that? Shen Jiahui looked over and asked in confusion, Where? What did you find? Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Jiahui felt a great pain in his dantian. Without thinking, he raised his elbow and struck at Yang Fan. Yang Fan's attack was successful and he immediately floated away. Shen Jiahui's strike was so close to Yang Fan's clothes that he flew 2 feet away. Shen Jiahui looked down. His lower abdomen was bleeding profusely. It had already dyed his robes red. When he did not notice, he still had some strength. But when he saw the wound on his body, he felt all his strength leave his body. He suddenly raised his head and glared fiercely at Yang Fan. Yang Fan had a saber hanging from his ribs, and it was still there. At some point in time, he was holding a dagger in his hand, and fresh blood was dripping from the edge of the dagger. Shen Jiahui had interrogated 2 of Yang Langzhong's subordinates who had fought with the assassins, and had also tested his martial arts with them. The result was naturally a complete victory. Therefore, he believed that since the 2 of them were evenly matched with the assassin's martial arts would not be too high. Because of this, he could not understand how Liu Kuei, who had the steadiest, sharpest, and the best martial arts among the 4 of them, could be beheaded just by sitting there without moving. Now he knew, and at the same time, he also knew that his life had come to an end. The only thing he wanted to do now was to publicize his identity as an assassin and let his brothers know, lest they followed in his footsteps. The assassin is. Shen Jiahui took a deep breath, and without a word of nonsense, he shouted at the top of his lungs. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he found that the young man, who was standing 20 feet away, had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. Shen Jiahui had always been proud of his agility, but now he realized that this person was faster than him, much faster than him. Stab! The person leaped in front of him. Guessed. The dagger was put away, and the saber was raised horizontally, with a halo like a wheel. Yes. Puff. With a sound, a head flew. The moment the head flew, Yang Fan's heart felt like it was scalded by boiling oil, and there was an indescribable pain, but also an indescribable pleasure in the pain. He vaguely saw his sister's silhouette, running like a deer in the wilderness, saw a spurt of blood and a head flying high into the air. Who's shouting? What? Matter, matter, matter. Someone come quickly, Tilda. The displeased and angry voice quickly turned into the frightened squeal of a sheep. It came from the mouth of an official from the Ministry of Justice who rushed over in response. Yang Fan had already escaped like a rabbit, and before he left, he stabbed the wound on Shen Jiahui's lower abdomen, making it difficult to tell what kind of sharp weapon it was. When he rushed into the grass, he did not forget to take the 2 pieces of the bottom of the iron pot with him. His serious understanding and record of every grass, every tree, every pavilion in the Yang residence played a huge role at this time. Yang Fan moved like a rabbit, and like a falcon, he disappeared in an instant. While the backyard was in an uproar, Yang Fan had already washed the knife in the pond where he had doggy paddled and put it back at his waist. The pond water slightly rippled with a touch of red, but it was immediately melted by the entire pond water. It was so faint that it could no longer be seen as a trace of blood. Endless amounts of enemy blood, endless amounts of enemy heads. Sooner or later, he would dye this pool of water red. Who is the assassin? How could he so accurately find my people and eliminate them? In Yang Mingsheng's bedroom, Cai Dongcheng asked angrily. Cai Dongcheng had been in the army for a long time, and from a small soldier, he had killed his way to the high position of lieutenant general. Now that he had such a high position and power, he did not need to be angry, and when he occasionally flared up, his murderous aura was even more daunting. But his angry appearance did not affect Yang Mingsheng in the slightest. Yang Mingsheng could not see, and even if he could see, he would not be afraid. Cai Dongqing's murderous aura was cultivated in the army, and it was forged in the bloody battles between two armies. Yang Mingsheng was only a civil official, and he had not even personally killed a person. But when he shouted behead and the heads fell to the ground, almost none of them were peddlers or common people. There were many officials that Yang Mingsheng had personally sentenced to death, and among them, there was no lack of officials with the same rank as Cai Dongqing, and even officials with higher ranks. Even members of Li Tang's imperial clan and relatives of the emperor, he had sentenced them to death and supervised their executions. How could Cai Dongqing be able to scare him? Yang Mingsheng sat on the bed and sneered again and again. Since this person was able to find me, it can be seen how much effort he put into it. This person is scheming and must have been investigating me since a long time ago. He must have found out everything about me. And now, your people are so ostentatious, afraid that people don't know that he is the Grand Thousand Oxen. You held a funeral in my mansion, and everyone knew about it. Think about it, how could he not know? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense at all. Cai Dongqing paced back and forth in the room. With each step, the floor sank, giving off a muffled thud. Losing 2 generals in a row, he felt heartache, really heartache. These 4 people were not only brothers who had followed him for many years and had deep feelings for him, but they were also the main force that controlled the left Fengchen guards, the 4 great confidants. Confidants could not be cultivated if one wanted to. Just one loyalty was not easy to obtain. Could a person that was casually promoted be as reliable as the old subordinates that had followed him for 20 years? Furthermore, without enough ability, how could they help him control the proud and valiant soldiers of the left Fengchen guards? With 12,000 oxen, who knew how many people were eyeing these positions? Once there were vacancies, how could he casually promote a few of his own people? He was like a trapped lion, his eyes red. Even so, how could he accurately identify the identities of my people? They are all wearing civilian clothes, how could that person find them in the mansion and not kill a single person? Cai Dongqing suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at Yang Mingsheng. He said with slight surprise, "No. There must be a traitor in your mansion." Yang Mingsheng said angrily, "T. My family is very strict. Those who can work in my mansion are all people that I know very well. Among them, the shortest time has already been under my command for 2 to 3 years. All of them are loyal and devoted." Cai Dongqing said calmly, "Loyal? You actually believe in loyalty? If people's hearts can be trusted, how could the 100 or so people of Shaozhou's Peach Blossom Village be killed?" Yang Mingsheng asked in reply, "If you don't believe in loyalty, then do you think that Liu Kuei, Shen Jiahui, and the others, if the word prophet was in front of them, would betray you?" Cai Dongqing said gloomily, "As long as there are enough benefits, why wouldn't they betray me?" Yang Mingsheng laughed mischievously. "It's a pity that Liu Kuei and Shen Jiahui are not far away. If they heard what you said, they would definitely be very sad." Cai Dongqing's expression changed as he said, "Of course there are people who are loyal and devoted, but as a person in a high position, if one were to blindly entrust his subordinates' reliability to their loyalty and not take any precautions, that would be the greatest stupidity." Yang Mingsheng nodded lightly and said approvingly, "That's right. I agree with what you said, but I still don't believe that the traitor came from my subordinates. Didn't the mansion transfer a lot of patrolmen from the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture, as well as Marquis Wu's workshop? If there was someone who tipped off the assassin, it must have come from one of them." Cai Dongqing shook his head. "Impossible. The officials from the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture were appointed by their superiors after the incident. No one knew beforehand that they would definitely be sent over. As for the Marshal Marquis of the workshop, there was no need to talk about it. It was because of a lack of manpower that he had been transferred over at the last minute. The people that were transferred over were even arranged by the workshop manager and the bad commander. How could the assassin have made contact with any of them beforehand? After they moved into your mansion, they practically never left it. Even if they did leave, in such a short period of time, whether it was through threats or promises, it would be impossible for them to become the assassin's accomplices. Yang Langzhong, unless you have enemies all over the world, and the Ministry of Justice, Luoyang Prefecture, the Showan Workshop's thugs, BSH, and everyone else all join hands to deal with you, then it would be possible for them to collude. So, if there is a suspicion, it must come from your mansion. Cai Dongcheng's analysis was very reasonable, and Yang Mingsheng's faith couldn't help but be shaken. He was silent for a moment, then asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" Chapter 73. Cai Dongcheng slightly narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, "For that assassin, we have not been able to find any clues so far. Perhaps this traitor is the key to catching him. What we need to do now is to plan and dig out this traitor first." "I intend to." Cai Dongcheng lowered his voice and whispered to Yang Mingsheng. Yang Mingsheng nodded and said, "All right. I also want to see who in my mansion has eaten the heart of a bear and the heart of a leopard, to dare to do such a thing." He raised his head. Although his whole face was covered with layers of white cloth and nothing could be seen, he still habitually raised his head and looked at Cai Dongcheng and said, "About the Peach Blossom Village case, should we tell him about it?" Cai Dongcheng sneered and said, "What we did back then was so unclean, yet we actually left a fish that escaped the net. Once he finds out about this, who knows if he won't blame us? Now that we've been messed up by this fish that escaped the net, it's not like you don't know that master's temper. So what if he finds out? How could someone as high and mighty as him care about this person and this matter? He dared to kill them all. In the end, this matter still has to be settled by the two of us. We don't have to suffer his scolding for nothing." Cai Dongcheng heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Yang Mingsheng's appearance that was neither human nor ghost, he mocked, "I've always been curious. You've become like this, neither human nor ghost, so what are you still alive for? If you die earlier, it will be a good thing for your enemies and friend." Cai Dongcheng flicked his sleeve and left. When he reached the side of the screen, he suddenly stopped, turned his head around, and said maliciously, "Even to your family, it is a good thing. Dr. Yang, you can be considered the first person in the entire world to be able to live up to your standard. How admirable." Hearing his footsteps getting further and further away, Yang Mingsheng suddenly clenched his fists. After clenching them for a long time, he slowly loosened them and muttered to himself, "Why, do I start to hope that the assassin will succeed?" That day, Cai Dongcheng made a trip back to Fengchen Guard and continued to ask for leave from his superior. When he returned, he brought back 30 soldiers, each with a bow and arrow. Mobilizing an army, even if it was just a few people, was no small matter. It was impossible to mobilize troops without a military order. It was even more taboo for an officer to do a patrol officer's job. Normally, the army would not agree to it. If such an exception was made, would the army still be an army? The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Luoyang Prefecture were also unwilling. If they had to mobilize their troops just because of a case, wouldn't they become decorations? Wouldn't that mean that they were incompetent officials? However, this case in Yang Langzhong's residence was really too big of a commotion. First, a dignified disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice was crippled, and then 2,000 oxen were beheaded in the Yang family. It was said that even the high and mighty empress knew about this case. It was the empress who personally asked about this matter, and only then did Fengchen Guard allow Cai Dongcheng to borrow 30 soldiers. They were also given bows and arrows from the armory that could not be used unless it was for battle or training. It was said that because of this matter, the Luoyang Prefecture was also under a lot of pressure. However, with such a large city like Luoyang, they really could not spare any more officials. Therefore, Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong personally came with 30 people. They were all smart and capable Marquis Wu and workshop attendants who were selected from the various workshops. Tang Zong paired the people he brought with the Yang family's servants and guards, as well as Marquis Wu's workshop attendants. The old led the new, and they patrolled together to strengthen the Yang family's security. When these workshop attendants and Marquis Wu's were brought to the Yang family, Yang Fan saw that although they deliberately staggered their formation, their backs were still straight and their expressions were still stern. Yang Fan couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful expression. They did not whisper to each other, nor did they make faces or giggle. As expected, they were smart and capable Marquis Wu and workshop attendant. At this moment, Ma Qiao walked over to him with 3 trembling steps, and said excitedly, "With so many people all of a sudden, we're much safer." Yang Fan looked at Ma Fan's legs that were trembling like springs, then looked at the new workshop attendants and Marquis Wu's, who all had steady and powerful legs. He smiled lightly. "Yes, this time, it's really much safer." At night, Yang Mingsheng's mansion was guarded every 3 steps, and there was a sentry every 5. Marquis Wu's workshop attendants came and went without rest. Although there were many people, they maintained absolute silence. Other than the rustling of footsteps, nothing else could be heard. This strict atmosphere was like a military fortress. In a pentagonal pavilion, Huang Chelin, who was well prepared, sat on a stone table. On the stone table in front of him was a pot of wine and a fat chicken. He had already eaten more than half of the fat chicken that weighed at least 5 catties. In front of him was a pile of chicken bones, which had all been eaten cleanly. Huang Chelin had a round body. Although his body was rather fat, he did not give off the feeling of being bloated or slow. Among the 4 Iron Wall brothers, he was the youngest and ranked last. But because of his fat body, he seemed to be slightly older than the other brothers. On his left sat the Minister of Justice, Wang Lu, who had single-handedly knocked Yang Fan into the pond. On his right sat the Yang Residence's protector, Hua Xiaoqian. Yang Fan and a new workshop attendant stood leaning against the pillar of the pavilion. Huang Chelin spat out a piece of chicken bone, wiped his greasy mouth, and sneered, "This time, we've mobilized the army. I want to see if that assassin can outrun the bow and arrow." Ever since Hua Xiaoqian escaped death that night, he has been in a state of panic. Hearing this, he could not help but ask worriedly, "Huang Beishan, that assassin comes and goes without a trace. Can the bow and arrow deal with him?" Huang Chelin grunted, "You don't have to make him sound so godly. I, Huang Beishan, have seen experts before. But no matter how powerful they are, their speed cannot outrun the bow and arrow. Have you ever heard of a so-called expert who is invincible on the battlefield and can fight 100 enemies alone?" Wang Lu, the Minister of Justice, could not help but ask, "Huang Beishan, since the commander of the palace guards has requested for the army to be mobilized, and the bow and arrow are specially approved, why not transfer some crossbows over? Aren't crossbows more powerful than bows?" Huang Chelin gave him a look that was not a smile and said, "You have never been in the army before, so naturally you do not understand the logic." Wang Lu's face reddened, and he cupped his hands, saying, "I was just about to ask Huang Beishan for advice." Huang Chelin threw down a chicken bone, wiped his mouth, and said, "It is true that the crossbow has a longer range than the bow, and that the shot is more accurate and lethal. But the crossbow also has areas where it is inferior to the bow. As the saying goes, 5 arrows for 1 crossbow. This means that for a skilled archer, it takes the effort of shooting 5 arrows before the crossbow can fire 1 arrow. We cannot transfer more soldiers here, and this manor is full of flowers and pavilions. If 1 arrow misses, the assassin will disappear without a trace. How can we use the crossbow to capture his figure? Besides, this is not like the front of 2 armies. The crossbow is heavier than the bow and is much larger. It is not convenient for a single soldier to carry it around." Huang Chelin picked up another piece of chicken and said, "Besides, for a first-rate archer, the lethality of the bow is not necessarily inferior to the crossbow. When our Tang dynasty's famous General Xue Rengui was the chief commander of the Tiela Road army, he was going to lead the army to the west. Before he left, Emperor Gaozong gave him a banquet to bid him farewell. During the banquet, Emperor Gaozong said to General Xue, 'I have long heard that General is good at archery. The ancients who were good at archery could pierce through 7 layers of armor with 1 arrow. Today, why don't you try shooting an arrow through 5 layers of armor for me to see?' At the time, I was on the military field and was standing closest to the general selection stage, so I heard everything clearly. When General Xue heard the imperial edict, he ordered someone to bring his precious bow. With 1 arrow, he pierced through 5 layers of leather armor. Emperor Gaozong turned pale with fright when he saw this and immediately ordered someone to bring his own radiant iron armor for General Xue to put on, afraid that General Xue would be hit by an arrow on the battlefield. Hey! Normal armor can't even block a sharp arrow, much less a flying bandit who relies on lightness kung fu to fly high and low. This military bow is enough to deal with him. As long as he is hit by an arrow, he can forget about escaping." When Hua Xiaoqian and the Ministry of Justice heard Huang Qilin's words, they couldn't help but gasp in surprise. In the military system of the early Tang dynasty, armored soldiers made up 60% of the total army. However, due to the limitations of steel production and different battlefield environments, coupled with the restraint of powerful bows and crossbows, and the vast battlefield, there were many ways to avoid direct confrontation with the heavy cavalry. The heavy cavalry, which was costly and ineffective in actual combat, had basically retired from the stage of history. Therefore, at that time, the main types of armor were leather, wooden, cloth, and silk armors. There were not many who wore iron armor. That flexible and thick leather armor may not be able to be pierced through with a single stab, and when they are stacked together, they will have a cushioning effect. However, the Tang bow was able to pierce through 5 layers of leather armor with one arrow. One can imagine its power on the battlefield. As Yang Fan listened to their conversation, he couldn't help but laugh coldly to himself. He now completely understood the other party's intentions. Transferring the archers here was indeed to strengthen the defense of the Yang residents. They hoped to use the bows and arrows to kill the assassins, but those 30 so-called workers and Marquis Wu, Yang Fan looked at the worker opposite him who was said to be from Chongqing workshop. This brother was called Duan Wei Feng. Old Duan stood as straight as a javelin with his eyes looking straight ahead. Even when he glanced left and right, his attitude was very alert and his posture was also very serious. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh secretly. Cai Dongcheng should have found some ruffians instead of so many elite soldiers. A well-trained elite soldier's every move had long become a habit. How could it be so easy for them to pretend to be Marquis Wu's workers? Obviously, the inexplicable deaths of Liu Kuei and Shen Jiahui had already made them suspicious. They suspected that there were assassins or accomplices of assassins in the Yang residence, so they used 2 methods, one in the open and one in the dark. In the open, they transferred 30 archers in charge of dealing with the assassins to strengthen the deterrent effect. And in the dark, they were the soldiers pretending to be Marquis Wu's workers. If the assassins were in the residence, or if the assassins had accomplices in the residence, then the other 30 soldiers pretending to be Marquis Wu's workers would be responsible for dragging them out. Yang Fan secretly raised his vigilance. He couldn't do it step by step, he had to end the battle quickly. Chapter 74. As Yang Fan pondered, his gaze landed on a thicket in front of him. There was an archer hidden there. This was what Yang Fan had seen. The problem was, since the other party had already begun to suspect that the assassin or the assassin's accomplices were in the Yang residence, and had strengthened the supervision of the internal personnel, then would they be completely aware of the archers' arrangement? Although the Yang residence was large, with the hunting range of the archers, the 30 people did not need to be too spread out. At least 2 archers could be arranged in each area. Huang Qilin was sitting there drinking wine and eating meat, obviously using himself as bait. Then, could there be a 3rd archer in this position? Yang Fan had already made up his mind. He smiled at Duan Wei Feng and said softly, "Brother Duan, I'm going to relieve myself." "Wait, I'm going too." Duan Wei Feng, who was standing there like a javelin, hurriedly chased after him. However, Yang Fan did not rush to the toilet, but went around to the left of the pavilion behind a thicket of flowers and trees. This pavilion was surrounded by vegetation on 3 sides, and on one side was a small gravel path. He walked boldly to one side and began to take off his robe. Hua Xiaoqian looked back and scolded, "What are you doing?" Yang Fan turned back and said, "I'm going to relieve myself." Hua Xiaoqian said angrily, "Do you think this is your vegetable garden? Don't you know where the toilet is? Do you think you can relieve yourself here?" After being scolded, Yang Fan awkwardly fastened his pants and walked away dejectedly. Hua Xiaoqian turned to Huang Qilin and said, "The residents should not have used these people at all. They are all a bunch of useless trash, country bumpkins who have never seen the world. They don't know any rules." Huang Qilin smiled and said, "It's always good to have more eyes and ears. Unless the assassin knows how to make himself invisible, these people will at least be of some use." Yang Fan walked towards the toilet, and the keeper called Duan Wei Feng quickly followed. Yang Fan turned his head and smiled, "Brother Duan is going to relieve yourself too?" Duan Wei Feng still had a serious expression on his face, let's take care of each other, that assassin might come at any time. After entering the latrine, Yang Fan pretended to relieve himself as his thoughts raced. There was no one hiding in the bushes he had walked towards. The archer he had seen was hiding on the right side of the gazebo, where he had a wide field of vision and could cover 3 directions. If there was a second archer, since he was not hiding on the left side, the only possibility was that he was hiding in the bushes behind the gazebo. They could no longer probe in this direction. Now that they were suspicious of the people inside, it would not be appropriate to use the method of attrition. If they chased Marquis Wu and the workshop attendants out, or sent Yang Mingsheng somewhere else, it would certainly make things more difficult for them. The only thing he could do now was to end the battle as soon as possible. But if they ended the battle quickly, would they be able to dig out the real mastermind behind the scenes? Putting pressure step by step would make it easier for the mastermind behind the scenes to reveal himself. Yang Fan could not make up his mind. He could not help but think of what Tin Ano had said to him: think thrice before you act when encountering a problem. Some things cannot be solved with knives and swords. Use your brain more, and perhaps things will be solved. Yang Fan sighed softly. How could the matter before him be solved just by using his brain? To lure the snake out of its hole, to lure the snake out, Yang Fan secretly made a decision. Leaving Yang Mingsheng alone was enough. He would first get rid of Cai Dongcheng and his men. Only Yang Mingsheng would be left alone. He would definitely take the initiative to ask for help from the mastermind behind the scenes, or, just as he was thinking, Duan Wei Feng's impatient voice came from outside. Yang Fan, are you done? Yes, I'm done. Yang Fan grinned as he walked out. He rubbed his stomach and said, Brother Duan, is it inconvenient for you? Duan Wei Feng suppressed his disgust and glanced at him before turning to leave. Yang Fan grinned as he followed behind him. His gaze fell on Duan Wei Feng's saber. The saber was swinging back and forth at Duan Wei Feng's waist. It was a standard steel saber that was exactly the same as his own. When the two of them returned to the gazebo, there was only a pile of chicken bones left in front of Huang Qilin. He stood up with a burp and said, I'm going to relieve myself too. Hua Xiaoqian and Justice Wang Wu Lve stood up at the same time and said, We will go with you. Good chance. Yang Fan naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Although the change in position of the few people in front of him was only for a moment, it was enough for him to grasp it. Yang Fan suddenly cried out in surprise and slashed the back of Duan Wei Feng's head with his palm. At the same time, he leaped forward. Duan Wei Feng fell to the ground. Huang Qilin raised his head and saw that Yang Fan had knocked Duan Wei Feng unconscious with one palm. A look of surprise flashed across his face before he saw Yang Fan leaping towards him. He could not help but be shocked and immediately reached out to pull out his saber. Just as he pulled out his saber, Yang Fan had already arrived. He used all his strength with the saber in his hand and pierced through Huang Qilin's chest. With a flick of his wrist, his 5 fingers moved like a peeper and slashed towards Wang Wu Lve's throat. End the battle quickly. If he failed, Yang Fan was not afraid of exposing his identity. His identity as a workshop attendant was originally chosen to investigate the whereabouts of his enemy. Since the enemy's tracks were already clear, it did not matter anymore. Of course, if he continued to use this identity as a cover, it would be of great help to him. If he had no other choice, he would not be willing to expose himself. Wang Wu Lve fell to the ground. At the same time, Huang Qilin pulled back his saber and struck backwards with his left elbow. His body flipped to the side. These few movements were done in one go and were as fast as lightning. Although Huang Qilin was fat, his body was abnormally agile. He turned and moved, attacking and defending at the same time. In a short while, he had changed his body a few times. But when he retreated to the side of the stone railing and stood still, his strength was exhausted. His stomach had been pierced by a saber and slashed out diagonally. There was a large wound and his intestines were dragged on the ground for who knows how far. Under the dark shadows, he could not see the blood that was flowing out, but he knew that the faint black thing that was flowing out was his blood. Su. A sharp arrow was shot out from the flowering shrubs behind the pavilion. As expected, there was an archer lying in ambush here. This archer's reaction was indeed fast. But in the small pavilion, Yang Fan's figure was constantly moving. He swept horizontally to assassinate Huang Qilin. With one hand on the stone platform, he crushed Wang Wu Lve's throat with the other and rolled to the side. He had done everything in one go. And in the small pavilion, Huang Qilin was leaning against the railing. Wang Wu Lve and Hua Xiaoqian were also standing. This meant that there was a meat screen in 3 possible directions where the archer could be lying in ambush. The archer's reaction could not be said to be slow. Moreover, he had seized the gap between the few people standing and quickly shot an arrow. But it was not easy to hit Yang Fan. Yang Fan killed Huang Qilin and Wang Wulu with a wave of his hand. Then, he rushed into the flowerbed, and a scream rang out from the flowerbed. Yang Fan crashed into another flowerbed on the other side, followed by another scream. Once an archer was closed in, he could only wait to be slaughtered. Hua Xiaoqian stood there like a wooden chicken. His body was cold, and his teeth were chattering. Everything had happened too suddenly and too fast. He had never thought that the assassin was in the mansion, and right beside him. It was that simple and honest-looking Yang Fan. Quick, Hua Xiaoqian had only shouted one word. Before the word come left his mouth, his eyes bulged out of their sockets. At this time, Yang Fan was standing up from behind the shrubs, holding a large bow in his hand. This was a white birch bow, a standard tang bow. The wood of the bow and the birch bark used for decoration were all of excellent quality. When the bow was not fully stretched, it was more than 1.6 meters long, almost 1.7 meters. It was not much shorter than Yang Fan's body. The bowstring was vibrating so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Under the illumination of the lights in the pavilion, one could only vaguely see a halo of light where the bowstring was. Hua Xiaoqian slowly lowered his head and saw that there was an arrow stuck in his heart. The sharp arrow that could penetrate 5 layers of armor was deeply embedded in his heart. The triangular arrowhead hooked onto his heart. 6 blood grooves pumped out powerful blood from his heart and shot out from the wound. Hua Xiaoqian blankly raised his head. His eyes were unfocused. The corner of his mouth twitched. His knees gave way, and he sat back down on the stone bench. Yang Fan quickly flashed over and cut off Huang Qilin's head. Then he quickly took the knife from Hua Xiaoqian's ribs and stuffed his own bloody knife into Hua Xiaoqian's hands. Hua Xiaoqian sat there, a faint layer of light moving in his eyes. But it was reflected by the light. If you looked for yourself, you would see that his eyes were completely lifeless. Voices rose up from all directions, shouting incessantly, one by one. Figures flew over from all directions. Yang Fan immediately flew back and fell beside Duan Wei Feng. Almost at the same time, the first group of people arrived. They saw that the lantern hanging under the pavilion was gently swaying in the wind. Huang Qilin had fallen face up on the railing. Half of his body was outside the railing. There was no head on his chest. The lower part of his body hung limply inside the railing. His abdomen was a bloody mess. Wang Wulu was lying on his side on the ground, motionless. Hua Xiaoqian sat in front of the stone table in a daze. It was as if he had been scared silly. He ignored all the people surrounding him. But if one looked carefully at his chest, they would draw in a cold breath. A sharp arrow had pierced deeply into his body. His body was slightly leaning forward. The reason he did not fall was because the arrow was pressed against the stone table. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to speak. The lanterns and torches burned quietly. Occasionally, there would be a crackling sound. Among the people who had arrived in time, Wu Xiaodong's position was naturally the highest. Wu Xiaodong had a sharp chin and a protruding forehead. His cheeks were slightly sunken. He looked thin, but with a pair of sword-like eyebrows, he looked very heroic. He slowly walked towards Huang Qilin and reached out to help him up. But in the end, he withdrew his hand. He took a deep breath and suddenly turned around. He sternly asked, "Just now, who was the first to arrive?" Chapter 75. A worker next to Ma Qiao stepped forward. His shoulders did not shake and his body did not move. He had a standard military posture, but no one paid much attention to him. "Wu Beisheng, we arrived first. Tell me, what did you see?" At that time, we just came out from behind the flowering shrubs. Ma Qiao walked in front of me, so, the worker lowered his head in shame. What I saw was, what you saw. Wu Xiaodong looked at Ma Qiao again, his eyes like arrows. Ma Qiao's face was as pale as paper. He trembled like a leaf in the wind. It seemed that the bloody scene had scared him so much that he had not yet recovered from the shock. He looked at Wu Xiaodong, but his eyes were blank, as if he did not see anything. Wu Xiaodong scolded, "You cowardly thing, speak." "Ah." Ma Qiao trembled in shock. He said incoherently, "I don't know, I didn't see anything." "No, I saw, I actually didn't see." Wu Xiaodong was furious. He dashed in front of him, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up to his tiptoes. He roared, "Speak. What did you see?" Ma Qiao was completely awake. He shrunk his neck, his eyes darting around, and his voice trembled like a quail. This lowly one seemed to have saw a black shadow flash into the bushes over there and disappear. Then, I saw everyone in the pavilion die. This lowly one doesn't know if my eyes were playing tricks on me or if I really saw it. Wu Xiaodong stared at him for a long time. He let go of his hand. At this time, someone came forward to check the two unconscious people on the ground. He shouted, "Wu Beisheng, they are still alive. They are just unconscious." Wu Xiaodong waved his hand and shouted, "Wake them up." The hall was as bright as day. Young Mingsheng, with his face covered with a white cloth, sat in the master's seat. Cai Dongcheng and Wu Xiaodong sat on his left and right. Yang Fan and Duan Weifeng stood in front of them. Cai Dongcheng said amiably, "Don't be afraid. Tell me what happened." Yang Fan seemed to have never experienced such a big scene before, so he was a little frightened. He nervously picked at his fingernails and said, "General, I didn't see anything. I just felt wind at the back of my head, and then my vision went black and I fainted. When I woke up again, I was already here." Cai Dongcheng did not say anything, and turned his gaze towards Duan Weifeng. Duan Weifeng's face turned red, and said awkwardly, "It's the same for you." At that time, I only heard him cry out in alarm, and his body fell forward. Then, I also suffered a fierce blow to the back of my head, and then I fainted, and when you woke up. Duan Weifeng's face turned red, but Cai Dongcheng's face darkened. He slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back and paced back and forth. After pacing for a long time, he impatiently waved his hand and someone brought Duan Weifeng and Yang Fan away. "Young master." Wu Xiaodong stood up and cupped his fists. "Here." Cai Dongcheng said solemnly, "From now on, do not leave my side for even a moment." Wu Xiaodong knew that Lang Jiang was thinking of his safety. His heart warmed, and he immediately replied, "Yes." Cai Dongcheng suddenly looked at Yang Mingsheng, and in his eyes, there was a hidden rage. He hatefully said, "Yang Langzhong, because of you, I have already lost 3 generals." Yang Mingsheng gave a strange smile, and gloomily said, "What does this have to do with me?" "Cai Langjiang, what happened that year? You and I both had a part in it." Cai Dongcheng flicked his sleeves and left, and cursed from afar, "This kind of trash, what's the point of living?" Yang Mingsheng heard it, and slowly raised his head. His 2 black nostrils seemed to be sniffing the air, and hoarsely said, "Who said I have no joy in living? I want to know who he is. I want to know, will you be able to kill him, or will he be able to kill you? I will definitely know, I will definitely know." Cai Dongcheng left Yang Mingsheng's bedroom, and said to Wu Xiaodong, "Being led by the nose like this is not a good strategy. It is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. Tomorrow morning, we will withdraw all our men." Wu Xiaodong said, "Lang Jiang, are we not going to avenge our brothers?" Cai Dongcheng said, "Of course we will, but not here, in our territory." He coldly glanced at Yang Mingsheng's bedroom, and coldly said, "Since that assassin already knows that I am also his enemy, will he let me go? I was careless, and underestimated him. That's why I acted like I was possessed, and only wanted to use Yang Mingsheng as bait. Little did I know that I am also the assassin's target. Since that's the case, why should I stay here? I want to see if he still dares to come to the military camp." The atmosphere in Yang Langzhong's residence was unprecedentedly tense, and the wind howled in all directions. The first 2 times, The assassin only killed important people, and the ordinary Marquis Wu's workshop workers were nervous, but not especially afraid. But this time, the assassin went on a killing spree, and those who died were not only the generals, but also the officials from the Ministry of Justice and the young family's guards. For a moment, everyone was in danger. No one knew who the murderer was. No one knew his identity, no one knew where he came from, and no one knew his motive. To be able to come and go without a trace in the heavily guarded young residence, this kind of ability was simply unimaginable. Hence, everyone looked at Wu Xiaodong with a strange gaze, as if they were looking at a dead man. But at least tonight, everyone could be more at ease, because someone had died tonight. That assassin was like a sword that would not return to its sheath until it saw blood. Tonight, he had drunk his fill of blood, and it was probably time for him to return to his sheath and rest. But the sword did not return to its sheath. Yang Fan and Duan Weifeng were knocked unconscious, and although it was not fatal, they still had a splitting headache. Tonight's patrol mission could only be handed over to the other two, and they went back to rest. Duan Weifeng and the other new batch of so-called workshop workers, because they arrived late, had to find another place to stay. Ma Qiao accompanied Yang Fan back to the woodshed, gave him some water, watched him rest, and then continued to patrol. In the fourth watch period, Yang Fan's drunkenness suddenly stopped, and he quietly sat up. His usual habit was to leave immediately after he succeeded, and look for another opportunity. But this time, he had to do it earlier. Young Mingsheng had already suspected that there might be someone in the inner circle who was in cahoots with the assassin. His situation was getting worse by the day, and at the same time, the successful assassinations made the security even tighter. It would not be easy to sneak an attack again, and if the other party changed their residence, it would be even more difficult. Taking action now, firstly, was to catch them off guard, and secondly, was forced by the situation. There was a tree at the door, and in the tree, there was a nest, and in the nest, there were clothes, green headgear, short knife, short sword, and tiger boots were all wrapped up well in oilcloth. When Yang Fan changed them one by one, and then put on the exorcism ghost mask, he looked like a different person. This time, he wanted to fight head-on. Yang Fan lay on the cornice, like a sculpture of an evil repelling ridge beast. He had been lying on the cornice for close to 2 hours. Lights flickered, and human figures moved. Although the assassin had already come tonight, and according to common sense, tonight should be safe, but after the enemy's bait was ineffective, and the defense shrank, it was obvious that the defense had become stricter. This was within Yang Fan's expectations. He didn't expect to be able to kill the enemy by surprise. Tonight, he was going to go on a killing spree. Yang Fan slowly unsheathed his short sword. The starlight filled the sky, and reflected on the blade, flashing a strange light. Yang Fan was about to pounce when 2 patrolling guards holding torches suddenly came out from the corner of the wall. Yang Fan lay down again, because one of the 2 was Ma Qiao. Fortunately, they did not stay there for long, and quickly left. Yang Fan knew that Ma Qiao still had another 2 hours before his shift would be over, and he would need at least the time of 3 incense sticks to burn to make 1 round. Yang Fan waited quietly, and when he estimated that Ma Qiao had already gone far away, another 2 patrolling guards came out from the corner of the wall. Yang Fan's legs bounced off the ground, and he floated down to the ground. There were 2 patrolling guards, and there were 2 fixed sentries in the same place, and 2 archers in the grass. The archers were hidden, but Yang Fan had been lying in ambush on the cornice for 2 hours, so how could they not move at all? Therefore, Yang Fan knew each person's position like the back of his hand. The first thing Yang Fan had to deal with was the archers, and the biggest threat to him was undoubtedly these 2 people. The arrows were fast, and it was night time, so he was not confident that he could avoid them. The 2 patrolling guards walked over, and Yang Fan suddenly landed on the ground. He swept past the 2 patrolling guards like a black shadow, and directly pounced on an archer hidden in the grass. The archer could only be slaughtered when the assassin got close to him. Yang Fan did not stop for a moment. With a wave of his sword and a kick, the archer's body was ruthlessly smashed into another corner where the other archers were hiding. Then, he pounced forward. At this moment, the 2 night patrollers he passed by fell to the ground with their hands on their throats. The assassin is here. The two sentries standing at the door shouted. The moment they unsheathed their swords, Yang Fan had already finished off the second archer, and pounced on them. "Good thief, you dare come again? Let's see where you can run now." Wu Xiaodong had been sleeping with his clothes on, and when he heard the noise, he immediately appeared at the door. When he saw Yang Fan, who was wearing green clothes and a green headgear, his eyes turned red, and he drew his sword and rushed forward. The wind whistled, and Wu Xiaodong's figure arrived as he shouted. The sword in his hand slashed out a dozen times in an instant, and halos seemed to appear around Yang Fan's body. Wu Xiaodong's attack could be said to be unusually fierce. Yang Fan was still able to deal with the combined attack of two guards and a fuller prepared bull. His short sword was like lightning, and one of the guards spun and screamed as he fell. Yang Fan leaped forward, his dagger tapped on another Imperial bodyguard's saber, his body crouched down and sprang up, the saber in his boot was already in his palm, with a diagonal upward thrust toward Wu Xiaodong's throat. Kill. Suddenly there was a flash of light from the sword. Although Yang Fan's sword could take Wu Xiaodong's life, his own arm would definitely be chopped off. Yang Fan withdrew his sword in time, and turned his body to dodge. As he leapt backwards, he held the hilt of his sword in a reverse grip and stabbed out. The other guard cried out in pain, and fell backwards, dead. As soon as Yang Fan's feet landed on the ground, the two swords whistled through the air, and chopped towards him at the same time. The palace commander Cai Dongcheng arrived, and together with the fuller prepared bull Wu Xiaodong, they fought Yang Fan together. Chapter 76. The sound of clappers, gongs, and drums filled the air, and the sentries hidden everywhere in the Yang mansion gathered here one after another. The archers narked their arrows and aimed at the three people who were fighting like lanterns, but did not dare to shoot. The speed at which the three people changed positions was too fast, and their eyesight could not keep up. If they shot an arrow, it was hard to tell who it would hit. As soon as Cai Dongcheng and Wu Xiaodong exchanged blows with Yang Fan, they found out that this person's martial arts were very high. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Yang Fan's hands were full of daggers and daggers, tightly entangled with them, attacking their vital points. They also wanted to retreat and let the archers shoot Yang Fan like a hedgehog, but Yang Fan was very tight, and they could not escape. If they retreated now, they would be stabbed by Yang Fan, so they could only constantly change their positions and attack fiercely with their daggers. On the surface, the two daggers whistled through the air, as if the assassin was completely enveloped in their attacks, but in reality, they knew that they were suffering. They wanted to escape, but they did not have the strength to do so. However, the surrounding guards could not tell what was going on. They all thought that the two generals had gained the upper hand, so they just tightly guarded the doors to prevent the assassin from escaping. Yang Fan was entangled with the two people, and his body gradually shrank under the flashing daggers, as if he was about to be chopped into pieces by the two sharp thousand bull sabers. Suddenly, Yang Fan laughed, and his short sword suddenly burst out with a brilliance that was even more brilliant than Cai Dongcheng's thousand bull saber. His dagger was tighter and tighter, and with every step he took, it was impossible to tell how many times he stabbed. Cai Dongcheng was retreating, and with every step, the dagger in his hand danced like a wheel of light, desperately resisting Yang Fan's crazy counterattack. Behind them, Wu Xiaodong's body swayed a little, and he suddenly stabbed his saber into the ground to support his body. A dagger was stabbed into his chest, all the way to the hilt. At the critical moment, Yang Fan let go of the dagger in his hand and let it fly out, directly piercing his heart and severing his arteries and veins. Yang Fan was very clear that Wu Xiaodong didn't have long to live, that's why he gathered all his strength to capture Cai Dongcheng. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. As long as Cai Dongcheng broke away from the battle, he would be in danger. The situation took a turn for the worse, and everyone became nervous. All the archers drew their bowstrings and pointed their arrowheads forward, following the movements of the two figures, but they did not dare to shoot the arrow. The Xiaoju murder case, 147 lives. Die, you bastard. In the midst of the fierce battle, Yang Fan suddenly roared out these words like a spring thunder. Everyone was guessing his intention, and everyone was guessing the assassin's goal. Today, he publicly fought, and also publicly announced his reason for appearing here. He was seeking justice for all the elders of the Peach Blossom Village, for his parents, and for his elder sister. As soon as the word "come" came out, Yong Fan suddenly leaped backward. Their figures suddenly separated, but Cai Dongcheng was still wielding his saber, and quickly retreated. He retreated 3 steps in a row, and only then was he able to catch his breath. Under the illumination of the lanterns and torches, cries of alarm could be heard. Cai Dongcheng's body was covered with blood, and the blood was gurgling out. In an instant, his robe was dyed red. No one knew how many times he had been stabbed by Yong Fan in that instant. Yong Fan's figure rapidly retreated until he reached Wu Xiaodong's side. Wu Xiaodong was already dead, but his stiff body was still leaning on the steel saber. Yong Fan leaped up like a hare and landed on the ground, and in a flash, he arrived beside Wu Xiaodong, and snatched his 1000 bull saber. Wu Xiaodong's body lost its support and fell forward. The saber in Yong Fan's hand flashed with a white light, and a head fell to the ground. Not far away, Cai Dongcheng's eyes were lifeless as he watched all of this. He powerlessly raised his saber, and then loosened his hand. The saber in his hand fell to the ground, and his body also slowly leaned back. Yong Fan raised his hand, and a light will appeared in his palm, whistling as it rolled toward Cai Dongcheng. At the same time, his figure rapidly retreating toward the house that Cai Dongcheng and Wu Xiaodong had just emerged from. A light green silhouette flashed past the steps, flashed past the door, and suddenly flashed into the room. As soon as the figure entered the room, the 2 doors immediately closed with a bang. Several timely sharp arrows were nailed into the door, and the good quality Nanmu door was pierced through. Who? The rotating saber will swept past the neck of Cai Dongcheng, who was about to fall, and chopped off his head. Not only did this assassin kill someone, he even risked the danger of being hit by the sharp arrows and insisted on chopping off the other person's head. Even if the other person was already dead, he still insisted on mutilating the corpse. What kind of hatred was this? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that a general of the Fengchen Guards and 4 generals of the 1000 Oxen Guards had all been decapitated. 5 people, 5 heads. These generals of the Fengchen Guards had only come to help them capture the thief, so how did they end up incurring such hatred from this assassin? Everyone was holding their weapons, and standing there with torches. Looking at the 2 headless corpses on the ground, their hearts were filled with waves of cold. Just as they were panicking, thick smoke accompanied by fire came out of the house. The assassin had set fire to the house. Immediately after, flames began to rise everywhere, and the entire Yang residence was lit up in the night sky of Luoyang. The entire Yang residence had become a pot of porridge. There were people saving people, people running for their lives, people trying to save their belongings. There were cries, roars, curses, the workshop attendants, Marquis of Wu, the soldiers, the officials of the Ministry of Justice, the officials of Luoyang Prefecture, and the servants of the Yang family. These people all had their own commanders and did not belong to any of them. In such a chaotic situation, they were all like headless flies. Under the command of their superiors, they were all trying to deal with the situation before them. The assassin had not left yet. He flashed left and right, incessantly setting fire, turning the entire Yang residence upside down. The soldiers chased after him relentlessly, but he appeared and disappeared like a fish in water in the Yang residence. Bows and arrows were completely useless in this chaotic situation. It seemed that after killing the person he wanted to kill, the assassin's wish had been fulfilled, and he only wanted to cause trouble. Although he could not cause too much damage to the Yang residence under the pressure of the soldiers, he did not leave. Instead, he set fire everywhere and injured people. The number of workers and soldiers he injured was no less than 10. In the end, other than the soldiers who were enraged, as long as the others saw the assassin appear, they would scatter, not daring to fight at all. Save me, put out the fire, quick, take out the valuables inside, catch the assassin. Amidst the rising and falling shouts, Yong Fan also stumbled out. His shoulder was injured, and he covered it with one hand. He was only wearing a small shirt, and his hair was disheveled. He looked incomparably miserable. Because he was determined to cut off Wu Xiaodong and Cai Dongcheng's heads, Yong Fan's movements were still a moment too slow. The moment he dodged into the room, A sharp arrow passed through the gap of the door and hit him in the shoulder. In order to avoid being seen by others, he simply stabbed his own wound with a knife. Earlier, he had used the knife to injure people for this purpose. Steward Liu grabbed a person and shouted to put out the fire. Yang Fan, who had just found someone to help him bandage his wound, was also grabbed as a strong man. He broke a branch from somewhere and desperately beat it a few times. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he went around to the other side of the fire. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he dashed into a house that had not yet caught on fire. In a moment, Yang Fan came out through the back window, and the fire in the room was already lit. Not long after, Yang Fan appeared in another fire. He splashed a basin of water on the burning torch, then carried the basin and ran back. On the way to the pond, he killed 2 soldiers who were alone. After a while, the kitchen in the side courtyard also caught on fire. Then, in front of Yang Mingxing's bedroom, a bucket of vegetable oil fell to the ground and turned into a raging fire. Oh, what's wrong, what's wrong? Yang Fan was running in panic when he bumped into a person and fell to the ground together. The person got up in a panic. It was Yang Mingxing's little attendant, Mu Ninga. Yang Mingxing could not study, nor could he handle official business. He could not even drink tea, and his temper had become more and more strange. Therefore, Mu Ninga did not need to serve him these days. His dormitory was lent to an inspector of the Ministry of Justice, and he himself moved to the front residence. At this time, he had just run to the back residence. Mu Ninga cried, "The assassins have set the fire. Many people have been killed. Put out the fire, save our Lang. Our Lang's residence is on fire. Hurry up, save our Lang." Steward Liu appeared at the door of Yang Mingxing's bedroom with a face full of smoke. He cried, "Hurry up, save our Lang." At this time, most of the houses were made of wood, so it was easy to catch fire. Moreover, Yang Fan had poured a bucket of vegetable oil on the ground, which made the fire even fiercer. The fire was so fierce that the doors and windows were sealed. Even those who were 3 or 4 feet away could feel the heat wave hitting their faces. Who dared to go forward? Steward Liu raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Save our Lang, 100,000, reward him 100,000. Money was something that could only be earned and spent if one was alive. The assassins were killing people everywhere. Now, even the servants of the Yang mansion were hiding and looking for a way to survive. It was fine for a few family members to pour a bucket of water on the fire, but who would be willing to rush into the burning house to save people? Everyone pretended not to hear. 1 million. Whoever saves our Lang will be rewarded with 1 million. Steward Liu was so anxious that he could not find his wife in the chaos. So, he simply took over the house and offered a reward of 1 million. In the raging fire, Yang Fan stepped forward bravely and said, "I'll go." The servants and maids around him all looked at him, only to see him standing in the eye of the money, with the word Kai above his head, the word Yuan under his feet, the word Tong in his left hand, and the word Bao in his right hand. The image of a shy boy suddenly became unusually tall. Steward Liu said excitedly, "Good, good, good. Hurry up and save our Lang, I won't go back on my word." Yang Fan snatched a quilt, and a few servants beside him immediately carried a few buckets of water and poured it on the quilt. Yang Fan wrapped the soaked quilt, dashed a few steps, and threw himself into the bonfire. Chapter 77. The fire in the room was actually not too big. The silk screen in the outer room had already been burnt by the high temperature, but the furniture and utensils were still unharmed. At this moment, the room was like the water curtain cave in the mountain of flowers and fruits. Outside was a curtain of water, but inside was a different world. Yang Mingxing felt his way to the door of the room. Even though his face was wrapped in thick bandages, but his hands and feet were being roasted, and the heat waves he breathed in and swallowed made it clear to him that there was a fire in the room. Yang Mingxing could not help but shout, "Someone come! Someone come quickly!" He had once felt that there was nothing left to live for, but when the god of death really walked in front of him, he still felt fear from the bottom of his heart. "Sir Lang Zhong, there is no need to be anxious. It will take a while for the fire to reach here." An old and somewhat hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his ears. This voice was far too familiar to Yang Mingxing. He did not know how many nightmares he had these past few days, but all of them were filled with this voice. Yang Mingsheng jumped in fright and almost fell down, but he was firmly supported by a pair of arms. The heat in the room surged, but Yang Mingsheng felt a bone-chilling cold. He would never forget this person. It was this person who used boiling water to cruelly blind his eyes, burned his face, and destroyed his future and hopes. Now, he heard this voice again. Yang Mingsheng's body violently trembled. He suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is Cai Dongcheng?" "Dead." "Wu Xiaodong?" "He's also dead." That person lightly laughed. "In addition, a few people have died. Right now, your residence is on fire. When the sun rises, your residence will become a piece of white land." Yang Mingsheng screamed in a hoarse voice, "Demon, you demon, don't be impatient, Yang Langzhong. We don't have much time left." The voice by his ear was very gentle. "This fire is actually not big at all. It will only burn one of your Yang family's residences. For the entirety of Luoyang City, and even for the entire Xiuwen workshop, it will not have the slightest effect. It will not affect other families, and even your own family and relatives will not be affected much." The outer hall had already begun to burn. The doors and windows made crackling sounds, just like firecrackers during the New Year. Yang Fan said, "You and your wife do not get along. I heard that even your daughter is not your biological daughter." Yang Fan moved closer to his ear and whispered, "That little girl, I've seen her before. She is very beautiful. That facial features really do not resemble you at all. Master Lang Zhong is really perceptive. She is indeed not your daughter, no wonder you dislike her so much." Yang Mingsheng was so angry that his entire body began to tremble. His eye sockets were filled with pain, most likely from his wounds. "Get out of my way, get out of my way." Yang Fan leisurely said, "If you die, your wife can remarry. Perhaps she can marry the person she truly likes. And the daughter you've raised for so many years will also find her biological father. They can live better lives, at least happier than when they were by your side. Your family and servants can also be packed up and sent to other people. And this residence of yours, after it has been burnt to a piece of white land, your wife will perhaps sell this land to someone else and move in with her lover. Or perhaps she will build a new mansion here. After all, although her family does not have any power, they are very rich. They can build a bedroom here, and set up her wedding bed on top of your bones." Yang Mingsheng's body was trembling. Every word of Yang Fan was like a knife, deeply stabbing into his heart. Every word that Yang Fan said undoubtedly had a high possibility of becoming a reality. Because of this, that kind of anger and sorrow was far more unbearable than the pain on his body. But he was no longer the authoritative disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice who held the power of life and death. In the raging fire, he was only a blind man without the strength to truss a chicken. An assassin could crush him like an ant at any time. He was trembling like a leaf in the wind. Yang Fan's voice gradually became cold, like a bleak autumn wind, blowing past his body. "And me? Yang Langzhong, that fire that you set, burned my sky, burned everything that I had. That day, I fell from a tree and went out for the first time after recuperating at home for 3 months. That day, my mother was making bone soup for me at home. She said that it would take 100 days for my injured muscles and bones to recover, so I still had to continue recuperating. My father was sharpening a ruler, because I did not want to study properly. He broke the ruler when he was teaching me a lesson. That day, Sister Xiuxiu was embroidering a wedding dress under the sun, while Uncle Chiu and Uncle Fang were playing chess under the shade of a tree. I don't remember whether it was a locust tree or an elm tree, it was too long ago. That day, my neighbor's San Shizi was herding sheep in the wilderness. I was chased by a big white goose, and my sister carried me up the mountain." Yang Fan's eyes gradually filled with crystalline tears. He looked at Yang Mingsheng, who could no longer stand steadily. The light from the fire reflected on his face, but it was as cold as reflecting a block of ice. "With a single order from you, all of my family died, my friends, and my neighbors also died. That village was labeled as a plague, and since then, it has become an abandoned land. Now, it has become a wasteland. You killed my entire family, but I only seek revenge on you, not your wife and daughter. You are much luckier than me, Don't you think so, Yang Langzhong? You are not an old man. Hearing his words, Yang Mingsheng suddenly came back to his senses. Yang Fan quietly said, "Yes, I am not old. That year, I was only 9 years old. Thanks to you, from that year onwards, I became an orphan." His voice was no longer old, but had returned to the clear voice of a young man. Yang Mingsheng's trembling body gradually calmed down. He already knew that he had no way out. The other party would not let him go, so why should he be afraid? After all, he was not an ordinary person. At this time, his spiritual sense gradually became clear. Thinking back to everything that had happened in the past, he could no longer say that he hated him. After all, the other party had enough reason to seek revenge on him. Although if he had the slightest chance, he still would not let go of the opportunity to put the other party to death, but this in itself had nothing to do with hatred. But he also knew that this kind of opportunity was also impossible. Right now, he only had one doubt left. Why did this person take the risk to break into the room to see him? Yang Langzhong, your life ends today. I came to see you because I want to ask clearly who it was that made you come all the way to Shaoju to kill people. Who is the mastermind behind the scenes, and what is your purpose? Yang Mingsheng let out a strange sneer, and asked mockingly, "What makes you think I will tell you?" Yang Fan said, "Because, Cai Dongcheng and the others are all dead, and you will die soon. If you don't tell me, it is very likely that I will never find out the truth of the Shaoju murder case." Yang Mingsheng sneered and said, "So what? Could it be that if the Shaoju murder case cannot be redressed, I will not die in peace?" Yang Fan said calmly, "In that case, I won't be able to find the real murderer. If I can't find the real murderer, I won't be able to continue the investigation. If I can't continue the investigation, then, for me, it will be a pity, but I won't be in any danger. I can buy a house, marry a wife, have children, and live a good life. And the real mastermind behind you can also live with a clear conscience until he dies of old age. I think, this is not what you want to see, right?" These words sounded a bit strange, but Yang Mingsheng understood, so he became silent. Yang Mingsheng was silent for a long time. The fire was burning closer and closer. Even Yang Fan had a feeling of suffocation and burning pain. From time to time, a piece of wood for fuel would fall from the roof, and sparks would fly in front of them. The house was already on the verge of collapse. Yang Fan wrapped himself in the quilt and said, "Originally, I wanted to give you a quick death. Now, you can slowly burn in the fire. When the fire engulfs your body, remember to think about how many innocent people have died in your hands like this." Yang Fan wanted to jump out of the house, but Yang Mingsheng suddenly shouted, "Wait." Yang Fan stopped. Yang Mingsheng screamed, "Miao Shenke, Qiu Shenji." Yang Fan flashed to his side, raised his foot and kicked, using a square table to knock away a falling wooden beam. Amid the sparks, he asked, "Miao Shenke, Qiu Shenji? Why did they want to massacre that manor?" He had heard of the name Qiu Shenji, but he had never heard of Miao Shenke. Yang Mingsheng laughed crazily. His laughter sounded like he was crying. "How would I know? Ha ha ha, in the eyes of the powerful, I, Yang, am just a nobody. If they want me to do something, I have to do it. How would I know why? Ha 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 ha, I also want to know why." When Yang Fan rushed out of the fire, the house behind him shook a few times and collapsed with a loud bang. The fire immediately became more intense, forcing people to retreat more than 10 steps before they could stand firmly. Yang Fan's clothes were burnt in many places, and his hair and eyebrows were burnt. Steward Liu supported him and asked anxiously, "Where is our Lang?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "The fire was too big. I didn't find the doctor. Later, I couldn't bear it anymore and ran out." The sky was turning white. Amidst the dancing flames, the bell on the gate of heaven rang. The ringing of the bell covered the cries and screams in Yang Mingsheng's house. Chapter 78. Yang Langzhong's residence has so many soldiers and officials. Since when was it your turn to show off? You just had to rush in to save him. Look at your injuries. What if you become disabled? Jiang Zuning sat on the edge of the bed and kept complaining. His mother and Ma Qiao stood to the side and let Jiang Zuning say all the words. Even they couldn't interrupt. Pasta was an unmarried lady and Yang Fan was a single young man. Therefore, Jiang Zuning didn't usually come to Yang Fan's house. This time, when he heard that Yang Fan was injured at Lang Zhong's residence, he hurriedly dragged his mother to visit. Yang Fan said shyly, "Sister Ning, it's not what you think. I was already injured before I broke into Yang Langzhong's bedroom to save him. The assassin was running around the residence and setting fires. I was sleeping in my room when I heard the commotion in the residence. I ran out in a daze and was stabbed in the head. Luckily I ran fast enough. It's just that Steward Liu clearly said he would give me $1 million at the beginning. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed into the fire and risked my life. At that time, Steward Liu said he would give him $1 million. However, since he couldn't save Yang Langzhong, the reward was naturally reduced. In the end, he only gave him 10,000. Jiang Zuning poked his forehead and said coquettishly, "What if you rushed in and burned your face? You'd look like an ugly monster. At that time, you wouldn't even be able to cry. You really value money more than your life. I was so angry that I wanted to ignore you. This is the chicken soup my mother made for you early in the morning. Drink it while it's still hot." She helped Yang Fan sit up. Mother Jiang poured a bowl of chicken soup from the crock. Yang Fan took it and drank a few mouthfuls. Suddenly, he remembered something. He raised his head and asked, "Sister Ning, where did this chicken soup come from?" "You killed the old hen at home?" Jiang Zuning nodded. Yang Fan lamented, "Sigh. That old hen was very good at laying eggs. Why did you kill it? What a pity." Jiang Zuning rolled his eyes at him and said, "Otherwise, how would you have chicken soup to drink? Is an old hen more valuable than your life?" Mother Jiang said, "That's right. Xiao Fan, don't stand on ceremony with us. Although you're not related to our family in any way, we're as close as family. Last time, Ning'er's marriage was all thanks to your help. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a good life in this lifetime. Auntie only has one daughter. If I watch her jump into the fire pit, I won't be able to close my eyes even if I die." She stroked Yang Fan's hair and said kindly, "I don't have a son, so I treat you like my own. There's also Ma Qiao." Mother Jiang raised her head and glanced at Ma Qiao. Ever since Ma Qiao entered the house, he hadn't said much. Occasionally, he would sneak a glance at Yang Fan with a strange look. But because Pasta had been scolding Yang Fan non-stop the moment he entered the house, Yang Fan had no time to pay attention to him and didn't notice anything strange. Mother Jiang said, "I've watched Ma Qiao grow up since he was young. He's also very good friends with Ning'er. Auntie is getting on in years. In the future, all of you young people will be neighbors. You have to take care of each other." Yang Fan said, "Auntie, don't worry. Although Sister Ning, Brother Qiao, and I aren't siblings from the same mother, our affection is not fake. We will support each other and take care of each other. In the future, no matter who is rich or successful, no matter who is down and out, this affection will never change. Sister Ning, Brother Qiao, don't you think so?" When Ma Qiao heard Yang Fan's words, the layer of doubt buried in his eyes was dispelled like the haze in the morning. He nodded heavily and said, "Yes. No matter what happens to us in the future, we will always be good friends and brothers." As he said that, he turned to Mother Jiang and said, "Xiao Fan, drink the soup. I'll eat the meat. Anyway, the taste of the meat has been stewed out. It's very unpalatable. It's a pity not to eat it." Mother Jiang was angry and amused at the same time. She said, "You only know how to eat. Here, take it and fish out the meat. Sigh, look at the mess in this house. Auntie and Ning'er, help clean it up. If a man doesn't have a woman to take care of him at home." Speaking up to this point, Mother Jiang suddenly remembered that Yang Fan's bride-to-be had just run away with someone. She couldn't help but regret her slip of the tongue. She quickly lowered her head to work and didn't say anything else. At this time, a woman's voice came from outside. "Is this Yang Fan's house?" Before the voice died away, the door was pushed open and a woman walked in. Ma Qiao looked up and said unhappily, "Hey, this auntie is so unreasonable. Why did she barge in without the owner's permission?" When the woman heard that, her face immediately became long. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "What auntie? Who's an auntie? I'm still a girl." This auntie, who was still a girl, was about 33 or 34 years old. Her figure was a little plump and her appearance was quite pleasing to look at. Her skin was soft and tender, but her thin lips were slightly hooked and her almond-shaped eyes were slightly raised. No matter how you looked at her, she gave off a domineering aura. She was wearing a green dress. Judging from her hairstyle, she was indeed dressed like an unmarried girl. The girl in green looked at Mother Jiang and Jiang Zuning and glared at them. She said, "Didn't you say that young Fan is alone and has no family? Who are you?" Mother Jiang didn't know where this woman came from, so she explained, "Oh, we're Xiao Fan's neighbors. Xiao Fan was injured, so we came over to help take care of her." "Who is this lady?" At this time, young Fan also put the bowl of soup to the side. He looked at the auntie who called herself a lady and asked with some confusion, "I'm young Fan. Who is this lady?" The girl in green walked around Mother Jiang and saw that young Fan was sitting on the couch. She immediately pursed her lips and smoothed out her brows. She put on a happy expression and her voice was filled with a cloying sweetness. "This must be the second son of the Yang family, right?" "Ah." Fortunately, although his hair was burnt, his skin wasn't burned. "Ayo, where are you hurt? Are you all right?" As the girl spoke, she actually started to move her hands and feet to help him examine him. Young Fan was baffled and quickly moved away from this auntie who acted as if she was close to him. He asked, "Who is this lady?" The girl in green smiled and said, "This servant's name is Cai Yun. My master heard that the second son of the Yang family was injured and specially asked me to bring a doctor to take a look at the second son. During the Tang dynasty, doctors were called doctors. By the end of the 5 dynasties, doctors were still called doctors in the north, while doctors in the south were called doctors. By the Song dynasty, doctors were called doctors. In this era, it wasn't wrong for doctors to be called doctors. However, to be called a doctor, one had to have some achievements in the field of medicine. Even if one wasn't a national expert, one had to be a well-known figure. The other party actually invited a doctor, which showed how much importance they attached to him. Young Fan was stunned and said in surprise, "May I know who this lady's master is? I've never met him before. Why did you invite a famous doctor to treat my injury?" Cai Yun's eyes lit up and she said with a smile like a flower, "My master is a distant elder of the Yang Langzhong family. The second son of the Yang family risked his life to enter the fire to save someone. Although he didn't manage to save the doctor, the Yang family is still grateful for his action. That steward Liu only rewarded him with 10,000 taels, which made the master very unhappy. Although Yang Langzhong is no longer here, the Yang family is still here. How could such a heartless act come from the hands of the Yang family? Because of this, my master invited a famous doctor and asked me to bring him here to treat the second son of the Yang family. The master is busy dealing with the funeral affairs for the doctor. After the funeral is over, he will personally come to express his gratitude." After Cai Yun finished speaking, she flew out like a magpie and stood at the door, calling out happily, "Dr. Jiang, please come in." Yang Fan and Ma Qiao looked at each other, while Jiang Zuning said happily, "It's rare that the distant elder of the Yang family is so understanding. If the Yang family didn't care about Xiao Fan, people would really criticize them. How could they continue to live in the Xiao Wen workshop in the future?" Yang Fan secretly frowned. "I always feel that the words of the servant named Cai Yun are somewhat untrue. A distant elder of the Yang family loves the reputation of the Yang family so much that in order not to let people say that the Yang family is heartless, he took the initiative to invite a famous doctor to treat him? Isn't he afraid that the Yang family will be unhappy? Could it be that someone is suspicious of me and is looking for an excuse to check my wound?" Yang Fan secretly raised his guard. There was a horse carriage parked outside the courtyard. Following Lady Cai Yun's shout, an old man in a green robe with a round collar and large sleeves got out of the carriage. He wore a silk headband and had a long beard. He had an elegant demeanor and an extraordinary bearing. Then, a manservant got out of the carriage, carrying a medicine box. He was accompanied by 2 servants in green robes and small hats. The old doctor was a famous doctor in Luoyang. His surname was Jiang and his name was Yi Chun. He was quite famous in Xinglin and his nickname was Magic Hands Bring Back the Spring. However, this doctor only cared about profit. If you didn't have money, even if you were about to die in front of his house and he could save your life with just a little finger, he still wouldn't help. Because of this, his medical ethics were lacking and his reputation wasn't very good. However, this Dr. Jiang's medical skills were indeed very high. He usually went in and out of the mansions of the rich and powerful. Now that he was in such a small room, Dr. Jiang was very unwilling. He frowned in disgust and used a handkerchief to cover his mouth as he looked disdainfully at the people in the room. Yang Fan secretly raised his guard and said, "Thank you for your trouble, sir. I was only stabbed once and suffered some minor external injuries. I've already applied medicine, so there's no need for further treatment. Lady Tsayun, please reply to your esteemed master and say that this Yang appreciates his good intentions." As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, Dr. Jiang pointed at him with his handkerchief and shouted, "Ignorant child, do you know better or do I know better? Minor external injuries? Ignorant. Extremely ignorant. Bumping, twisting, falling, and even insect bites, scalds, burns, frostbite, etc. No matter how big or small, they can all be fatal. How can you treat them lightly?" Yang Fan was stunned by the scolding and could not help but say, "Dr. Jiang, I only suffered a knife wound, not a sprain, not an insect bite, and not a burn or frostbite." Dr. Jiang blew his beard and glared at him, saying again, "Ignorant child, do you know better or do I know better? I'm saying this to tell you that if you're not careful, a small injury can turn into a serious illness. If it's light, it can turn into bruises and swelling, tendons and bones, bleeding and suppuration. If it's serious, it can damage the internal organs, causing you to fall into a coma and convulse for a long time. It can even turn into spasms, tetanus, and you can't be treated and die. Not to mention being injured by sharp weapons." Chapter 79. The people in the room were stunned when they heard this, especially Yang Fan's mother. Usually, she didn't take it seriously when it was just a scratch. Now that Dr. Jiang said this, it was as if Yang Fan had a terminal illness and would die immediately. Everyone was so shocked that their faces changed. Dr. Jiang continued, "Let's talk about burns. When the fire poison enters the body, the light damages the skin, the wound is red and swollen, the fire blisters, and the serious damage is the skin." Yang Fan quickly interrupted him, "Dr. Jiang, I am not scalded. I was just burned by the fire, and my eyebrows and hair are curled." Dr. Jiang stared at him and shouted, "Ignorant child, do you know better or do I know better? Burns can be light and dark. Light burns on the surface, the heat poison will leak out, and the skin will fester. If it's dark burns, the heat poison will invade and damage the internal organs. If it's light, the heat will attack the internal organs, and the body fluid will seep out, making the patient restless, feverish, dry mouth, less urine, and death." Jiang Mu's mother was shocked and quickly said to Yang Fan, "Xiao Fan, don't be stubborn. Dr. Jiang is one of the 7 famous doctors in Luoyang. Dr. Jiang's words can't be wrong. Quickly call Dr. Jiang to take a good look at you." Then she whispered, "Anyway, it's not our money." Dr. Jiang shook his sleeves, revealing his 2 hands. He put them behind his back and said in a clear voice, "Yang Ji, prepare to treat." His little disciple answered, put down the medicine box, and chased everyone out, "Get out, get out, my master is preparing to treat." Jiang Zunning was surprised and said, "We are just watching from the side and won't say anything, so we don't need to go out." Like his master, Yang Ji glared at him and said in an old-fashioned tone, "Fool, the patient is a man, and he is injured. If you want to treat him, you will have to take off your clothes. You are a woman, how can you stay in the room?" Jiang Zunning felt that it made sense, so he left with his mother. Ma Qiao said, "I am a man, I don't need to go out, right?" Yang Ji glared at him again and scolded, "Idiot. Our master's medical skills have always been kept a secret. How would we know if you know medical skills or not? How would we know if you know medical skills or not? Shouldn't he avoid suspicion?" When Ma Qiao heard this, he left in a sorry state. Miss Cai Yun also retreated and closed the door, leaving only Yang Fan, Dr. Jiang, his disciple, and the 2 servants of a noble family in green clothes and small hats. Yang Fan looked on coldly from the side. He faintly felt that the purpose of this Dr. Jiang's visit was not as he had said. He secretly raised his guard, but on the surface, he still looked as if he was at the mercy of Dr. Jiang. He wanted to see what kind of tricks they were playing. Dr. Jiang walked to young Fan's side, bent down to look at him, nodded and said, "En." A few strands of his hair had been burnt off, and his eyebrows were a little burnt. However, it didn't matter. After a few days, they would grow back. If it doesn't work, this old man can still take some medicine and apply it externally. I can guarantee that your hair will be as shiny as before. Young Fan laughed dryly and said, "Dr. Jiang, even if my hair is burnt off, it shouldn't be a threat to my life, right? Shouldn't you? Take a look at my injury first." "Oh, right. Where is your injury?" Young Fan pointed to his left shoulder and said, "My left shoulder was hit by a knife. Fortunately, it wasn't a vital point. I feel that it didn't affect my movements too much. I don't think my muscles and bones were injured." Dr. Jiang let out a sigh of relief and said, "Only your shoulder. That's good. Untie it and take a look." The young disciple went forward to untie the bandage on Young Fan's shoulder. Young Fan didn't say anything and just let them do as they pleased. When the wound was revealed, Dr. Jiang bent down to examine it for a while and nodded, saying, "En, not bad, although the wound is big, it didn't hurt your muscles or bones. After resting for a few days, it will be fine." He then sniffed the medicine applied on Young Fan's shoulder and said with a face full of disdain, "You call this golden wound medicine? Without at least 4 key medicines, the recovery of the wound will inevitably be slower. If the dressing is not changed in time, it will inevitably fester and rot. Even if the wound heals, it will still leave a large scar. Not beautiful. Dr. Jiang raised his head and said with his nose pointing to the sky, "Disciple, scrape off the medicine applied on his wound and replace it with my own high-grade golden wound medicine." Yang Ji agreed and opened the medicine box. Taking out a box of white porcelain ointment, he opened the lid and a rich medicinal fragrance immediately rushed out. Young Fan let him scrape off the medicine and did not refuse. Although he doubted the other party's intentions in diagnosing his illness, he didn't doubt the authenticity of the medicine. If the other party saw any flaws in the wound, he could have just turned around and left. He could have mobilized a large number of soldiers to surround the area, and it was impossible for him to have prepared medicine beforehand to arrest him. After all, the government is the government, not the thieves of the lower 5 sects. Moreover, if the government really wanted to arrest him, the most likely method would be to directly arrest him and send him to prison to investigate if he was innocent. After the medicine was applied, waves of coolness could be felt from the wound and the pain was greatly reduced. It seemed that although Dr. Jiang had bad medical ethics and was arrogant, he did have the right to be arrogant. After the medicine was applied and the wound was carefully bandaged with a white cloth, Dr. Jiang said again, "Come, take off his clothes. This old man will carefully examine other parts of his body." Yang Ji agreed and unbuttoned Young Fan's shirt. Dr. Jiang's eyes lit up. Looking at Young Fan's 2 strong chest muscles and his abdomen like a pair of plates, he praised, "Good. I couldn't tell that with your delicate appearance and thin appearance, your body is actually so strong. Not bad at all." Looking at the smile on his face, it was like a madam suddenly buying a peerless beauty at a low price, causing Young Fan's hair to stand on end. Dr. Jiang smiled and said, Come, the 2 of you go up and help. Take off his clothes and let this old man examine him." Young Fan turned pale with fright. "Dr. Jiang, my lower body is not injured." Dr. Jiang twirled his beard and said slowly, "This is the problem of the fire poison that this old man was talking about. If the fire poison invades the body and cannot be removed externally, it will damage the meridians, causing blockage of the meridians. Women are of the yin attribute. When the fire poison invades the heart, it will be reflected on the face, causing swelling and pain or petechiae. Men are of the yang attribute. When the fire poison invades the heart, it will appear on the lower part of the body. Therefore, we need to examine the lower part of the body." Young Fan was not an uneducated commoner. He would not be easily intimidated by this mysterious medical theory. Not only was he educated, The martial arts that he practiced were not ordinary punches and kicks. Instead, they were extremely advanced martial arts. Advanced martial arts were similar to the meridians, tendons, veins, and other medical knowledge. A skilled martial arts expert was at least half a doctor. However, it was not appropriate for young Fan to resist. He could only put on the appearance that he was best at. With a bashful face, he tightened his belt and refused to comply. Dr. Jiang became impatient and glared at him, saying angrily, "There is no taboo in treating an illness. It is fine if you are sick, but hiding your illness for fear of treatment is a grave mistake. You are a man, this old man is also a man, what are you afraid of? Hold him down for me and examine him properly." Upon hearing this, the two servants standing at the side rushed forward and pressed young Fan down on the bed. Yang Ji pounced on him and with a shua, he tore off the quilt and with a shua, he swiftly tore off young Fan's trousers. Dr. Jiang, the magic hands bring back the spring fiercely pounced on him. The treatment in the room did not take too long, but the process seemed to be quite complicated. Jiang Zuning and Ma Qiao waited at the door. After a while, they heard Dr. Jiang shout, "There is no taboo in treating an illness. What are you struggling for?" After a while, they heard Yang Ji shout, "Don't move, be careful not to break your wound. I just applied medicine. Hold him down, hold him down, hold him down. Not bad, haha, not bad." Jiang Zuning and Ma Qiao looked at each other in confusion. Jiang Zuning did not know what was going on and could not think of anything else. He only thought that young Fan's injury was not as simple as he said and was very worried. Ma Qiao could not help but think too much. There is no taboo in treating an illness. He was stabbed in the shoulder, why would he need to hide from a doctor? Could it be that Tin Ano actually ran away with someone? Could it be because... The more Ma Qiao thought, the more the door was opened. Dr. Jiang clapped his hands and slowly walked out of the room. Jiang Zuning hurriedly asked, "How is Xiao Fan's injury?" Dr. Jiang proudly said, "His injury is not light, but with this old man's magic hands bring back the spring, no matter how serious the injury is, it does not matter. This old man has already left some medicine for him. The white box will be applied externally and the black box will be taken internally. Take it once a day and change the dressing. If he recuperates well, he will recover completely in 10 days to half a month." Dr. Jiang twirled his beard and thought for a while, then said, Later this old man will ask my disciple to send over the fleeceflower ointment. Take it once a day and let him take it on time." Fleeceflower ointment. Jiang Zuning was stunned. He really could not understand why this divine doctor would suddenly change the topic from such a serious injury to hair and eyebrows. Young Fan was a man, not a girl. Did he need to care so much about hair and eyebrows? Dr. Jiang did not wait for her to ask again and swaggered out of the courtyard. His disciple followed closely behind. The two servants were the last to come out. Miss Cai Yun stood at the door and said that she would visit another day, then hurriedly followed Dr. Jiang out. After getting on the carriage, Cai Yun impatiently asked, "Dr. Jiang, how is it?" Jiang Yechuan shook his head and said, "Its shape is like a pestle. Its color is captivating red. Its head is as big as a mushroom and its stem is tall and straight. Looking at its shape and color, it is hidden like a crouching turtle and erect like an angry frog. Its physique is strong and its kidneys are full of water. It is truly a wonderful thing." Miss Cai Yun listened with bewilderment. She stared at him and asked, "Is it good or bad?" Jiang Yechuan said, "Its shape is majestic and full of capital. To a woman, it is naturally an excellent artifact." Miss Cai Yun understood this time and said with a smile, "Then it's done. Princess will definitely be very happy." Chapter 80. After Dr. Jiang's group left, Auntie Liu, her daughter, and Ma Qiao returned to the room. They couldn't help but anxiously inquire about young Fan's condition. Young Fan answered them carelessly. They helped him clean up the room and prepared breakfast for the next morning. Only then did they all leave. In the past, other people could leave, but with Ma Qiao's temperament, he would always stay and chat with young Fan for a while. However, today, Ma Qiao also left very straightforwardly. He said that his mother had researched a new money-making gadget and wanted to go home to help. Yang Fan had something on his mind, so he didn't notice Ma Qiao's abnormal behavior and the strange look in his eyes. After they left, Yang Fan calmed down and thought about the purpose of Cai Yun and Dr. Jiang's visit. Yang Fan didn't really believe the reason they gave him. Their diagnosis process was even more unimaginable. That unruly Dr. Jiang didn't seem to care too much about his injuries. Of course, this could also be attributed to his excellent medical skills. These injuries really didn't matter to him. However, he actually cared about whether his eyebrows and hair could grow back as soon as possible. Especially with the absurd reason of fire poison, he forcefully examined his lower body. At first, Yang Fan even suspected that these uninvited guests were sent by Tin Ano. That mysterious woman had left a deep impression on him. Her seemingly omnipotent image was deeply engraved in Yang Fan's heart. However, because of this Dr. Jiang's strange behavior, he gave up on this idea. How could a young girl like Tin Ano incite Dr. Jiang to do such an absurd thing? There were no clues to the origin of this matter. Naturally, Yang Fan couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He simply tossed this matter aside. These were only small matters. As long as he could confirm that the other party had no evil intentions towards him, there would be a day when the truth would be revealed. There was no need to deliberately investigate. What he needed to consider now was the problem of the murderer of the village massacre. Before he died, Yang Mingsheng uttered two names, Qiu Shenji and Miao Shenke. He had spent nearly a year in Luoyang, and now he had finally taken an important step towards the truth. He believed that even if Qiu Shenji and Miao Shenke were not the real culprits, they were not far from it. He had heard of the name Qiu Shenji. There were many legends about the father and son of the Qiu family. Qiu Shenji was the son of Qiu Xingong, the founding minister of the Tang dynasty. At the end of the Sui dynasty, Qiu Xingong gathered his troops and joined Emperor Li Shimin. During the battle with Wang Shichong, Li Shimin's mount, Feng Luzi, was struck by an arrow. Qiu Xingong gave up his mount to Li Shimin and led the way with his saber. Since then, he became Li Shimin's most trusted general. In the 17th year of Zhengguan, the governor of Daiju, Liu Lancheng, was accused of treason and sentenced to death. Qiu Xingong was in charge of supervising the execution. Unexpectedly, on a whim, he dug out Liu Lancheng's heart and liver and cooked it to go with wine, which shocked the world. For this, Li Shimin reprimanded him. Since then, they had been estranged. Qiu Xingong had 4 sons, Qiu Shenji, Qiu Shenji, Qiu Shenfu and Qiu Shending. Among them, the second son, Qiu Shenji, was the most like his father. Among Qiu Xingong's 4 sons, he was the only one who inherited his father's kung fu. Today, he still held a military position and was the general of the left guard of golden insignia. Qiu Shenji was braver and crueler than his father. When he was the general of the left guard of golden insignia, he was ordered to go to Bazhu to monitor the dethroned crown prince Li Xian. When Qiu Shenji arrived at Bazhu, he immediately forced the dethroned crown prince Li Xian to commit suicide. When he returned to the capital, he said that he misunderstood the Empress Dowager's order. Hundreds of officials were in an uproar and impeached him one after another. Empress Wu saw that she could not offend the public, so she demoted him to Dizhou. But not long after, she restored him to his position. Only then did people realize that the so-called Qiu Shenji forced the crown prince to commit suicide was actually Empress Wu's order. People often said that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Empress Wu was even willing to kill her own son, who was under house arrest. It was really rare. Last year, Li Tang, the Prince of Yu, Li Zhen, Li Chong, and the others rebelled against Empress Wu. Qiu Shenji was ordered to suppress the rebellion. When he arrived with his troops, Li Chong was already dead. There was no more rebellion to suppress. The officials of Boizhou came out to welcome him in plain clothes and surrendered to the imperial court. Qiu Shenji then ordered all the officials who begged to surrender to be killed and their families destroyed. The victims were more than 1,000 families. Therefore, even though Qiu Shenji was a military general, he was ranked as the head of the 4 ruthless officials with Zhu Xing, Lai Junchen, Suo Yuanli, and the others. His reputation was well known in the capital. It was very normal for such a person to say that he had massacred an entire village. However, Yang Fan could not confirm whether what Yang Mingsheng said before his death was true or not. Also, that Miao Shunke, who was he? When Yang Mingsheng said those two names in despair, Miao Shunke's name was in front of Qiu Shenji's. At that time, life and death were at stake. A person would not have time to think, so the words he said would be the most direct. At this time, the first person he called out must be someone who was more important than the next person in his mind. A person who was more important than Qiu Shenji, but he had never heard of him. Who could this person be? Yang Fan gently stroked his injured shoulder and thought to himself, looks like I have to find out more about this person's identity. Everything will have to wait until I recover. Just as Yang Fan was thinking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Someone asked, "Is Beta Percy in the room?" Yang Fan heard the voice and it seemed to be Su Fangzheng's voice. He could not help but be surprised. What was he doing here so late at night? Yang Fan sat up and raised his voice, "Is it Su Fangzheng? Please come in." The door creaked and Su Fangzheng walked in. He turned into the room and saw that Yang Fan was about to sit up. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Hey, you are injured. Don't move. Lie down, lie down. This old man is just here to see you." Su Fangzheng sat on the edge of the bed and inquired about his injury. He then took out a few strings of money from his pocket and said to Yang Fan, "Beta Percy, you were injured while working for the workshop. The workshop naturally cannot turn a blind eye to your injury. Don't let people talk behind my back and say that I, Su, am not honest. This money was pooled together by the neighbors. This old man also took some for himself. Take it to recuperate and buy some food to nourish your body. You don't have to worry about the workshop. This old man has already found someone to take your place." Yang Fan said, "Many thanks, BSH. My injury will recover in a month or so. At that time, I can work for the workshop again. These days, it really is not suitable for me to work. I can only trouble BSH to arrange someone else." Su Fangzheng laughed and said, "No, no, no. When your injury is healed, you can no longer work for the workshop. This small temple of ours, ha ha ha." Yang Fan's expression changed slightly. He said, "Is BSH going to quit my job?" Su Fangzheng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Hey, you must not misunderstand. Am I that kind of person? Don't worry. As long as you are willing to work as a workshop attendant, you can naturally come back at any time. This old man welcomes you. It's just that." Su Fangzheng gave him a meaningful look and said with a beaming smile, "You are. Out of the depths of misfortune comes bliss. You've hooked up with a noble person. I'm afraid you won't do this kind of job anymore." Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered the sudden appearance of Miss Cai Yun and that Dr. Jiang in the afternoon. He hurriedly said, "Su Fangzheng, what do you mean by that? When did I hook up with a noble person? Why didn't I know?" Su Fangzheng laughed and said, "There are some things that you will naturally understand in the future. This old man can't say too much now. In short, although you've only been in our Xiuwen workshop for a short time, we've lived together as neighbors. Everyone is very harmonious, like a family. No matter how prosperous you become in the future, don't forget about us." Ha. As Su Fangzheng said this, he stood up and said, "All right, I won't stay any longer. You can rest. If there's anything that's inconvenient, tell me at any time. This old man will help you arrange it." Su Fangzheng finished speaking and left with a beaming smile. He left Yang Fan alone and was even more puzzled. Noble person? When have I come into contact with any noble person? Why would Su Fangzheng care so much for me? As Yang Fan thought about it, he unconsciously thought of Tin Ano. Originally, because of Dr. Jiang's strange actions, he had already rejected this idea. However, he had interacted with him before and was able to invite Dr. Jiang, who was greedy for money, to pay a visit. It seemed that only this mysterious and powerful woman could do it. As for Dr. Jiang inspecting his body, Yang Fan suddenly thought of how the commoner women of the Western region would choose a husband for a trial marriage. And when the rich women chose a husband, they would first send a female slave to sleep with the man they liked. This was to confirm that the man did not have any hidden illnesses before they were married. Could it be that Tin Ano wanted to? Thinking of this, Yang Fan's heart thumped and he unconsciously became restless. During the time he spent with Tin Ano, although he always pretended to be ignorant, it was undoubtedly a very interesting and memorable life. That little girl, whose identity was a mystery and who could do anything, had already stealthily entered his heart. At this time, Yang Fan naturally did not have any plans to start a family. The most important thing was to find his enemy and take revenge, and then find his younger sister, Nyo. As for the rest, he was still young and could take it one step at a time. Even if he had the conditions, he would not let his family tie him down. But suddenly thinking that there was a very beautiful, very cute girl who was willing to give herself to him, that kind of feeling was indescribably comfortable. Just as Yang Fan was feeling comfortable, there was another knock on the door. A soft voice said, "Erlang is at home, this servant has come to enter the room." "Miss Xiaodong?" Yang Fan was shocked. He quickly crawled back under the covers and closed his eyes, turning into a dying, unconscious appearance. Chapter 81. Miss Xiaodong's affection for him. Yang Fan was very clear in his heart. If others were good to him, he would be good to them. If others liked him, he would naturally like them. However, liking and love were two different things. It was impossible for him to fall in love with someone just because they loved him. He really didn't have any feelings for Miss Xiaodong. However, Miss Xiaodong's deep affection made him feel that he owed her a favor. It was inevitable that he would feel a bit guilty and timid. When he heard that she had come, he didn't know how to face her and could only choose to escape. In fact, this was also a tactful method. The door gently opened and Miss Xiaodong walked in with cat-like steps. Even with Yang Fan's hearing, if he didn't listen carefully, he wouldn't be able to hear her. She always walked like this, lightly, as if she was worried that she would trample ants to death. "Erlang, Erlang." Xiaodong clearly wanted to wake him up, but it was as if she was afraid of waking him up, so her voice was very soft. Yang Fan closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, trying to keep his breathing steady so that she wouldn't see any clues. The side of the bed slightly sank. Xiaodong sat down on the side of the bed. Yang Fan was still unconscious. After a while, Miss Xiaodong's voice faintly sounded, "Just do your job properly. Why are you trying to be a hero? If something really happened to you, would the government care about you for the rest of your life? Young and impetuous, you don't know how to take care of yourself." After a pause, the soft voice sounded again, "It's good that you're not awake. Otherwise, this servant would be too ashamed to talk to you. Ari. This servant knows that my appearance is ordinary and my mother is especially powerful. My family can only recruit a son-in-law. Erlang is such an outstanding man, how could it be possible? This servant knows. In fact, from the beginning, I knew that it was impossible for me to have the good fortune to be married to Erlang. But, once I like someone in my heart, then I like them. This servant really can't think of any reason to like or not like them." 2 streams of tears gently hung on her eyelashes. When she cried, her voice was also very soft. Xiaodong gently wiped away the silent tears on her cheeks with the back of her palm and said in a low voice, "Erlang, rest well. If I have time in the future, I will come to see you again." The edge of the bed became lighter as Miss Xiaodong quietly walked out. Yang Fan did not hear the sound of the door closing. After a long time, he quietly opened his eyes and saw that the door had already been closed, very quietly, very lightly. Yang Fan's gaze then shifted to the front of the couch. There was a bamboo basket in front of the couch, and on top of it was a set of brand new clothes. The stitches were fine and neat, and when he gently picked it up, it felt a little warm to the touch. When he looked into the basket, it turned out to be a basket of red-skinned eggs. They were all cooked, and they still carried a sense of warmth. Yang Fan held the clothes and looked at the eggs. For a moment, he was a little dazed. Over the next few days, Yang Fan had been recuperating at home. Marchia's mother and Pasta's mother took turns to come over every day to help him cook, while Marchia and Jiang Zuning helped him change his dressing and chatted with him. The neighbors would often come over to help carry a jar of water and chop a pile of firewood. The way these ordinary people communicated with each other was not through romance or drunkenness. Their method was very simple. Although they were all small, unspoken actions, they were very heartwarming. During this period, Miss Cai Yun came over a few more times. Each time, she would bring high-grade tonics that the common people had never heard of. However, Ma Qiao's mother and Pasta's mother did not know how to make these exotic delicacies. They all used the ordinary cooking methods of the common people to make stewed vegetables in an iron pot, which was really a waste of the ingredients. Seeing that Yang Fan's injuries were getting better day by day, Miss Cai Yun was very happy. Although this Miss Cai Yun was a little snobbish and always rolled her eyes at the common people who came to visit the Yang family, she had a good attitude towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan did not show a look of annoyance towards her. He knew that she did not want to be called old, so he always called this big sister in her 30s Miss, which made Miss Cai Yun very happy. It was just that every time Yang Fan asked her about her master's situation, she would always change the topic. Those who could become the master's right-hand man in a rich family were all smart people. They were used to observing people's expressions and listening to their words. Although they were all small characters and it was impossible to play them like fools. Later on, Miss Cai Yun thought that her master thought highly of this handsome young Langjun. Once he became successful in the future, he would be very noble. If she could form a friendship with him, there would be many benefits for her in the future. That was why she went against her master's orders and revealed a little information to him. Miss Cai Yun said, "My master had instructed me to not reveal anything now. Once young Langjun recovers, my master will invite you for a meeting. Young Langjun, rest in peace and recuperate. My master is high up and noble. If you can gain her favor, your future will be limitless. At that time, I hope that Langjun will help you." Yang Fan wanted to ask again, but Miss Cai Yun only smiled and did not say anything. Yang Fan had also thought of following her car to find out where she was going, but it was not convenient to follow her in broad daylight. Since this person had put in a lot of effort to form a friendship with him, she would show up sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. More than 10 days later, Yang Fan's wound had already scabbed. Although he still could not use much strength, walking, sitting, lying down, and general movements were no longer a problem. Yang Fan then began to inquire about Miao Shenke's news. He used the excuse that he had been sick for a long time and his qi and blood were weak. He wanted to go out for a walk and exercise, so he left the Showen workshop and went to Ding Ding Street. The two sides of Ding Ding Street had a total of 16 miles long and a height of 15 feet. It was all-inclusive and had everything. Naturally, there were posters for eyes and ears. Eyes and ears relied on their wide connections and many eyes and ears to help people find information and find friends and relatives. The main business of these people was to help people who came to Luoyang to visit relatives and friends to find the whereabouts of their relatives and friends. This also included helping to find abducted children and women. Yang Fan found the contact information of one of the eyes and ears from the many posters. After finding that person and paying the deposit, they arranged a time and place for their next meeting. 2 days later, Yang Fan left the Showen workshop again and hurried to the place the two of them had agreed to meet, a small restaurant. This eyes and ears was called Zhao Yu. He was 37 or 8 years old and slightly plump. He had a very mediocre and good-natured face. There was nothing special about him. Yang Fan casually ordered a few dishes and wine. The two of them chose a table in a corner and sat down. "Brother Zhao," Yang Fan said, "I wonder if the matter I entrusted you with has been settled." Zhao Yu frowned slightly and said, "Brother, this task of yours is not easy. When people want to visit relatives or friends, they always have a name, occupation, and original residence. If we visit their neighbors and investigate their past, as long as the person is still alive, we will be able to find them. But the information you gave me is really too little, only a person's name." "That's right," Yang Fan said with a smile. "It is precisely because it is difficult to find that I have troubled Brother Zhao." Zhao Yu shook his head and said, "Trouble is not a big deal. It is just that in accepting this task of yours, I have expended a lot of effort and entrusted a lot of familiar Yamen petty officials. Fortunately, the name of the person you are looking for is a bit strange, so it is not easy to have the same name as someone else. Even so, I have expended a lot of effort to bribe everyone and ask a lot of people. This time, I won't be able to earn much money from you." "Oh," Yang Fan said knowingly. If Brother Zhao can find some definite information, I can pay you more. Zhao Yu forced a smile and said, there is no need to pay more. I will have to return half of my brother's reward. Because I am very ashamed. Although I have found some information about that person, it was only some information. As for his current whereabouts, I am incompetent and have not been able to find out. Yang Fan was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, he said, no matter, Brother Zhao, tell me whatever information you can find. There is no need to return the original reward. I cannot let Brother Zhao work in vain. Please tell me clearly what expenses you have to pay for your bribing. I will pay for it. Zhao Yu was quite surprised to hear this. He did not expect this employer to be so forthright. He was ashamed and immediately stood up to express his thanks. Yang Fan pressed him to sit down and said, Brother Zhao need not be so polite. Please sit down and talk. Please tell me in detail what you have found out. Zhao Yu expressed his thanks and sat down. Actually, it is easy to investigate this Miao Shunke because his name is easy to remember. Moreover, he has some reputation in the officialdom. Most of the petty officials in the officialdom know this person. When I said I did a lot of useless work and spent a lot of bribing, I was referring to the fact that I wanted to investigate his whereabouts. In the end, no matter how hard I tried, there was no result. Yang Fan nodded. He said, this Miao Shunke, who is he? Zhao Yu said, this Miao Shunke was a jinsha in the first year of Emperor Gaozong's Qianfeng. After he passed the jinsha, he was appointed to the Zhu Wang Fu as a military advisor. This Zhu Wang is the third son of the current empress, Li Xian. He is currently banished to Fangzhou. Zhao Yu had obviously put in a lot of effort to investigate. He spoke very fluently. Later on, Miao Shunke was promoted to Menxia Province's residence officer. After that, he was promoted to writing officer and Grand Literature Library scholar. His career was considered smooth, but it was not an extremely important position. But 3 years ago, a strange expression slowly appeared on Zhao Yu's face. He slowly said, 3 years ago, there was suddenly no news of him. I asked many of my friends in the Yamen, but none of them knew. What was even funnier was that when I asked some of my friends, they were surprised at first, but then they suddenly realized that if I hadn't asked, this person would have been forgotten by them. Yang Fan frowned slightly. What does this mean? Zhao Yu said, it means that he gradually disappeared from the officialdom bit by bit. Chapter 82. Hearing this, Yang Fan was enlightened. That's right. With Shunke Miao's official position, if he had died of illness or a sudden death, there would certainly be some rumors in the court. If he had died of illness, the court would have given him a corresponding pension, so he shouldn't have gone unnoticed. If this person was demoted, exiled, returned to his hometown, promoted, or still active in the officialdom, there would always be people who would remember him. Only when he was safe and sound and gradually became inactive in the officialdom, would people get used to his non-existence and forget him to the back of their minds. In other words, after this person was conferred the title of Baron 3 years ago, he began to fade away from the officialdom. It took 3 years until everyone got used to his disappearance and completely forgot about him. Zhao Yu said, that's how it is. I asked many people, and they could still vaguely remember that after Shunke Miao was conferred the title of Baron, he attended a few other officials' banquets and showed his face a few times. After that, he slowly disappeared. Even now, no one knows where he is or what he's doing. That's all. Zhao Yu said shamefully. I tried my best, but I couldn't find any more information about this person. I even asked for his address and went there to take a look. That house was empty, with cobwebs hanging high and weeds growing everywhere. It's been a long time since anyone lived there. There wasn't even a servant to take care of it. Zhao Yu said to Yang Fan, such a person wouldn't disappear without a trace. But I've asked many people, and indeed, no one knows about his current situation. The only thing I can be sure of is that he's not dead. He's still in Shinju. As for his whereabouts, I really can't find any information. I'm ashamed. Yang Fan looked at him quietly, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. He patted Zhao Yu's arm and said gently, Brother Zhao, don't be ashamed. The information you've found is very important. Just this alone is very useful. If I had gone to verify it myself, I wouldn't have been able to find this information. Thank you. As Yang Fan said this, he took out 2 strings of money from his bosom and gently pushed them over. This is the remaining salary. Please accept it. Zhao Yu's face turned red. No, no, no. That won't do. Little brother, you're humiliating me. Although I'm just a Jianghu person who runs errands to ask for directions, Jianghu people also have Jianghu people's rules. I didn't complete your request, so I can't accept the money. In business, there are always profits and losses. Yang Fan chuckled and said, Brother Zhao doesn't need to be courteous. I'm already deeply grateful for what you've done. Please accept this money. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he stood up and said, Innkeeper, bill. Seeing this, Zhao Yu no longer stood on ceremony and said, Well, all right, today's meal is on me. Yang Fan said, All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhao Yu paid the bill and left the tavern with Yang Fan. Yang Fan cupped his fists and said, Brother Zhao, I will take my leave. You are an honest person. If I need Brother Zhao's help in the future, I will come and bother you again. Zhao Yu cupped his fists and said, I'm ashamed, I'm ashamed. Watching Yang Fan walk away, Zhao Yu stood where he was and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he took a step forward and chased after him, shouting, Little brother, please wait. Yang Fan turned around and asked in surprise, Is there anything else, Brother Zhao? Zhao Yu said, Little brother, I have dozens of subordinates working for me to make a living. It's really impossible for me to leave everything behind and specifically help you investigate this person. However, I will instruct the brothers under me that no matter what mission they are on, they will inquire about this matter. Once they find out anything, Yang Fan bowed deeply and said, Brother Zhao is very considerate. Zhao Yu said, Little brother, if you say thank you again, I won't be able to put my old face anymore. It's just that once I have any news, I don't know where to go to inform you. Yang Fan's heart was moved. What he was doing really required the use of some spies and eyes. Rather than having to find different spies and eyes every time, he might as well make friends with this Zhao Yu. Looking at Zhao Yu's character and conduct, he was a man worth befriending. Thinking up to this point, Yang Fan said, Every few days, I will make a trip to Brother Zhao's place. Even if we don't do business, it would be good to visit as a friend. Zhao Yu was overjoyed. Sure, little brother is a straightforward person. I am willing to make friends with you. Since that's the case, I will take my leave. We will meet again someday. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Zhao. Yang Fan cupped his fists and watched Zhao Yu stride away before turning to leave. Yang Fan passed through Good Fortune Lane and entered Thought Lane through the south gate. After turning onto the main street, he could hurry back to Xiu Wen Lane along Jianchun Avenue. He walked slowly and strolled into Thought Lane. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Focusing his eyes, he saw that it was Ma Qiao. Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. Ma Qiao was sneaking out of a restaurant, his hand subconsciously on his waist. There was no need to ask, he was definitely here to dispose of stolen goods. Yang Fan had been recuperating at home while Ma Qiao had become a lone thief again. Thinking up to this point, Yang Fan suddenly remembered that although Miss Cai Yun often brought some tonics, Auntie Ma often stewed chicken and duck soup for him to nourish his body. The Ma family's situation wasn't too good. It was likely that Ma Qiao had secretly gotten the money to buy meat. Seeing that Ma Qiao had already left, Yang Fan hurriedly followed. Yang Fan quickly caught up to Ma Qiao and suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Ma Qiao had just disposed of the stolen goods when he was suddenly slapped by someone. His body shivered and he almost let out a strange cry. He turned his head and saw that it was Yang Fan. He couldn't help but angrily say, "You scared me to death. Why did you wander here?" Yang Fan said, "Oh, I was bored alone, so I came out for a walk." After saying that, he asked knowingly, "What are you doing here?" Ma Qiao laughed dryly and said, "Oh, there are a few shops selling livestock here. I came to buy a chicken." Yang Fan said, "You're stewing it for me to eat, right? Brother Qiao, look at my body. Although I'm not as sturdy as you, I'm still very sturdy. My wounds have already healed and I feel like I've gained a few pounds of flesh. These days, in order to take care of me, you and Auntie have put in a lot of effort. I'm already very sorry. Your family isn't very well off, so don't continue to buy these things. Ma Qiao said, what are you saying? My brother is injured and is in a hurry to recuperate. Why should I care about saving money? Yang Fan laughed and said, saving money and waiting to marry a bride. To be honest, you'll be 20 next year and you still haven't found a wife. No wonder Auntie is anxious. You'd better put in more effort and quickly marry a sister-in-law for me. I can't wait for someone to call me uncle. Yang Fan laughed and pulled Ma Qiao out. Ma Qiao couldn't break free from him and could only give up his original plan. The two of them returned to the show when workshop. Just as they were about to reach the main entrance, a procession suddenly came out from inside. It was a funeral procession. The two of them unconsciously stopped in their tracks. At the front of the procession walked a few Taoist priests, ringing bells and chanting. In the middle of the procession was a Taoist priest wearing an apricot yellow robe and a 5-elder crown on his head. He wore a pair of straw sandals and held a copper coin sword in his hand. He was waving it in the air and chanting. To the left and right of the procession were two green-robed Taoists, each wearing a Howran scarf. One was carrying a cloud banner and the other was holding a seal. Behind them were a few manservants carrying banners. Behind them, in front of the coffin, the little Miss Shuilian was wearing a linen mourning dress. She wore a mourning scarf on her head and a mourning belt on her waist. She held a memorial tablet in her hand. Beside her was Madame Yang, who was also in mourning. This was the funeral procession for Yang Mingsheng. Because the Yang family's case was too important, it wasn't until today that the funeral arrangements could be made. Someone carried a spirit banner and loudly announced the location of the funeral to the departed souls. Doctor, raise your foot. Let's go out. Let's go over the threshold and onto the bridge. The road is flat. We're on the right path. He led the departed souls forward. Two juniors of the Yang family threw paper money into the sky with all their might. The paper money flew down like snow, drifting in a detached and free manner. It slowly flew to the ground and was calmly stepped on by the funeral procession. It was like the final destination of life, whether you were willing or not, whether you wanted to or not. Little Shuilian's face didn't show any signs of sorrow. Yang Mingsheng didn't love her since she was young, and children were very sensitive to this. Although she was young, children relied on their intuition. No words or fake smiles could hide from the eyes of their hearts. However, Yang Mingsheng was still her father. Other than feelings, there was also responsibility. She didn't feel sorrow, but she felt hatred. She held the memorial tablet, her little face tense. Perhaps, in her heart, the hatred far surpassed the sorrow of her father's death. Madame Yarrow, who was walking beside her, was already in her 30s. However, under her mourning clothes, she exuded a different kind of beauty. She looked like a young woman who hadn't even reached her 30s. Her appearance was indeed beautiful. On the side of the road, a bystander who was standing and watching discussed, "Look, that's the Yang family's madam. Oh, she's so young and so beautiful. But, looking at her, she doesn't seem to be sad about her husband's death. Hey, you don't know, they were husband and wife." After a round of whispering, the bystander suddenly realized, so that's how it is. But today is the funeral, so it's only right to put on an act in front of others. Yang Fan felt a slight sense of admiration for this madam. Some people lived their entire lives because of other people's gazes. This woman might have betrayed her husband, or maybe she had never liked him. She had only given up her own happiness for the sake of her family's development. But, she was able to live a magnanimous life, living out her true self. This was also her loveliness. The coffin was carried by 16 people using thick wooden poles. It slowly walked along the bluestone street. Paper money flew up in handfuls and fell piece by piece, just like the fallen leaves on the trees on both sides. It was late autumn. Yang Fan's gaze lightly followed the fluttering paper money. Looking at the falling leaves, he lightly sighed and said to Ma Qiao, "Brother Qiao, let's go. There's no need to look anymore." Just as the two of them were about to leave, the sound of galloping horses' hooves could be heard. Even though they were still a distance away, the sound of hooves clattering on the bluestone street could be heard. A burst of laughter could be heard from afar. The two of them couldn't help but stop and look in the direction of the sound. Chapter 83. In the distance, 30 to 40 stout steeds galloped over. All of the riders were monks with bald heads. Some of them wore grey robes, while others wore red robes. In the middle, there was an exceptionally handsome white horse, and on top of it was a monk. His red robes were half-naked, revealing his muscular and beautiful chest. The monk held the reins in one hand and a wine bag in the other. As he spurred the horse forward, he raised his head and gulped down the wine. The sleeves of his red robes were like two red clouds in the wind, causing the falling yellow leaves to dance along with his figure. These 30 to 40 healthy horses suddenly occupied 80% of the spacious street. The funeral procession stopped, waiting for the dissolute monks to make way. Although these monks paraded the street on horses and drank to their heart's content, it was not a good way to go. But death was the most important thing. How could they not want to fight with the dead? Oh no, the funeral procession is still not making way. This is bad. Haha, look, that Daoist priest performing the funeral. Young Fan took a closer look and saw that the Daoist priest in yellow, who had the demeanor of an immortal, calm and composed, had a look of panic on his face. He held his sword backwards and retreated step by step, as if he wanted to hide behind the coffin. Stop. Great monk, the dead are respected. You monks, why don't you give way when you see my family's funeral procession? Why are you barging in? The moment they saw the monks galloping madly towards them, and even though they reined in their horses, they still refused to give way to the funeral procession. The young clansmen who were in charge of the funeral were enraged, and a few of them immediately jumped out and berated the monks loudly. Since ancient times, the dead were respected. Even if a funeral procession and a wedding procession met on the road, the wedding procession would have to make way for the funeral procession. These people in front of them were monks, and they should not be so ignorant of etiquette. Although looking at their rough and unruly appearance, they did not seem to be decent people. However, the young family was a family of officials, and they had the right to respect the dead, so they were not afraid. Those monks were just about to lash their whips and berate them, but they didn't expect to be reprimanded by these people who were wearing mourning clothes. They couldn't help but laugh in anger. One of them was about to lash out with his horsewhip, but at this moment, he retracted it and said to the red-robed monk in the middle with a grin, "Master, this family wants us to make way for them." The monk in the big red kasaya burped and looked forward with his drunken eyes. When he saw the situation in front of him, he immediately frowned and said repeatedly, "What bad luck, what bad luck. Why did I run into a funeral procession? When I go out, I see a coffin, and I get promoted. Amitabha, there are no taboos." The monk was dressed in a large red kasaya, and it was obvious that he was a monk with a very high status. However, not only was he riding a horse and drinking alcohol, the words he spoke were no different from those of a scoundrel in the marketplace. The red-robed monk said, "Hurry up and tell them to cross." "Hey, is the one performing the ritual a Taoist priest?" The monk was just about to wave his hand to call the funeral procession when he suddenly saw the two little Taoist priests holding seals and flags. He couldn't help but stare at them and ask loudly. A monk next to him said, "Master, you have a good eye. Those are the two little Taoist priests." The red-robed monk laughed and scolded, "Good your mother. They are wearing Taoist robes, and I am not blind. How can I not see them?" As he said this, he tilted his leg and straightened his back. Without holding the saddle, he jumped down from the horse. His movements were actually very agile and neat. The monk unscrupulously rushed into the crowd, stared at the two little Taoist priests, and asked loudly, "Just you two little guys, how can you perform the ritual? Where is your master?" At this time, an elder of the young family wanted to step forward and scold them, but someone next to him suddenly pulled him and whispered a few words into his ear. This person's expression changed, and he actually took a few steps back. Young Fan and Ma Chiao saw clearly from the side, and couldn't help but be more curious about the identity of this monk. Young Fan carefully looked at this monk, and saw that he was about 30 years old, tall and handsome, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a straight nose and a wide mouth. His clothes were spread open, revealing a body full of strong muscles, and the lines of the muscles between his chest and abdomen were abnormally healthy. Such a majestic man looked like a Vajra warrior monk from a temple. "Where is your master? Call him out." The monk placed his hands on his waist and shouted loudly. In a moment, the old Taoist hiding behind the coffin was pulled out by a few grey-robed monks. Looking at this old Taoist carefully, this old Taoist was quite handsome. An apricot yellow Taoist robe, a crown on his head, a pair of green cloth shoes on his feet, a copper coin 7-star sword in his hand, and a beard under his chin. His appearance was simple and unsophisticated, revealing an elegant and graceful air. Ma Qiao whispered to young Fan, "Who is this monk? Why is that old Taoist so afraid of him? Could it be that he owes him money?" Yang Fan shook his head, but he had already guessed something in his heart. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Watch carefully, I'm afraid there's going to be a show." The old Taoist looked embarrassed. Seeing the big monk with loose clothes, he went forward and bowed, and said the name of Taoism, "Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai, I'm Yi Zhuo, the head of Hongsho Temple. Greetings, Master Huai." When the disciples of the Three Pure Ones saluted, they often sang Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai or Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai. If a good believer encountered misfortune, they would sing Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai or Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai. This kind of salutation was used until the end of the Qing dynasty and the Republic of China. Later, due to the work of storytelling, it was falsely called Boundless Heavenly Lord. In fact, the word boundless came from Buddhism, not from Taoism. Taoism often used supreme, supreme, and supreme to express the supremacy of Tao. The big monk laughed and said, "Do you know me?" The old Taoist said, "Master Shui is famous in Luojing. How can I not know you?" Monk Huai looked up to the sky and laughed. He asked proudly, "Old Daoist, this Daoist priest will perform rituals for people to expiate the dead. We monks will also perform rituals for people to expiate the dead. Old Daoist, tell me, are monks better at performing rituals or Daoist priests better at performing rituals?" This Taoist Yi Zhuo was put in a difficult position. He knew the real identity of the monk, so he didn't dare to offend him. However, the monk's question was not just a matter between the two of them, but a battle between Buddhism and Taoism. Since the founding of the Tang dynasty, Tang Gaozu, Li Yuan, respected Laozi as the ancestor of his family. He claimed to be the descendant of Laozi and worshipped Taoism. He regarded Taoism as the family religion of the dynasty and issued an imperial edict. Among the three religions, Taoism was the most respected, followed by Confucianism and Buddhism. In the first year of the Qianfeng era, Tang Gaozu, Li Ji, respected Laozi as the supreme Shenyuan emperor. In the end, Gaozu died of illness and Empress Wu became the emperor. Because Taoism and Li Tang were one, Empress Wu made great efforts to win over Buddhism in order to build her own power. She worshipped Buddhism and the status of Buddhism rose day by day. At present, it had already impacted the status of Taoism as the national religion. Now that the big monk had raised such a question, although the old Taoist was afraid of him, he didn't dare to give in. Taoist Yi Zhuo thought about it and braced himself to say, "Well, there doesn't seem to be anything to compare. Buddhism and Taoism should have their own strengths." "Oh." Monk Huai raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. "My Buddhism mostly prays to Buddha and chants sutras to eliminate the sins of the dead. Relying on Buddhist power to save the dead, they will be reborn in the pure land of Buddhism, leaving the bitter sea of life and death reincarnation in the three realms and reborn in the Western paradise. I wonder how your Taoism does it." Daoist priest Yi Zhuo said, "When we Taoists ferry souls, we mostly use Daoist techniques to build path-opening Tao grounds, lotus lantern Tao grounds, wound-plucking Tao grounds, treasury-filling Tao grounds, and virtue Tao grounds. We worship Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord and ferry souls to the Eastern world of eternal happiness." Monk Huai said, "My Western paradise is a dignified, pure, and equal world built by the Western Buddha, Amitabha. The Western paradise is 28 floors high and has Amitabha, Guanyin, and Mahasthama Prapta to help the dead ascend. The souls of the dead are attached to the lotuses in the seven treasures pool and turn into arhats. What about your Eastern paradise?" Daoist Yi Zhuo knew that continuing to argue with this unreasonable monk would not end well, but he had no choice but to argue. He frowned and said, My Taoism has the pure land of eternal life. It has 36 layers and is specialized in saving the souls of the dead. It is the best method for the soul to be reborn.
Oh.
Monk Huaiyi scratched his bald head and muttered, "Why is it 8 more floors than my Western paradise? In my Western boundless world, one Buddhist land is equivalent to 3,000 boundless worlds. So, my 28 levels contain even more people than your 36 levels." Taoist Yi Zhuo could only smile bitterly. "I've never been to the Western paradise, so I can't verify what Master Huaiyi said." Seeing that he didn't dare to argue anymore, Monk Huaiyi said proudly, "The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of my Buddhism are powerful and don't fall into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Your Taoism is only an immortal, so your abilities are naturally inferior to my Buddhas and Bodhisattvas." Taoist Yi Zhuo mustered up his courage and said, "The immortals of my Taoism aren't immortals of Buddhism. Taoist immortals, regardless of whether they're innate or acquired, once they become immortals, they're free from the restrictions of external objects, not to mention karma. They don't fall into the cycle of reincarnation. As for Buddhism, according to what I know, there's no such thing as the 6 paths of reincarnation in the ancient Buddhist scriptures. It's only after Buddhism spread to the eastern lands." "Hey!" Monk Huaiyi flew into a rage and grabbed him by the collar. "Preposterous! Are you saying that my Buddhism stole your Taoism's teachings and expanded the 5 paths into the 6 paths to raise our status?" Taoist Yi Zhuo was shocked to see him so angry. He could only swallow his anger and say, "Master Shui, you've misunderstood. Maybe I'm wrong in my understanding.